like we saw, with the Warriors, at their peak. I'm not saying that this team is exactly that, but I just think whoever comes out of this game later today or this series, whenever it ends, whether it's today or on Monday, is probably going out in five. So yeah, it's more like the end is imminent. The end is nigh here. But I'm going to go out to Vegas for Summer League. I mean, that's the life I live, man. I don't just talk it, man. I walk it. I go out to Summer League. You know what I mean? So I'll have that in July. But man, it'll be a sad respite between that time.
You are a mark. Is that a work obligation, or are you just going out there to get your
No,
fix?
no, 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 no. There was I don't want to say any names, but there was a hotel and casino that was offering an unbelievable special. And I just had to take advantage of it, man. I had to take advantage of it. And I was like, let me rig this thing and I'll tell my wife and kids that it's for work, of course. Like, yeah, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. So I'll tell them it's for work, but no, it's going to be for play, man. It's going to be fun.
I think you're right about Oklahoma City. I mean, this feels like a coronation at this point for the Thunder. It just looks like they're better than everybody else. So this is the beginning of a window where it's always easy to look at it and say this is what it's going to be every single year. And it doesn't always work out that way. But I certainly think we're in a spot where there's no reason to believe they're not going to be in the Western Conference final mix for years to come. This has been a masterclass of organizational building. There are other teams now studying the way they did it, just like they did with the Warriors, to try to be the next Thunder. You've seen some of their front office members disperse. Will Dawkins is now running the Wizards here and trying to accumulate draft picks and build that way. And so this is now the in team and what's hot in basketball. But it's been a masterclass this postseason largely. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander pours in 30 a night. He's averaging quite literally 30 per game in these playoffs. Jalen Williams has been a nice second option, averaging 20. Chet Holmgren giving them 16 and 9 in terms of the rebounding. I mean, all their guys that they needed to play really well have, and they're just deep. They keep coming at you. So I'm with you. We can break down the Eastern Conference Finals and what happens tonight and if there's a Game 7. But it does feel like cannon fodder might be strong, but I mean, the Thunder are going to be heavy favorites, as you see in the look-ahead lines over either of those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I've been betting them pretty much every game. I just kind of decided like I'm gonna bet them, and obviously the results have been mixed. I think they might be a game above 500 against the spread, but I think like just identifying very early on, like this is the second highest net rated team in the history of the NBA behind the 96 Bulls. And I know that there are going to be people out there that say that's junk and they don't care, and that when playoffs come around that you throw that out the window. But I mean, I think we've seen two very important things happen. One really, which is growing up. I mean, this is one of the youngest teams ever in this spot, and would be maybe the youngest team to ever win the NBA Finals. But I mean, that was hitting puberty when they won that Game 7 against Denver. And they got down by double digits early in the first quarter, and if they're young, they're now men, right? So that's the way it works. So you're born, you go through puberty, and then you become a man. That's pretty much, I think, the way it goes. That's at least when I was growing up, that's how it was. So, I think that's kind of what you've seen in these playoffs, that maturation. And they've arrived. And like you said, organizationally, there's really no reason that they should be going anywhere. They have a billion picks. They have all these guys on contracts, under contract. So, yeah, I think this is just the liftoff here, and they're going to be in the air for a while.
Yeah, they're just getting started. I will say, you mentioned that Game 7 against Denver, and like all the other shows weekly here, we chronicled that one on Countdown 2. And I remember going into that game thinking the Thunder just had too much. But it was amazing that they got them to a Game 7. And really, to me, that might be my takeaway of the whole playoffs is the fact that Denver, that group who had just fired a head coach, it was like Joker and the Island of Misfit Toys at one point. Like, they pushed them to a Game 7. Nobody else has really hung or competed. I actually think that that's going to be one of the takeaways of this NBA playoffs when we look back, is that they had them on the brink, actually, and maybe Denver is the team going into next year with a tweak or two. That could be right back in the mix, because there were plenty of moments in that series where, yeah,
Yep.
SGA is the MVP and he's the best player in the sport this year, but Joker wasn't ready to hand over the mantle, and he kind of gave him everything he could handle.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, he deserves that moniker of best player in the world. I mean, I don't know that whoever wins this series, I don't know that even 6 is in the cards. Um, I mean, I guess maybe I could see a world where like the Pacers just get insanely hot and they don't turn the ball over and they could win 2, but I don't think the Knicks have much of a chance against the Thunder with the contrasting styles. Um, so yeah, I mean, Jokic is probably a guy that you could give the MVP award to every single year, and I think he put a lot of. If there's anybody that's still doubting, I don't think there is, but if there are, I think his performance in that series and the fact that they gave the Thunder the best punch, of anybody, I think that should silence those for sure.
Well, we do have a game tonight in the East, the Knicks and the Pacers from Indianapolis. Pacers with a chance to finish off New York. It's a 3-2 edge for Indiana in the series as they come home now for Game 6 tonight. Tip off at 8 East time on TNT. The Pacers are laying 3.5 points this evening. Total in the game's 219 and a hook. You could get the Knicks, if you like it, on the money line to win this thing outright at plus 150 and to force a Game 7. Now, look, I don't do the, well, if this happens, then Game 7 on the road, you can't win. But it goes without saying that a 7th game at MSG, which would be electric, would be a really tough test for Indiana. So it does feel like maybe it's not now or never, but it's now or a real big pain in the butt. I think they finish this thing tonight. I think they get it done at home. I actually like them to cover the 3.5, but I certainly have them winning the game. Where are you at? What's your feel on tonight's Game 6?
Yeah, I think that's the hard part, Grant, right? Like we all watched Game 5 and just how weird Indiana looked, how out of sorts they looked. Halliburton just looked like he didn't even want to be there. Like I don't know, a guy that had been as aggressive and as much of a force as he had been, like to almost like not participate was very, very odd. Now, obviously, yeah, like there is that psychology in the back of your mind, like we got Game 6 and we got Game 7. We got 2 more opportunities to close this thing out at worst, right? So I do think that's the human condition of it all. But I'm trying to remove myself because, I mean, Oklahoma City loses by whatever they lose by, right? They lose by 50, 40 some odd points against Minnesota. They come back, finish the series in 5. So that's the challenge for playoffs. It's like it almost requires you to like suspend the disbelief in a way. It's like you have to forget what you just saw in some instances because the game-to-game sort of whiplash can be quite drastic. I think I'm going to get there on Indiana. It's just a matter of like do I want to lay the 3.5? Because you see these, like even Game 4. I think Indiana won that game by 9 or 11. I mean, it was within that range, and like there was just a world where if one Mikal Bridges shot goes in, that's a different outcome. It's a different game. So these games have all been nip tuck, but I think I am going to get there on Indiana. It's just a matter of like, do I want to lay the money line, the minus 175 in the event that it's a 3-point game and Indiana decides to foul, because we know that they will. So that's just kind of where I'm at right now. But I do think I'll end up getting on Indiana.
If you're going to do that, yeah, I guess, maybe you could just buy down the line a point or two. I mean, for me, I just don't. Minus 175 isn't interesting, right? I'm just paying too much to win that. So
Yep.
Maybe if you don't like 3.5, maybe you like 1.5 more or something. And there's a chance you get screwed there, obviously. But I think that's the name of the game, right? But
Yep.
How often are you making those minus 175? I'm avoiding those at all costs as best I can, right? So unless maybe you could parlay something, like if you like, buy a couple points on a total, go money line, something like that. Maybe that plays a little better. The other thing I do agree with you on, though, is this series in general and kind of having to have that memory of a fish, because I feel like I don't necessarily think this way in other sports, but in the NBA playoffs, there are just games where it's like November, where a team they're down big early and they punt, or you talked about the lack of aggressiveness, or it just didn't feel like the same team. I don't know how it happens, but it does. And it doesn't really carry over. The momentum game to
Right.
game is not really a real thing. And sometimes you even see it in the NBA where these huge blowouts, you've seen it with the Thunder, certainly killing teams, where you'll just pack it in, call it a night in the third quarter, and
Yep.
live to fight another day. Honestly, you just keep your powder dry, and you go, okay, well, we're gonna need all the energy we can in game two,
Yep.
so we might as well just give them game one with 36 minutes of basketball to go, or whatever it is sometimes. So I don't know. I don't worry as much about what I just saw. But to your point, the larger story is in this series, it's actually been very, very tight. It feels more like a series, that should have gone 6 or 7 than something that should have been over in 5. And sometimes I think, like in that big picture, 10,000-foot view, does this feel like a
Mhm.
7-game series? To me, it feels like a 6-game series, and I think it ends tonight.
Yeah, and I would also say, like, I got in trouble with that thinking in the Celtics series against the Knicks, right? They win that game 5 that they had to have, down 3-1 to stave off elimination. Then it's going back to New York, and I'm like, oh yeah, let me get the Celtics now. Like they're locked in. Let me get them as a short underdog, and they get absolutely blown out. They get and they in the game before they ran away from the Knicks. So I've gotten in trouble with that methodology, right? Like believing that there is carryover in these things because they're totally different games, totally different entities in and of themselves. The biggest concern I would have though about these Pacers is I don't have to worry about whether Jalen Brunson is going to show up. I don't have to worry about whether or not he's going to have 25 or more. Like he's going to be there, and like the fact that Halliburton can have a game like that, we've sort of had this back and forth about where we're putting him in the hierarchy of the NBA, and for all we've said about him and for where we've tried to put him, for him to be able to have a game like that in such a pivotal moment is frightening for me. So that's the hesitation is that, is he can't have another game like that. Like he's not allowed to do that for this team. So that's the part that I'm just a little bit reluctant on and why I haven't bet it quite yet.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, look, he had a huge, obviously, game 4 when he went 11 of 23 and hit 5 of 12 threes and really was outstanding and scored 32. But, I mean, he has not been great as far as how he shot the ball in the series. He's had 2 30-point games, one involved overtime. But if you go back to, I think it was game 2, he was 5 of 16 from the floor and hit 3 of 10 threes and only had 14 points. So, I mean, he's had 2 really poor games offensively now, 2 great games, and then 1 pretty middling game. So this has not been one of his better series. Obviously, he put some deposits in the bank here with how he's finished games, and the Pacers aren't
Yep.
here without him. Speaking of which, just looking at the futures lines real quick. So we talked about the Thunder, the heavy favorites, and they should be, but how about these numbers? To win the NBA Finals right now, and obviously the Thunder are going to get great, long odds. I should say, short odds because they've been waiting a long, long time. But they're minus 750. The Pacers haven't yet advanced, could still get eliminated 7-1 plus 700. And then the Knicks, who could get eliminated tonight, but if they win, are a game 7 away from getting to the finals, are 15-1. Are those numbers interesting enough for you, even though you and I both think the Thunder win this thing and pretty convincingly? Like, you could get the Pacers on the day where they're likely to get to the finals at 7-1. They weren't supposed to beat Cleveland. I mean, there's a couple of times here where they've upset teams. Is that interesting to you at all? I want to get into that as we continue today on Countdown 2. There is some NFL news, though, this morning that we've got to tackle. John Martin's alongside in for Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. OTAs are ongoing around the National Football League. A couple of players who haven't shown up stirring the pot, but we've got some quarterback conversation to have next on Countdown 2.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, John Martin today in for Alex Gold. Welcome back. So there's a lot of NFL news this week, and this is always one of the nice kind of surprise weeks in terms of NFL transactions here, end of May and early June, because what starts to happen is teams are getting to work and they're showing up. OTAs are ongoing, and clubs are really starting to have conversations with players that have been at odds with the team from afar all offseason, right? So in the case of a player that's holding out, it's now time to figure out how serious you are about this. Do you want to be here? Do you not want to be here? And occasionally you get the impactful trade that could help a team. And we got one of those in the works right now. The 49ers are finalizing a deal with the Eagles for defensive end Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff was a free agent last year and was one of the most highly regarded edges and pass rushers in the free agent class. Then he went to Philly and he completely laid an egg. I don't know what was wrong with the fit, but it was a really disappointing season. He was slated to make about $16.7 million this year, fully guaranteed money in 2025. He's restructuring his contract to join San Francisco. But he's going to reunite with their D coordinator, Robert Saleh, who he had a career year with the Jets when Saleh was the head coach there. He played with him for 3 seasons. Huff, best NFL season, 2023 going into free agency, 10 sacks, 68 pressures, had 312 pass rush snaps, a 21.8% pressure rate, which was the best in the NFL as he hit free agency, according to Next Gen Stats. And then you look at what happened last year for him, and there were weeks where you'd go, is Bryce Huff healthy? Is he active? Is he on the team? He had 2.5 sacks in 12 games. So the Eagles moving on. He goes to San Francisco. John, I really, really like this move for the Niners to reunite him with a guy that he trusts, that got a lot out of him. Saleh, the D coordinator again now in San Fran, and try to get him back to where he was.
Yeah, Bryce is a University of Memphis product. I covered him here in Memphis, so very familiar. I did not see him as this kind of guy. I'll say that. I never thought I was watching a $16 million a year player, but that's the crazy thing about football, man. These guys can go to an NFL team and get the right coaching, and they can be studs. And I think that's kind of what was missing with him last year. And he's going, and what he's going back to now with, like you mentioned, Saleh. I mean, sometimes, it's a bad marriage, right? Sometimes it's a bad fit. And I don't know exactly why. It doesn't make sense to me that he wouldn't have caught on and been the same player with Philly, given how dominant their defense was. But I fully would expect him to be, a major impact player now that he's back in San. I mean, that's just one of the little moves, and I guess it's not really little for San Francisco. It's a pretty big move, but that's just one of those moves that where everybody's talking about LA and that, San Francisco had to pay Brock Purdy and they're about to fall off with CMC. Like, this feels like one of those moves that can keep them at the top of the mantle, for another season or two.
Yeah, I want to get into the odds for San Francisco in the West and Philly in the East, and maybe the NFC odds here in a moment as well. But before we even do that, just looking at Bryce Huff's kind of career arc here, I mean, it goes without saying, early in his career, to your point, the expectation was not that he was going to be the type of player he flashed as in 2023. I mean, frankly, that's the outlier. Yep. 2 sacks, 3 sacks, 2.5 sacks in 4 of his 5 seasons in the league. His first 3 years with the Jets, albeit as a part-timer, he didn't really impact many games. And then he had a 10-sack season with 21 quarterback hits. Well, if you look at it, that season is basically the combination of his 4 other seasons added up in terms of sacks and quarterback hits. So it could end up being that he hit the jackpot and the lottery at the right time by having one big career year and a contract year, got paid, and maybe he never finds that again. But the Eagles aren't suckers. They don't get got very often. I loudly was advocating for Washington, who needed edge help, to sign him. I guess in hindsight, I was wrong, and it's good that they didn't. But I'm not going to give up on Huff just yet. He's only 27. The underlying metrics on him, including pass rush win rate, pressures, some of those things that aren't just sacks, are pretty good. So I like this fit for him in San Francisco. I'm also curious, though. Like the Eagles, they're not stacked anymore with pass rush help. They've got Nolan
Right.
Smith, who you got to keep healthy. They've got Jalen Hunt, who had some big moments in the postseason. Azeez Ojulari comes over from the Giants, who's going to help them rush the quarterback. Josh Uche comes over from the Chiefs. They've kind of reworked things. But I don't know, man. For them to move on from Huff this quickly, I'm a little surprised because I don't think they're stacked anymore with pressure coming off the edge.
Well, they're definitely not. But I guess their perspective on it would be, we don't need to have that much pressure off the edge because we have all of it coming down the middle with Jalen Carter. I think that's how they think, right? Like now there's the Kansas City problem, and then there's the in division problem, right? Which I think is something that they have to start thinking about as well with Jaden Daniels. You will need edge help with Jaden Daniels in that division because, is it possible he takes a sophomore step back? I mean, we did see that with CJ Stroud. Sure, it's possible. I don't think so. I don't think he will. They've gotten him more help, obviously, this year. So I think that, he's going to continue to be a problem. So I don't know. It feels like they believe that, they're built to play Mahomes and beat Mahomes. But, to get there, you got to go through, your division as well. So we'll see if that confidence is going to be rewarded. But it feels like that's kind of where they're coming from on it.
Eagles right now minus 150 to win the NFC East. The Commanders that you just mentioned, led by Jaden Daniels, the only team really in the mix with them atop the division last season, plus 225. Cowboys, you could get at 6-1. Giants going to be pulling up the rear at 28-1. The question for them is, how long do they roll with their veteran quarterbacks before they go to Jackson Dart under center? I think Philly is the cream of the crop in the East still. Washington last year had a lot of things go well, and as impressive as Daniels was, and he was unbelievable, historical even, as a rookie quarterback. I want to see it again, not just from him, but with that team. They signed a lot of guys last year to a one-year deal. They had a lot of really good fits. They had a really uniquely awesome locker room. Dan Quinn referred to as their brotherhood. It's hard to recapture that. And they went back to the well this offseason, led by their general manager, Adam Peters, where, again, it's a lot of veterans. It's a lot of one-year deals. There are plenty of guys that have to prove it, have to show it. So when you add hungry players, sometimes their wants and your wants align. Deebo Samuel is trying to find one more contract, as an example. Laramie Tunsil comes over. He's going to be looking for a payday after this year as a premium left tackle, if he can prove that he's still one of the best in the league. And so that's what they did last year, and it worked. A lot of guys like Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu, come over, and maybe there isn't a huge market for Zach Ertz, and then he proves one more time, I still got it. So they're trying to go back to that well. I just think it's a slippery slope. It's hard when you deal with age because a lot of those guys are injury prone too and have had injuries in the past. And for the most part last year, they stayed healthy. But the Eagles, the reason they're the favorites and should be the favorites is that offense. I mean, they're still absolutely loaded. Jalen Hurts coming off of a dynamic Super Bowl performance. You've got the receiving core that's one of the envies of the sport, and Brown and Smith. And while they didn't do a whole lot there, I think Jahan Dotson in his second year maybe helps a little more than he did this year. Still got arguably the best line in the league with Mailata, Dickerson, Juergens, Steen, and Lane Johnson. And then the tight end position with Dallas Goedert anchoring the group. And then you brought in two tight ends in free agency. That's where they're going to put their hay in the barn, I think. Philly, to me, is still the best team in the East. I wouldn't bet on them based on the odds being where they are today because I don't know that there's any value in it at minus 150. But I do have some questions about that defense, and I do think the gap has closed a little bit on paper, from where Washington was last year. My question is just, are the Commanders going to be able to repeat that? Like if the Commanders had their season last season this year, I think they overtake the Eagles. I just think they step down while Philly steps down, and maybe because of that, the Eagles still hold on.
Yeah, and I think when you look at their schedule as well, like they have a lot of games in there that it's obviously it's very possible they win them, but I mean they play the Chiefs in Kansas City, they play the Lions this year, they're at Minnesota, they got Denver, they got the Rams. Like these are all games that are going to be very coin flippy, right? That's just the reality of it, and it's possible that they come up. No, this is the Eagles
Well,
in
so
terms
so
of
they
the
have similar schedules, yeah. So being in the
right,
same division, but
right,
do you realize? So the Commanders, obviously, because they didn't win the division, have a couple of the easier games in the divisions where you don't play the same opponent. But do you know that,
yeah,
that right now, this moment when the schedule came out, and I don't think anything's changed, the Commanders are favored to win 12 games on their 2025 schedule, with an over under that's like at 9.5. I mean,
right.
that doesn't math, right? That's kind of interesting.
No, I think like New England, it's the same. It's the same way for them. I think
Exactly.
they're favored in like 14 of their. But it's like I guess the idea is that by the time we get to game week for a lot of these, that will change. But no, it's always weird to hear that because it's like they're not gonna win like New England's not winning 14 games. That's outrageous. Like they have no way they're not gonna win. They're maybe 9. I don't know. And the NFL is an efficient market, so the idea that we're at 14 to 17 is kind of nuts. But yeah, it doesn't math. So I just assume that those will change by the time we get to game week.
Well, let's get to the Niners then, the other side of this trade, because I find their entire offseason fascinating. They all have remained the favorites in the NFC West for pretty much the duration of this offseason. And that's despite making a lot of moves where you'd say it's them admitting the window's closed. And then they re-upped with Purdy, and you go, well, maybe they were just reshuffling the deck chairs. But they're plus 160 to win the West over the Rams at plus 185. The Rams at that 185 total right now, that's my play in that division. You got the Cardinals 4.5 to 1, the Seahawks at 5 to 1. But if you look at the 49ers, after a Bryce Huff trade, and it won't be official until next week, but he would come in, they would add him. They just drafted 2 new defensive linemen in Michael Williams and Alfred Collins in the first and second round. So they're completely reworking the D-line around Nick Bosa. In the linebacking core, it's the same group led by Fred Warner. They did draft a third-round linebacker that's going to help in Nick Martin. Secondary, they made one addition with Trey Brown coming over from Seattle in free agency. But otherwise, it's the same cast of characters for the most part. And they signed 5 free agents that are going to be, or traded either way. But they brought in 5 veterans that are going to be depth guys. These are players like Bryce Huff, I would add to that equation. Chaz Surratt from the Jets, Luke Gifford from the Titans, Richie Grant from the Falcons. So they've tried to add some depth defensively, but I think they've lost some star power. My question is, we just saw Brock Purdy take a step back last year when he didn't have the same firepower around him, when Deebo Samuel is banged up and not quite the same, when Christian McCaffrey was hurt and you're handing it off to Isaac Guerendo, right, or Jordan James. Now they've got Jordan James, but the other guys that were in that backfield.
Yep.
What does that look like when McCaffrey's not there? If Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall aren't quite at the level they need them to be as a tandem without Deebo. Maybe Jawan Jennings is still the third down war daddy. Trent Williams is a year older. Like, they've put all the eggs in the Brock Purdy can elevate guys basket. How sure are we about that?
Well, and now, by the way, you're asking them to elevate guys at a much higher price tag. I think that's always so important is, the context of what you ask somebody to do. It's like, all right, Brock, you're Mr. Irrelevant. You're on this basically non-existent contract. You're the starting quarterback. Like, we have the best deal in the NFL right now with you. And so you kind of like accept those shortcomings, which I think there were plenty of last year. All right, well, now he's making over, $250 million. He's taking up a lot more space on the salary cap. And so now it's like, all right, this isn't just fun and games anymore with a rookie contract. This is like, you have to be the guy that we, need in terms of like you said, elevating the personnel, because it's not great. I do love Ayuk. I think he's a number one, but like, what do I have past that? I have McCaffrey coming off an injury, getting up there. I've got Pearsall, who's like getting shot in the offseason. I've got Kittle, who's, got one, maybe 2 good years left. I'm skeptical of that piece of it. There's no question, because it felt like in the times that the 49ers needed Brock to be that guy last year, he did not meet the mark whatsoever.
So I love Ricky Pearsall's game. I loved him at Florida. I think the fit with Kyle Shanahan's perfect. Frankly, there's never going to be a receiver I don't like with Kyle Shanahan. He thinks like a receiver. He played receiver at Texas. Nobody's better at getting receivers open, in my opinion, scheming it up than Kyle. So I think Pearsall will be fine. And the trio of Ayuk, Pearsall, and Juwan is going to be plenty fine. I think Jennings will that's good enough. My question is the running game, right? And can you keep McCaffrey on the field? Also, remember, Ayuk only played 7 games last year. We can finish up our thoughts on the 49ers in just a few. Also, a occurrence last night in Major League Baseball that had never happened before. It's Countdown 2.
back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, John Martin with you. We're talking about the pending trade in the NFL reported yesterday, multiple outlets. Looks like Bryce Huff's on the move from the Philadelphia Eagles to the San Francisco 49ers, diving into the Niners having the best odds right now. Most likely team to win the NFC West at plus 160. You can get the Rams at plus 185. Going back to Brock Purdy, you mentioned that he's about to now start really hindering the cap. That's going to take a little while. I think sometimes people sleep on this. So you get paid, you get that huge contract, and oftentimes it's backloaded. So this year, his cap number is still $9 million, which is nothing at the quarterback position. Next year, his cap number is 24.7, which is below average for a starting quarterback of any note in the NFL. It's not really until 2027 that he starts to get paid like a legitimate top half the league starter. And even then, it's $30 million cap hit, and that's 3 seasons away. And by then, there's going to be a ton of guys in the NFL with $50 and $60 million cap hits. They'll be about half that. So really, it's 2028 at $57 million, and then eventually he'll have reworked the deal probably before then. A $72.5 million cap hit in 2029, a $65 million cap hit in 2030, and then some void money tacked on thereafter. So it was a pretty well done contract, I thought, overall.
Yeah.
Like, he will not actually affect them financially in a real negative way until 2028. So they've still got some time to put some hay in the barn here. But for me, it's just about health with them every single year. Ayuk missed 10 games last year. Debo's gone, but he was always in the blue tent. Christian McCaffrey hurt more than he's healthy over the last couple of seasons, just a big part of his career. Trent Williams plays through pain. I covered him here in Washington when I was on the Daily Beat. There's never been a tougher player that I covered. He could, Wednesday and Thursday be unable to walk on the practice field, just standing there. And come Sunday, somehow he'd be out there dominating guys at left tackle. But there's just a lot of players like that on that team. And the years where they're pretty healthy, they're really good and they make runs. The years where they're not, they bottom out and they normally pick in the top half of the first round. But it is time, I think, for Purdy to really take a step, because we saw him go 31 touchdowns, 11 picks for a 12-win team, led the NFL in touchdown percentage, yards per attempts, rating, QBR, a bunch of stuff in his sophomore season as an MVP candidate, remember. 4th in the MVP vote in 23. And then last year, there's a lot of injuries, and it's time for him to step up. And he's down to 20 touchdowns. He's up to 12 picks. Yards per attempt down over a yard. And I know it gets harder when the talent around you lessens, but heavy lies the crown here. If we're talking about you as an MVP-type quarterback, you got to give me an MVP effort.
And I don't think that's coming. And look, you're not sneaking anything, past the NFL market. Obviously, like, this stuff is as efficient as it gets. But that's why I think Rams plus 185 is where I would be looking here, because – we were talking about who gave the Thunder, the best punch in these NBA playoffs. Well, the Rams were who gave the Eagles the best punch in the playoffs this year. I mean, they almost pulled it off, and they were at the 10-yard line, 15-yard line, there with a chance to walk it off. So, that defense was definitely coming with Jared Verse and some of their really good young players. Now you're adding Devontae Adams to the mix. I think Matt Stafford's still got a lot left in the tank. So, yeah, if I'm playing anything in this division, it'd be Rams plus 185 for sure, because I think their time is now.
I talked to Sean McVay not long after, a couple weeks after that game. I covered him when he was here in D.C. and have a good relationship with him. And he was still, you would have thought the game was an hour before we talked. And this was like almost a month, but a few weeks later. And, he was reliving. You've seen all the stuff where he remembers every play. But one blitz pickup that didn't happen, where a young guy on the interior misses a pass rush. If it wasn't snowing, and he was joking, he's like, I got all the answers now, huh? And he was kind of making fun of himself. But that was, people forget that absolutely, I think a neutral site game indoors or something, or, a non-snow game, because the Rams dropped a few passes uncharacteristically, if you remember. Yep. I think they do beat the Eagles. They were that good last year. And Stafford gives you that chance. He is still, I think, one of the guys when we put together all of our quarterback lists that gets undervalued a little bit. Like a healthy Matt Stafford who's dialed in it's zero dark Stafford, bro. He's going to find guys, he's going to make the throws, he's going to move the football against good defenses. I'm curious what Devontae Adams has left. That was the big move of the offseason for them was Cooper Kupp out, Devontae Adams in, Puka Nacua is going to be their number one. The other receivers, Tutu Atwell and those guys, they're just bit part players. I mean, they absolutely need Adams to have a good year. And otherwise, I think it's the Kyron Williams show. That they drafted a running back in the 4th round, and Jarquez Hunter is going to help him. But to me, the question is their O-line. And they brought in a new starting center from Chicago and Coleman Shelton. And it's Adams on offense because, defensively, they're good enough. And we saw last year, Brandon Fisk, who they drafted out of Florida State's a dude. You mentioned that they've got Jared Verse, who maybe is the best young pass rusher in the league. I like Cam Curl, who they signed as a safety last offseason, is really, really good. They're pretty loaded. But is that the team to bet on right now in the West at plus 185? I'm doing it just because I'm getting better odds, and I think it's a toss-up division. And I can count on some San Francisco injuries.
Yeah, listen, I think there have been instances of wide receiver trades or signings over the years that were, like, way more celebrated than they should have been. Like, I think about Julio Jones. Like, I remember when the Titans got Julio Jones, and that was probably, like, 2019. I don't even know exactly what it was, 2020 maybe. And I'm just like, why are you guys so excited about this? Like, there's nothing left for Julio Jones. DeAndre Hopkins, we get excited about DeAndre Hopkins, and it's like, okay, like he'll get you, he'll move the chains every now and then. Maybe he'll get in the end zone, but not really that guy anymore. I think Devontae Adams is still that guy, especially because you're asking him to, he's essentially a 1B, 1A or a 1B to Puka. He's playing with, a quarterback who is as good as a quarterback he's played with, in a long time since prime Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, I think Devontae still has plenty left in the tank. I think they know that. That's why they paid him, and I think he'll make that kind of difference. Cooper Kupp was not the same dude last year. I don't know if that's injury related. I don't know if that's just the league kind of catching up to him, himself aging. But I think Devontae Adams lifts this ceiling for this Rams team. No question about it.
All right, let's one final look here at the NFC West before I move on. Let's look at the finishing position. Do you ever dabble in this market? I've been looking at that this week a little bit because, like, the Rams, as an example, are plus 190 to finish second in the West. If you wanted them third, you could get them at plus 260. But if we're saying 49ers or Rams are the two best teams, if you feel good about that, they're both almost 2-to-1 return at second in the division. I don't know. I think there might be some creativity that you could have on that market, division by division, going through and picking your spots on finishing position. Have you ever messed with that?
I haven't. I think what would give me the heebie-jeebies on this is like the Cardinals. Like they were like playing extremely hard for Jonathan Gannon at the end of that last season. And we know that if Kyler Murray is healthy, like he can be a problem. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. there, who I expect to be better this year. I could see like a sneaky little second place finish for them with just how hard they were playing defensively for Gannon. And if you get that kind of year from Kyler, that's been on my mind about them. Like I don't want to pull the trigger on first, but I do think they're going to be vastly improved this year.
So that's interesting because Seattle's, you could say the same thing about, right? I mean, the division's pretty open in that way. They're a 10-win-ish team. That's a really good team defensively with a great defensive coach and Mike McDonald. Now, you got to believe in Sam Darnold to some extent, but you're right. I mean, Arizona last year won 8 games. Like, there aren't pushovers. And even though they only won 2 games after, November 10th, to your point, they were playing teams really, really tough. They lost a 13-9 game to the Rams in the penultimate week of the season. They went to overtime and lost in the third to last week of the season, 36-30. There were some really, they lost a 1-point game to the Vikings in Minnesota in December. Like, a lot of losses, but a lot of really well-played games down the stretch. But yeah, maybe that's why the value is so good, honestly. on
Right.
getting a team to finish second is because Seattle, Arizona, there's plenty of possible flies in the ointment. All right, let's pivot to Major League Baseball. I told you I wanted to talk ball real quick because something happened last night that had never happened before. On this show, Alex and I keep up pretty closely with. We both got a few bets on the home run market and who's ultimately going to win the home run crown in Major League Baseball. Well, Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, leading the Yankees and the Dodgers in a game last night, both homered in the first inning of that game. And it was the first time in history that the reigning MVPs in both leagues both homered in the same inning
Wow.
of a baseball game. It was a staggering, awesome kind of, if you were watching the game, like how lucky are we, moment in
Yes.
Major League Baseball. Ohtani added another home run, so he's up to 22 on the year to lead all hitters. Cal Raleigh, the catcher for the Mariners, who's probably not much of a threat over 162 to win the crown, has 21, which is second in baseball. He himself hit 2 yesterday. And then Judge hit his 19th. Kyle Schwarber is up to 19 as well. Those are the top 4 home run hitters right now in Major League Baseball. If you look at the market, John, Judge still even money at plus 100. Ohtani just a little off even money, plus 120. And then Schwarber at 3-1 is where the value is because Schwarbs has the same number as Judge, 3 back from Ohtani. But how about that? Those guys going deep
That's
in the same game. Good opportunity for us to take inventory on the home run race.
Well, I mean, what a sharp bet, right? I mean, you're out there, you're parlaying Aaron Judge and Shohei to go yard. I mean, you've never felt sharper in your entire life, and you're probably getting, 2.5 to 1 on that. I imagine it was not a great day for our friends at BetMGM because I assume there were a lot of those tickets out there. They paid them out in the first inning, man. They'll
That's
get
right.
it back though. They'll run. All those people will just run it back. So BetMGM will get it back. I have no doubt.
That's true. Yeah, you generally don't hit that bet only to then not bet it again at some point, right? But that was pretty amazing in Major League Baseball last night. It's Countdown 2. He's John. I'm Grant. Let's talk NBA Game 6 action in the East tonight with Action Network's Joe Delera. We'll do that next on Countdown 2, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown 2 is on. We are counting down to Game 6 in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana Pacers, New York Knicks tonight. This is BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Alex Gold is out. John Martin's in. I'm Grant Paulson. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We want to get you a preview of Game 6 and look ahead possibly to the finals matchups as well. So why don't we do that with Action Network's Joe Dellera, who joins us right now on Countdown 2. Joe, it's Grant and John. Thank you for the time. How are you?
Good, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing very well. We're excited for tonight. We're excited to see if the Knicks can push this series to a Game 7. So why don't we start right there? The line this evening favors the Pacers at home, laying 3.5. How do you see Game 6 playing out in Indianapolis?
I mean, it's tough. I'm a big Knicks fan, as you guys probably know. So I'm always I try to not let my bias come into it too much. But the spread has moved towards the Knicks overnight, really, since this opened. It opened at 4.5. Now we're starting to see some 3.5s in the market as there's been more money piling in on New York. But to me, a big thing is going to be whether or not Rick Carlisle can make an adjustment to help Tyrese Halliburton kind of shake loose. The Knicks started picking him up further and further up the court, and they were face guarding him with Mikal Bridges. So if you're not able to get Halliburton loose, we've seen that the Pacers offense struggles a little bit when Halliburton isn't getting into a rhythm.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this earlier. Like, Joe, the hard part about betting sides in the NBA playoffs is like you almost have to forget what you saw in a sense to do it successfully. Unless, of course, like something happened that is, signal as opposed to noise. But, I was watching that, game 5, and this is a Pacers team that had closed 2 series out previously in game 5, and they didn't even show up in this one. And it almost made me, I didn't do it, but it almost made me think really long and hard about Knicks series here. So how do you sort of work through that? Like, all right, this is just like one game where like everything went wrong for the Pacers versus this Knicks team is as resilient as they come. And if there's going to be a team that comes back from 3-1, it's going to be this one with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is when you're watching the game, it's like, okay, was it just bad, like shot variance? Was it, did somebody get hurt? Was somebody in foul trouble? Like, those are some of the things that you can say, all right, well, this doesn't seem replicable in the next game. And I think that's why I kind of brought up the point about Halliburton, because that was schematic. That was something that New York did from a game plan perspective. I'd imagine Carlisle has a little bit of a counter to that, but again, like, you are asking other players who have struggled to step up. And then you have like Aaron Nesmith, who is dealing with that ankle injury, barely played last game. So I have more questions for Indiana right now, just based on the fact that we need to see what they do to punch back. At the same time, I think that Carlisle is such a good coach that they are going to have something to counter with. So I think if you like Indiana, I think you're going to want to get them early. New York has generally not won in the first half throughout the playoffs and throughout this series. But if you want to back Indiana, I think I would back them in the first half.
Looking at some of the props in this game, give us a game script that you like here and a feel for maybe player performances. How do you normally attack these games? Are you a fan of going with, getting to point thresholds where you have certain guys at 20 plus, 30 plus? Like, how do you go about player props in the playoffs?
A lot of times I like to try to see like what happened in the game prior, like from a basketball perspective, and see if there's anything actionable based off of that. So Halliburton, for me, like, I bet Halliburton under 10.5 assists. It's a little bit juicy. I like the 10.5 because it does give you that little bit of threshold if he is milestone shooting and he wants to get to 10. But to me, with the Knicks picking him up earlier, it's harder for him to pass into somebody that's like ready to be in a scoring position. So I like the idea of going under 10.5. He only had 10 potential assists last game. He had 6 actual 10 potentials. So I think that there's still some wiggle room there. And especially if it takes him a little bit of time to either adjust or get out of, and figure out what New York was doing defensively against him. So I like the under 10.5. And honestly, the Pacers have been better when Halliburton is scoring. So I think that, if he's able to shake loose or work as a little bit of an off-ball scorer, that's going to also take away from his assists as well. So it's not that he's not a good passer. It's not that he's not an incredible floor general. But I think this defensive scheme against him is going to set him up for more hockey assists as opposed to actual assists.
Do we know, by the way, you mentioned Neesmith, and I mean, I honestly think past Halliburton, he's been the most important part of this series. For the Pacers, he's been a real bellwether for them, just with what he can do from a physicality standpoint against Brunson. I mean, you're going to give up scoring on him just because he's one of the best in the world at doing it. But it felt like Brunson had moments where he was frustrated. And like you said, he only played 16 minutes in Game 5. He wasn't making shots, and Brunson was kind of having his way with him. Do we know if it was more about that and Carlisle just looking for something else? Or do you think it's injury related? Because I think that would have, depending on the reality there, I think that would have major implications for this game and the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't have any specific intel about his ankle, but I will say that, obviously that ankle is going to be tough to play on. We saw it kind of with Michael Porter Jr. last round with the lidocaine shot that he was getting, and he couldn't get it every game. It was just something that he could only get maybe once a week or so. So it was every 3 games, every 4 games or so. And you have to wonder, I don't know if they're doing that with Neesmith in terms of his treatment, but it's something that you can't get every time. So you have to wonder if maybe he couldn't get that shot before the last game. And I don't even know if he's going to be able to have it today, if he is even getting that. But some of these treatments, they can give you maybe the first time, and that's why he probably looked okay in Game 3. But then, Game 4 is a little bit tougher. Game 5 is a little tougher. And then you don't know if he can get that again or not, even before the end of the series. So we'll have a better idea, I think, right away. Ben Shepherd was in an earlier rotation. He checked in around the 8-minute mark in the first quarter of last game. I think if we see him earlier, that's probably an indication that Neesmith might not be feeling 100%.
Yeah, well, it was 1 of 8 from the floor, 16 minutes in Game 5. John talked about the defense, right? You need him on Brunson, but I mean, he's such a big deal on offense as well, not only when he's hitting those shots, but just to help space things out a little bit, right? 50% three-point shooting in the playoffs. How much does his health affect the way you bet on Pacers, either props or as a team or going over? I mean, how significant is he offensively? I think most people are talking about him just being able to defend, but I feel like he's a game changer on the other end of the floor too.
Yeah, it's really that obviously he's a good defensive player, and then his offense is playable, right? So he's generally making a couple threes a game. The ball doesn't stick with him. The ball flows within the offense. He can put the ball down on the floor and get to the rack. I think all of that's important. I will say, last game we saw a lot more Benedict Mathurin, in part, I think, because he was the only guy that could really score the basketball against the Knicks. I wonder if maybe this is a little bit more of a good Mathurin game. He played up to, I think it was 25 minutes last game after really been in the low teens, if that, throughout the course of the series and even most of the playoffs. So I think that maybe we see a little bit more Mathurin. His points line is about 9.5. I don't mind that. Or his PR is 12.5. I think that's also a good look. But it's hard because you're guessing a lot of the times with these injury reports. And, I think as we get closer to tip-off, we'll maybe get a little bit more intel, see if guys are at shoot-around, what they're getting therapy-wise, or if they even make any comments to the press that could help us with betting this.
Joe Dellera is with us on Countdown 2, NBA writer and excellent insight. The Action Network joining us here to preview Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. It's John Martin and Grant Paulson. John in for Alex today. What about the other side of it, talking about Brunson? I saw a stat that I jotted down to ask you about. I thought it was pretty incredible. So Game 4, when Brunson was attacked and guarding ball screens, if you looked at direct shots, fouls, turnovers, Indiana scored over a point and a half per play. In Game 5, it was his best defensive performance by that same metric of the series, 0.83 points per direct pick. What was different? What adjustment did the Knicks make or did Brunson make, and is it sustainable?
I think the switch was that a lot of these pick and roll situations where he's defending either the navigator or the screener, right? It wasn't with Halliburton because they were essentially getting Halliburton out of the action, and then you're in a 4-on-4. Nembhard, as good as he is, he still, struggles a little bit, and Brunson's definitely stronger than Nembhard. So I think that he's able to fight over some of those screens with him. He's able to defend that a little bit better, and it's not Nembhard's not like the fastest dude. He's not the strongest dude. I think that was kind of helping Brunson a little bit too, because the passes and the reads weren't coming from Tyrese Halliburton. And I think that was a pretty big adjustment for him. So I don't even know if it's so much that Brunson did anything better. Maybe he had a little bit more focus, attention to the details on defense, watching a little bit more film where he was like having weak spots. But I think it had a little bit more to do with excising Halliburton from the offense, and the Knicks were doing that with a lot of ball denial.
All right. So the series may end today. It may not. Eventually it will. And we will get on to an NBA Finals. And whether it's the Knicks, whether it's the Pacers, either one of those teams is going to be an absolutely massive underdog, the biggest underdog since 2017 in the NBA Finals. I don't think there's a ton of separation in the early numbers that I've seen. Is there one of these two that you think, Joe, would be a worse matchup for OKC and ultimately give us a better series?
I mean, I think it's really tough because I almost think of the Pacers as like a slightly worse version of the Thunder in a way. They play like a really deep rotation. They have an elite ball handler in Tyrese Halliburton. They don't have the same type of scorer that the Thunder do, obviously with Shea, but I do think that they both are coached very well. And I think that would be like a little bit of an interesting matchup from like a coaching perspective. But I do think that the Knicks have different buttons to push. Like, I don't know if Oklahoma City has a great answer for like Karl Anthony Towns, for example. Maybe they do with a combination of J-Dub, Chet, and Hartenstein, but it's not necessarily anybody super specific. So I think that they each can present different problems, but at the end of the day, Oklahoma City probably they should win the championship. It's just a matter of maybe how many games it's going to go.
Give us your favorite bet for tonight, or a couple that you like.
Yeah, so I like I like Tyrese Halliburton under 10.5 assists. I like Benedict Mathurin like 12.5 PR. And I keep staring at Karl Anthony Towns and his points over. Honestly, I would really love if I could bet Karl Anthony Towns' personal fouls today. He was driving on basically every time he got the ball. And you know what that means. He's going to pick up an offensive foul or two, just besides his dumb hacking fouls. So I'd love to bet a Karl Anthony Towns personal fouls prop today if I can get it.
I realize I'm asking a Knicks fan this. And so that's actually why I'm asking this question. SGA just gets this horrible, horrible rap about being even the commentary team's calling him a foul merchant. How come Jalen Brunson doesn't get that label? He's just as bad. They basically shoot the same amount of free throws a game. Is it just because he plays in a big market, Joe? Is that what this is all about, that he gets to skate that reputation? Because I think he baits just as bad as SGA does.
I think they both are really good at getting their defenders up in the air, is what they're both good at doing. But, if you look at it from throughout the playoffs, both Brunson and SGA are top two in the playoffs in with points without free throws. So they're both getting to the rack anyway. They're both scoring effectively anyway. And they both also command massive usage rates. So they are going to generate contact. The other thing is, if we looked at even this series, the way that Indiana plays him is very, very physical. He's just going to naturally draw fouls. That's the way it is. And then even for Shea, I would say it's kind of the same way. Like they try to defend him extremely physically, and he's like a master in terms of his cadence and his pace and how he can slow down or speed up. And that's what gets people in the air, and it causes problems because then he's able to finish through contact as he's the one on balance and they're not. And him and Brunson both do the same thing. I think it's just that they have kind of mastered the way the rules are right now. And like when they adjusted the rules for Harden and for Trae Young, when he was doing the stop and go type of thing, maybe they make some adjustments there for these guys. But at the end of the day, these defenses are playing very, very physical in the playoffs. So it's just by nature of the game, you're going to pick up some extra fouls.
Outstanding with us, Joe. Thank you for the time. We appreciate the insight.
Thanks, brother.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Enjoy the game. Joe Delara, Action Network, with us on Countdown 2. Grant Paulson, John Martin in for Alex Gold. You're crazy over here telling me you think it's undeserved, it sounds like. What the knock on SGA? I mean, that
No,
is
I'm just saying,
look,
if we're gonna apply the label,
Shai
let's apply it equally. That's all I'm saying. I don't mind applying a label. Let's just apply it equally.
I think they've both been called out for this all postseason.
Okay. I just don't hear the Brunson. It's not as loud. The volume
Really?
of this team needs to turn up a little bit.
Well,
yeah.
In fairness, there's more talk about SGA too. I mean, he is the MVP of the NBA, but it's tough when the whistles enough already. I guess team he's a foul merchant, but I love the player. Countdown 2. Let's buy or sell on the NFL next.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Happy Saturday and welcome back. It's Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. We will navigate away from the Eastern Conference Finals and Game 6 tonight, NBA playoffs. Get back into the National Football League and all of the bountiful storylines from a week of OTA activity around the league. Caleb Williams was at the podium for the first time this week since a bombshell story dropped at ESPN that he wanted nothing to do with playing for the Chicago Bears, that a lot of the reports pre-draft about his family and his father trying to steer him not only away from Chicago, but maybe even completely detonate the way the NFL draft is done, according to this story, were true, that actually did happen. Caleb Williams, I thought, handled himself pretty well. Let's listen to some of what he had to say with Chicago's media at their facility this week after the story broke.
All that went down, all that was said. Yeah, I had a good visit at the other place, Minnesota, with Ken O'Connell, good staff and all of that. Obviously, he just won Coach of the Year award and things like that. So obviously, good staff and things like that. But something that keeps getting lost, something that keeps getting, I think, not being addressed the way it needs to be, is the fact that. I went on that visit first, came here, and then after I came here, I went back home, talked to my dad, and all of the things that were supposed to be these big things that everybody's been talking about recently. One never happened in the sense of they were all thoughts, they were all ideas, and I think if you're in the situation, I think if you're son or daughter, anybody is in a situation to be in that position, I think you think about all of the options and and you look at it, the history and the facts and all these different things. Those are thoughts that go throughout your head in those situations. So, all of those were thoughts. And then after I came on my visit here, it was a deliberate answer and deliberate and determined answer that I had. That I wanted to come here, and just like Ben spoke about, obviously, the past years, as everybody knows, it's a fact that quarterback play, there hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer. There's, all these different things that come up, and so, being able to have those thoughts is I think fair to be able to have good and bad thoughts. But like I said,
that was Caleb Williams meeting with the media this week, trying to take the ESPN story head on and address allegations that not only did he and his family and his team at one point not want him in Chicago and try to steer him away from the Bears, but that they even looked into kind of how you would completely blow up the draft process. What do you make of that?
Well, first off, I commend him for owning that. It would have been very easy for him to say that it was bunk or, taken out of context like we hear so often. Like, he acknowledged it, he owned it. And the second part of that is, so I think that shows a big dose of professionalism and maturity, which has been questioned about him in the past. And then the second part I would say is, like, of course he would have those thoughts. Of course he would not want to be in Chicago under Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron. They're not there anymore. They were disastrous. Why would somebody who, has that ability want to voluntarily play in that system? And yes, a franchise that has not had a 4,000-yard passer, although I don't really associate that so much with franchise as I do just hires and things like that. So, but maybe that's part of the soup as well. But I don't blame him at all. I don't blame anybody. I think, like I said, I commend him for owning it, stepping up to it, and not trying to deflect. I think that shows a lot of growth.
I do too. Yeah, I found that impressive. I'm a little conflicted, right? Because I think I could put a period at the end of the sentence by saying I think that was a mature way to handle it. And you're 100% right. Way more often than not. I mean, at every level. I'm not just talking about football. You just yell that the news lied and you move on, and that's kind of how you defend things, right? And you
That's our world, man.
right. It's kind of refreshing to just have someone actually acknowledge, yeah, that's true. What they're saying is true. So I did like that. Having said that, I don't really buy this idea of like, well, it didn't happen. It was just a thought. Well, if it was just a thought, we wouldn't really know about it. Like there was probably an attempt to make things happen. And you didn't have the power to make them happen, which is very, very different than, well, nothing happened. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like I think things all the time. Nobody knows about them. You know, I have private conversations with my wife about things all the time. Nobody knows about them. But this got out because I think there were probably attempts made to do things that didn't end up coming to fruition. So I don't know that you get to claim victory on, well, none of this happened, guys. Well, yeah, you didn't have the ability to blow up the draft. You didn't have the ability that the Bears weren't going to draft you when you tried to strong arm them into not doing so because Ryan Poles stuck to his guns, although there might be some Bears fans now after seeing how Jaden Daniels played last year that may wish they would have listened to Caleb Williams. I don't know. But I'm rooting for him. I think the situation now is obviously really good. I thought it was great last year just because of the talent around him. But the Eberflus-Waldron tandem was obviously bad. The fact that Eberflus kept his job made no sense to me. I screamed about that all last football season. Thought that was ridiculous. The Waldron hire obviously backfired in a big, big way. But how much of that was on Caleb Williams, I don't know. Like, did he decide this is not going to work between me and him? And, you know, those are questions that will get answered. But I guess it doesn't matter now. If you're a Bears fan, they're in a way better place. You saw Williams flash the physical skills that we all know are necessary to thrive in this league, that we all know he has. You've now got the whiz kid, so to speak, in Ben Johnson among offensive play callers and designers in the sport. So if this doesn't work now, it's a Caleb Williams issue. You're right. We've seen what Ben Johnson did with Jared Goff, for God's sake. So it's a good situation, man. And I would imagine he's now pretty happy. You got buddies on the team after a year. You got a ton of weaponry around you. There's not a coach in the league that quarterbacks would more like to work with who was available. You know, maybe a McVay or a Kyle Shanahan or something. But those guys weren't available. This was someone that was going to be hired. I've talked to veteran quarterbacks in the NFL who have referenced, like, if they became available, that they would have wanted to play for Ben Johnson over the last couple of years. Like, it's not just fans that mark out over this guy and the way that he does things. So let's see. I mean, now it's all behind you. As he says, basically, the past is the past and we're moving on. And now you got a golden opportunity. Let's see how he handles it. But last year was a disappointment. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And a lot of that can be blamed on things that aren't Caleb Williams. But I do think there was plenty of Caleb Williams issues in there too. Holding the football, making bad decisions, you know, those types of things. And then you look at it and the numbers actually weren't horrendous. It's 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, 6 picks. Like, that's a pretty good starting place for a guy who was in an unhealthy environment in terms of coaching staff.
Absolutely. No, I'm expecting pretty big things from him. And that is the beauty of it, is that if it doesn't take place, then there is only one place to look. But I mean, I think you pull somebody off the street and you ask them, you know, hey, what do you make of Caleb Williams? Like, and you show them what his numbers were last year, they'd be surprised by how relatively good they were. I think sort of the perception anecdotally was like he had a bad year, down year, and he certainly struggled at the beginning, but his offensive line was a mess. The staff was a mess. I think we probably overrated just how great that situation was, top to bottom. But I think now it's probably properly rated.
All right, let's go buy or sell. Speaking of Caleb Williams, I believe there is a Williams-Bears-related question here early on in our buy or sell. So let's get to that on Countdown 2. It's Grant Paulson, John Martin today, and for Alex Gold. Our producer, Amir, can lead us through these. So let's start off a little buy or sell.
To 2027. What do we think?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I'll buy that. I believe in the young man's ability. I'm proud of the growth and maturity that he's kind of showing here already in the offseason. I think he's a better leader than he probably gets credit for. So yeah, I think the natural ability is just too much to deny. I think he's got a great staff around him now. I'm gonna buy that for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely buying this. If that would be a disaster, after hiring Ben Johnson, that he would within a year or two say the 1-1 option, the Heisman Trophy winning elite athlete talent out of college, I don't want to work with him. I have a hard time believing that. I have my issues with Williams' game. As much as I like him, the sacks are just out of control, and a lot of the blame goes to the offensive line. But he holds the ball, and he's got to clean that up, and he's got to get the ball out quicker. Got sacked about 11% of the time last year. But there's way too much good here: arm strength, athleticism, play extension, accuracy on the move. I believe in Caleb Williams, and honestly, more than him, I believe in Ben Johnson. Like I like Caleb Williams. I love Ben Johnson. So I'll say he will be there and he'll be making big plays for a good offense a couple years from now.
Okay, moving on to question 2. A team we talked about making some defensive moves via trades this offseason. The 49ers will have a top 5 scoring defense in 2025. Have their defensive coordinator back. Are we buying or selling this?
I would sell that. I don't see them as a dominant defense. I don't know that they've got enough of those types of players right now, because I don't trust Nick Bosa to stay healthy, who is a defensive player of the year type. Fred Warner's had his own injury issues here. The former 3rd-round pick was become a superstar at linebacker. It's a good secondary, but it's not the same name recognition or star power that it once was. So I think they'll be good defensively. I think Saleh will help them, but I think it'll be a nice progressive step into the top half of the league again in a lot of categories, but I don't view them as a top 5 group right now.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too. You lose a couple of pretty important pieces right on that defense. Dre Greenlaw is now playing for the Denver Broncos. They lost a starting safety as well. And I just don't really think that division is conducive to a top 5 defense, right? I mean, you look around, the Rams are going to be able to score. The Cardinals are going to be able to score. I think Seattle's going to be able to score. So I just don't really think the division is going to be conducive to a top 5 finish. So I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, just to add to what you were saying too, by the way, Hufunga's with the Broncos, safety, really good player. Greenlaw with Denver as well. Charvarius Ward is with the Colts at this point. And you could go through there's more than that, but those are just some of their better defensive players over the last couple of years. Obviously, defensive end, Javon Hargrave's now with the Vikings. Malik Collins is with the Browns. Leonard Floyd's in Atlanta. They released all of those guys. So they lost a lot this offseason. It was an odd, strange rebuild for a team that's favored to win the division. But yeah, I'll sell.
Okay, now moving on to someone we didn't necessarily get to during the show so far, but who's making waves for the wrong reasons in the offseason. He's on boats with as many miles as you can think of. Stephon Diggs, new Patriot, will go over 1,000 yards in his first receiving yards in his first season with the Patriots. Buy or sell?
I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell this hype about Drake May 1, and then are we sure he's not going to get suspended for this? Like that if that substance was what everybody thinks it is, that is an illicit substance. And I do think the NFL will conduct an investigation on that. I know they declined comment today, but I do think he's going to get suspended if that is what we think it is. And pretty tough to deny, Grant, that's probably what that was given the context of the whole situation. So I am going to sell this. I think he's going to miss some games.
I don't know if he misses games or not. I know he did via injury last year as a 31-year-old. He missed 9 of them. I would have sold this anyway. I don't really view him as a guy over 1,000 yards. Stephon Diggs is a really talented player. Went to the University of Maryland in my backyard here in the DMV. But he has been a gigantic pain in the ass for a long, long time. Whether it was being at odds in Minnesota with Mike Zimmer at one point in time, then going to Buffalo, and he has issues with Josh Allen, who nobody has issues with. Then he moves on to Houston, and he's one and done there. It's the guy that's always complaining about his roommate. It's like, man, my roommate is awful. Then the next roommate, like, God, this roommate is terrible. And then the next roommate, like, oh, I just can't stand this roommate. Well, at some point, maybe it's you, bro. Like, how many bad relationships in a row do you have to have before it's you? And this is just bad judgment. This is, I don't know the details. I'm not I don't know enough about what happened, but this is silly geesery as far as I'm concerned. Not stunning, but certainly bad judgment. So I would go under 1,000. I don't know if the Patriots need him to be over 1,000. It certainly would have helped, but in his 30s at this point, I didn't necessarily think they were
Right.
getting like prime Stephon Diggs. I will take issue though with. Are you down on Drake May? I loved the way he played last year. I want to come back to that.
Yeah.
You're not buying
We'll come
Drake
back
May.
to it.
We'll circle back to that. We'll finish out our buy or sell. We also got some best bets to get you as well on Countdown 2. Final day of May. Getting ready to turn the calendar into June. Got the Stanley Cup Finals coming up. Got the NBA Finals right around the corner this week as well. What are you betting on? We will discuss that next. John, in for Alex, I'm Grant. It is Countdown 2.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown to the stretch run. Let's go final furlong here. BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson with you on this Saturday, and John Martin is in for Alex Gold. So, John, you had made a comment I wanted to circle back to before we keep the train on the tracks here. At the end of last segment, you're not buying the hype, you said, on Drake May. Did you not like what you saw last year? Do you perceive that the hype is high enough that he's just expected to play at a level you don't see him hitting this year? What did that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, all right, so we got a small sample last year. He wasn't even the starter for the. It's so easy to fall in love with these guys when your expectations are on the floor, right? Like nobody expected him to come in last year and do much of anything based on where the team was, based on who the coaching staff was, based on his personnel. And so he comes in, shows a little bit of life, shows a little bit of fight, and all of a sudden, like the Patriots are favored in 14 out of 17 games next year, So I think that's just where I'm like, I'm not saying that he can't be a good quarterback in the NFL. I'm not writing him off by any stretch of the imagination, but it's like, do y'all expect him to take off like that, from like half a season to year two? That would be sort of what I'm fading there. I mean, I think there will be an improvement. I just don't think he's going to be this transformative quarterback that's leading the Patriots to a playoff berth next year. And that's how he's priced. That's how this is priced. I mean, this entire team. They think Vrabel's coming in. He's going to come in and transform everything. And Vrabel never did that with quarterbacks. Like, did anybody watch the Titans? Like, Tannehill was terrible. Like, he managed it and handed it off to Derrick Henry. So we don't really know what he'll do with Drake May.
So a couple of things. Number one, I would push back on that a little bit. In Tennessee, Ryan Tannehill had his best year, led the league in yards per attempt, quarterback rating, and was the comeback player of the year and a Pro Bowler in a season in which he completed over 70% of his passes and was 4-1 in touchdown interception. So, I mean, he had a 33 touchdown, 7-pick year in Tennessee.
He wasn't terrible. He wasn't terrible. He got back to being that at the end. But yes, he did have a year there.
I mean, he was a caretaker, to your point, like no doubt. But that's what Ryan Tannehill should be. But there was a year and a half stretch where they were getting AFC Championship games where Tannehill was playing at a really, really high level. He got paid because of it. Wasn't turning the ball over and was making a lot of big-time throws. But having said that, I don't think that had anything to do with Vrabel. I think it was a good situation. It was a good defense, good running game, good coaching staff. And you drop most quarterbacks in the league that were drafted in the top 10 into that situation, and he was. And they're going to probably have some success. Now you enter Drake May here. I was blown away by May at times last season. Now, I happen to really, really like him coming out. He was my kind of man crush quarterback in the class at number 2, and Washington was debating between him and Daniels. I had some nerves about Daniels' size and injury history and also, durability and that he didn't, little things, took too many sacks, held onto the ball. Obviously, Washington made the right decision for them. Daniels is the real deal. But I was a big May believer anyway, so maybe some of that is me coming into it, confirming my priors. But I just really liked what I saw with so little help. I mean, he had nothing around him. And he would drag his group into the fight every single week. That is undeniably true. Yeah, I mean, he would, make plays with his feet, with his arm. He made some huge throws down the field. But I don't think them being loved this coming season the way that they are, and you're right. You look at, like, just as an example to back you up. So the Bills are minus 275 to win the East. They're going to. The Dolphins are 5.5 to 1. The Pats are 6 to 1. And then you got the Jets at 16 to 1. So basically, New England's a second-place team in people's minds all of a sudden. Like, they're expecting, 8-9 wins after they were terrible last year. Like, Vrabel's just going to wave a wand over this thing. So I get some of that, like, disdain for how quickly this is happening from you. But I don't think it's about Drake May. I think partially it is. He looked really, really good. They had the best offseason of any team in terms of adding talent, and it's not even close. Like, we're talking about Stephon Diggs and if he's going to go for 1,000 yards and what happened on that boat. But him and Mac Hollins coming at wide receiver. So everyone else has been moved down 2 spots on the depth chart at wideout. Demario Douglas, Kendrick Bourne, Kayshon Boutte, all those guys. They drafted a wide receiver in Kyle Williams in the 3rd round. So if they hit on that pick, maybe you move everybody down 3 spots by the end of the year. On the offensive line, they got 2 new starters. They brought in a big tackle in Morgan Moses and a new center in Garrett Bradbury, who was with Minnesota for years with Cousins and company up front. They drafted a new starting left tackle in Will Campbell in the first round. So they've got 60% new offensive line where they had a bad offensive line last year. And then on defense, they had an even better offseason than on offense. On defense, Milton Williams, stud D tackle from the Eagles, one of 2 new starters up front. They go get Harold Landry to rush the quarterback from Tennessee. They've got a new linebacker to scoop things up and make tackles, and Robert Spillane from the Raiders and Steelers. They go get Carlton Davis, paid him a ton of money at corner. They needed a corner 1. They've got it. Then you add in Clavon Chason and Marcus Epps and Jack Gibbons all signed. They drafted 2 other players in the 4th round at D-tackle and nickelback that'll play this year. Like, it's a completely different team, and it's a new coaching staff. And last year, their coach, in my opinion, from day one seemed like he didn't belong, like he was, swimming upstream. And now you just hired a guy that might be one of the top 10 coaches in the league. So I get the interest in New England. I'm believing in them big time.
Well, you do. You make a compelling argument there. I mean, the overhaul has been scorched earth. There's no question about it. And look, I mean, we know the Dolphins have quarterback health issues every year. Like, who is it going to be under center? We have no clue. The Jets are a disaster. So, I mean, the division is also worse. I mean, that's another part of it. Like, Aaron Rodgers is not going to be back with New York. So, again, we're not, fooling anybody with the NFL.
Bills, and then a Dolphins team that's taking on water, and a Jets team that's going to be bad, right?
They should. I mean, they should take a jump. The question is just how big the jump is. That is obviously the only question.
Absolutely fair. All right, let's pivot back to the NBA here before we give our best bets. Game 6 tonight, Knicks Pacers. We broke it down in detail to start the hour. Indiana -3.5. You can get them at -118 to cover that number. Or if you wanted to play the Knicks, look, I don't know. If I'm betting the Knicks to win, 3.5, fair number, but I would probably just take them on the money line outright at +145 and jump on that value. Maybe you buy the 3.5, a couple of points in the direction you want. But I got the Pacers tonight. I'm actually laying 3.5. I like them to win this thing. I like them to finish it. I think there's an urgency and aggressiveness, maybe a desperation for them too, because they don't want to go back to MSG for a Game 7, John. You know it and I know it.
Yep. No, there's no question about it. I think, like you mentioned, if you'd like the +3.5, I think I can probably count on 2 hands the number of games where the underdog didn't win the game outright, but covered the spread, right? Like, so if they were 4.5 or 5.5 or whatever the case may be, that they covered that, they stayed within that number, but didn't win. I'm a big believer in just like, if you like the dog, take them on the money line. Even if that bet loses, right, the spread's probably not coming home either. So you'll end up losing less just because you're not paying any juice on a plus. So in the NBA, as volatile as it is, I'd be much more comfortable playing just the Knicks +145. Or if you like the Knicks in Game 6, I assume you like them in Game 7. So I would just play them on the series plus, I think, 290 or +3. I mean, I'm sure you can shop that around and find a good number.
That's a good point. Yeah, if you got them winning tonight, you might as well bet that.
Because we talked about it in the break, just real quick. I believe it's an 80% winning percentage for the home team in Game 7s historically. I mean, that's pretty immovable math there, So I don't think you would feel bad about going back to MSG with plus, 290 on the series for the Knicks.
Are you going to play the finals in any way? It sounds like we're both in lockstep that the Thunder are going to roll. Would you bet like a sweep ticket? Would you bet a 5-game series? Yeah. How would you bet that?
I think I would probably play like a Thunder -2.5. Yeah. Like series. And that, again, it's probably, I don't know if that's going to be like -105. I'm hoping to get plus. I'd love to get plus. But I just think this group has shown, man, like they don't loiter. You know what I mean? Like only Denver could force them past 5 games. I mean, that Minnesota team was damn good. It has one of the best young players in the entire NBA on it. It's got one of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA in Jaden McDaniels. And that was just pure disposal. So it would be Thunder -2.5 on the, like, honestly, regardless of who it is. And if it's the Pacers, I might go sweep. I might bet the sweep on the Pacers just because Joe said it. They're kind of like the diet Thunder, and that's not going to really work against the actual fully unleaded version of the team. So I would probably play sweep if it's the Pacers.
Yeah, I totally get that. All right, best bet time. Let's see what we like the most this weekend. Here we go.
Let's keep it together. This is a big dirty.
Grant Paulson and Alex Gold give you today's
Never tell me the odds.
best bet on Countdown 2.
So I'm actually going to stick with the Eastern Conference Finals in tonight's Game 6 here for my play. I never, ever, ever go parlays generally in terms of player props for a best bet, but I've kind of got something that I think is pretty safe that I like. So I'm only getting minus 110 here, so this is not a plus money bet or anything like that. But I'm going to go with the horses that got him here, carrying him across the finish line. So I'm going to go with a 20-point Tyrese Halliburton performance, a 25-point Jalen Brunson performance. Those two together get you minus 110. I think it's, there's no real such thing as a safe bet, but I'm often looking at game script, and I think Halliburton's got to be big for Indiana. He knows that going in. Brunson is going to be shooting and scoring and carrying the Knicks. I'm not taking anything overly aggressive. Like, these guys are hitting their averages, and for that reason, I'm not getting great odds. But minus 110, you win enough of those bets, you're going to be doing very well over time. So that's my favorite play tonight. What do you got?
I'm going to go over at BetMGM, Tyrese Halliburton over 20.5, minus 125. Pops Halliburton is in the building. We saw how good and rejuvenated Tyrese looked, in that Game 4. So I'm expecting him, after all the talk about, how he was passive and didn't want to be there, I'm expecting a big response from Tyrese Halliburton at home. I think he's going to shoot a lot. I think a lot of those shots are going to go in. I think he gets over this number of 20.5, minus 125 over at BetMGM.
What do you got on the docket today? Your boy is going to watch his final T-ball performance of the year for my kid. We got our last T-ball.
That deserves a party for the parents. When that season is over, we just finished ours, and I felt like Jordan when he got the trophy. I was like crying with the damn thing. I'm so glad this is over.
Your tear is welling up. For John, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening to Countdown 2.
This is Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
I'm not going to lie, it's a bit of an anticlimactic opener compared to what we're used to, but it's not incorrect. And that's the important part, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in Bet for the Cycle, the four most electrifying hours of sports talk entertainment that you're going to find on a Saturday between the hours of 12 and 4, if you ask my mom. Starts right now. Welcome in, people. I am Rob Brown, and oh boy, howdy, do we have an absolute treat for you. Disappointing, because my ordinary partner in crime, cohort, comrade, and colleague, Cody Decker, is out today. But that means, America, you are in for just the sweetest of sweet treats, because joining me today, a young man who has shared the mic with myself and Deck many times. He is our number one go-to bro when we need somebody to step in and make us look like we know what we are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you all to the Persian love machine himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the icon, the titan of the industry, Jake Hassan in the building. Jake, hello. Welcome back. I have missed you tremendously, my friend. And from me to you, perhaps the only two people on the network who are currently in what we consider perhaps to be the best 3 days of sports on the calendar. Happy college baseball regionals, buddy. We made it.
Happy college baseball regionals. Happy to be here. Rob, when Double D approached me about hosting today, he said, "Hey, Rob wants you to be on. You know, you're his number one whenever Cody Decker's out." I said, "Absolutely. It's regional baseball Saturday. I will be there no matter what." So happy to be here. And I appreciate you saying that you have to introduce me to the audience, because if anybody in the audience is new here or has been in a coma the last 5 years, then yes, I am new to you and need to be introduced to you. But otherwise, I have a feeling the viewers of the BetMGM Network probably have a good idea of who I am already.
Oh, listen, they do, bud. But like, if I just work on that assumption, I don't get to say like 2 minutes of nice things about you before you bring it on. I don't get to butter you up so that you carry most of the weight of the show today, and I just get to kick back and relax a little bit. So like, of course, I'm going to take the moment to brown nose for just a second. You deserve it, pal.
Oh, well, thank you. And listen, none of this would be possible if I didn't have you on the other side, a sharp-dressed, well-mannered energy machine that I have on the other side to make me look as good as I do. So listen, it's a partnership here, Rob, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on a college baseball Saturday.
A symbiotic, parasitic relationship at its finest, people. Some may describe it as toxic, not Jake and I. It's all love, baby. And I listen, I don't care where people think we need to start, Jake Hassan. People may think we need to start with the NBA playoffs, Game 6 in the Eastern Conference Finals. And yes, we're going to get to that. People may think that they need us to start by getting into the debate I had last night on BetMGM tonight with an entire production crew about, I don't give a damn about your NFL quarterback. I want a gold medal in American flag football at the 2028 Olympics. We're going to get to that. Obviously, we got to talk some Major League Baseball. The name of the show is Bet for the Cycle, for God's sakes. We got to get to it, and we will. Jake Hassan, I sat here in this chair hosting BetMGM tonight, and when it was over, I slid to that spot on the couch with a probably irresponsibly large volume of bourbon and a small rocks glass to sip it out of, and I watched an incredible day of collegiate baseball, up to and including 4 of the 8 regional hosts taking that L in day number 1, sending them to the losers bracket to fight for their very postseason survival on day 2. So let's dive in there, my man. Tell me about your day yesterday, because I got to tell you, it kicked ass. It was awesome. I loved it.
It was great. I mean, college baseball, I feel like they hold all of their cards so close to the chest until now. Like, they have the opportunity to do this every single week of the regular season. And so I just don't know why they don't do that, Rob. And so as we have a guest here, can you not, please? Thank you.
No, he can. No. They can. They can. Your dog can absolutely share the screen if you'd like. Mine will at some point today.
I appreciate that. No, but listen, college baseball, the regionals are the best, and they break out squeeze play, they break out the quad box, and it all works wonderfully. I mean, that's Rob. I had a couple of side screens going with individual games that I had bets on, but on the main screen, I just had ESPN's Plus's squeeze play going because they do it in a red zone style where they bounce around to every game, every big moment, and it's great. It's awesome for the sport. They do it very, very well too. So I have it on the side screen right now while we're going so we could keep up with what we got. You said to me right before we got on the air, can you interest me in taking Upstate against Kentucky to upset them? And I said, you absolutely can. Let's do that. So we fired that in. Very excited to see how that goes over the course of the next 3 hours or so. But it was an awesome day. A couple of the bets went pretty well. I was on West Virginia in the early slate, so that was really nice. A couple of the later slate games didn't do awesome. I, as somebody who has some Oregon futures, I'm a little scared for today. But overall, just from a pure viewership standpoint, it was an awesome day.
And obviously we will start getting into some of the individual games that we've got to get to during the course of the show today. But that Oregon-Utah Valley, I believe 7.5-hour replay to decide if there was malicious intent on a call at the plate. I am very pro protection for players. I am very make calls that are safe for players, always have been, always will be. And by the way, we are underway in a couple of games already. Holy Cross and Nebraska top one, and Oklahoma State. The Cowboys, guns up, baby. They are getting started already as well. UC Upstate and Kentucky getting started. Wake and Miami of Ohio. Boston College, New England, Bethune-Cookman, pardon me. And we've got some good games on the docket we're going to get to, but I want to address last night. I do not know what a runner going for home is supposed to do if the catcher has the plate entirely blocked up. And to me, to make that call, to eject that player, and to take a run off the board that prevented what should have been a tied game and instead allowed the Valley to hang on to a one-run lead, completely changed the flow of the game. I am all for the protection of players, but man, if a catcher is going to block the entire plate on a questionable ball that he may or may not catch anyway, I don't know what the hell else you're supposed to do. Like, he could have Lawrence Taylor trucked old boy through the chest and popped his head off like a rock'em sock'em robot, but he at least tried to slide and get under what was not even a tag, by the way, because the ball wasn't there or in a spot to have a tag applied. There are spots that yesterday got very interesting, and that was one of them. What did you make out of that call?
I mean, I'm with you. Like, what is the runner supposed to do? And now Oregon is going to be without one of their better hitters in the lineup today. He doesn't get to play in today's game with Oregon with their backs up against the wall. Now, do I expect them to win with Grayson Grinsell on the mound? And the odds would tell you that, yes, they are expected to win. They're about minus -1 billion favorites in this game. But still, it's not a situation you want. And I thought it was, like you said, a way too long of a replay. If it takes that long, then you're splitting hairs, and we should just keep moving the game along, especially in the tournament now where you're at. It's the biggest spot of the year. You have Oregon, who's one of the top teams, and now you're making them worse in what could really be an awesome situation for them if they end up coming from the losers bracket and still winning their region. And now you're kind of hamstringing them for a seemingly non-malicious, innocuous play.
We are going to talk quite a bit more about that. We will keep an eye again on these brackets for you, as all the games that we just mentioned are all at 0-0, as they have all obviously just started. We will keep you up to date on them as they develop. We do have a lot more that we've got to get into on the radio program today. Listen, we are going to obviously spend quite a bit of time on this Game 6 in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. Do you have any early plays, early thoughts you already have locked in, Jake Hassan? And my second thought, I've said this a couple of times, that I just want your reaction to it. If the Pacers lose Game 6, the Pacers lose Game 7. If they let the Knicks get to feeling themselves with back-to-back dubs to tie the series and OBT dubs, we're headed back to MSG for Game 7. That place is going to be the most electrifying home court advantage that any NBA team will have in these playoffs, and I include OKC and how damn good their fans have been in this run-up. But the Knicks fans are bloodthirsty right now. It's got to be Pacers. And I've got a couple of props that I have linked up with a Pacers money line win. But Jay Kassan, where are you falling on this game that we're getting set for tonight?
I think I'm with you. If the Pacers can't close this out tonight, it's curtains. And honestly, I was on Pacers in Game 5. I had them on the money line. I thought they were going to do the same exact thing that they did to Cleveland. And they didn't. They kind of got worked in that game. I mean, the box score shows a double-digit win for the Knicks, but honestly, it looked like the Pacers a couple times where the Knicks were trying to give that game back to them, and the Pacers didn't have the killer instinct that we've kind of seen from them throughout these playoffs. I was a little disappointed by that performance with them, to be honest with you. So I'm with you. If the Pacers can't do it again tonight and close it out, going back to MSG for Game 7 is not a spot that you want to be in. I love Tyrese Haliburton. I love the makeup of this Pacers team. I love their depth, but you can't have this Knicks team feeling themselves, especially after you have McAfee saying, let's send these SOBs back home. I kind of think that was a mistake, Rob. I kind of think that might have been a little bit hasty. And if they lose tonight, I think that's going to be especially true. And John Mellencamp's going to maybe have to make another apology for jinxing his team.
I would like to say first and foremost, and I acknowledge that this is going to make many of you consider me toxic and many of you want to go ahead and write me off. I am a big Pat McAfee guy. And if you've listened to my broadcast for any length of time, you know it's because, number one, I'm a loud, obnoxious a-hole most of the time. I get it. And number two, because I don't think sports are supposed to be taken seriously. All right. Now, as a gambler, we take them seriously because we got money on the line, and nothing will make you take anything as serious as throwing a couple of dollar bill y'alls down and playing them. But as a fan, when I am fan engaged, I don't think sports are supposed to be taken seriously. I think they're supposed to be funny and goofy and off the beaten track. And so therefore, regardless of some of the decisions he's made that maybe I don't love, I do like McAfee, and I do want to be clear. He did not say, send these sons of bitches home, end of sentence. He said, send them home with their ears ringing. Let's turn this bleep up. I didn't have any issue with what McAfee said or did. He was taking advantage of the stereotypes about New York that all these big A-list celebrity actors flew halfway across the country to eat up courtside seats that Pacers fans could have, should have, would have had. And he said, let's show them where a real basketball team plays in a real basketball arena. I didn't care about any of that. In fact, I thought it was kind of fun. I do that exact same thing for our local low-level professional hockey club here in Greenville. Shout out to the Swamp Rabbits, what it do. I do the same thing, Hassan, but you do take the risk that when you grab a mic and you say, let's send these sons of you-know-what's-his home, and you say that we're the real squad and this, that, and the other, you take the risk of that other team can hear you too. They're in the building. They have ears, and that's a very loud arena with a very loud man yelling into a microphone. I think you kind of got the Knicks a little hyped up in that moment, and they have been vibing ever since, Jake Hassan. For a team that I took a futures out on to win the East, because I thought they were undervalued based on what the Cavaliers were. And knowing that all it was going to take was one guy to go down for Boston and they were out of it. I'm nervous. I'm sweating out now my ticket for Pacers, because if they don't get it done tonight, but I don't think they're getting it done, the Knicks are hated.
I'm with you. I think this Knicks team now, if they win tonight, it's blood in the water. And for as much credit as we've given the Pacers all postseason, and rightfully so, they've earned that credit for sure. The run that they've gone on is very, very impressive, especially if you are like most casual bettors and you're parachuting in for the playoffs and you're thinking, whoa, Indiana, where the hell did they come from? And, not everybody's watching most of these games, or at least even the second half of the regular season. So not as familiar with this team. But also, what do we know about the Knicks? What do we know about Jalen Brunson? You give them an inch and you cut yourself and there's a little bit of blood in the water, they're going to close you out. And I think tonight, if the Pacers lose, it's blood in the water, and you're going to get a Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns hero performance in Game 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have talked college baseball. We're going to talk pro baseball. We've got the NBA, but there's one more thing coming up that we have not even addressed yet. Starting next Wednesday, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals are here. Jake, I don't know if you're a hockey guy. I'm going to assume you are because you're a smart, intelligent person, and hockey kicks enormous amounts of ass all the time. But there's nothing better in the world of hockey than the Stanley Cup Finals. And coming up in the very next segment, a dear friend of mine on and off the air, a young lady who covers hockey in a way that I wish I could, the lovely Rachel Dory, the CTO of Betalytics and host of the Puck Social podcast, is going to join us here. Rachel's going to break down the Stanley Cup Finals and hand me and Jake some winners. That's next on Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
I have said on this radio show and many others many times that the absolute best postseason in all of American sports is college baseball. But if there is one sport that I would say reaches that same top tier echelon, it is without a doubt the National Hockey League's Stanley Cup playoffs. The finals upon us. We know our competitors, the Edmonton Oilers, eliminate the Dallas Stars. The Florida Panthers eliminate the Carolina Hurricanes, and they set us up for what I hope is going to be another 7-game banger. And you know, if we're going to talk hockey on this show, of course, I want my guy, Jake Hassan, in the building, but there is absolutely no one else in Canada or America that I want joining the program than the CTO of Betalytics. Our friend on and off the air, the lovely Rachel Dory, joins us here on the show. Rachel, welcome back. Glad to have you. How incredible have these playoffs been? How incredible is the finals going to be? Open-ended question. Have a ball.
Yeah, man, I'm so happy to be back. I love, you know what, when Saturday includes Bet for the Cycle, we're having fun. So I'm all over it. Honestly, this is one of the best years for the playoffs, I think, in quite a few. When you look at it, in the first round, we had Colorado Dallas, which was crazy in terms of like two of a top 5 teams in the league, but you had the Mikko Rantanen story. You also had the Battle of Florida, which was Tampa and Florida playing. And then you had the Battle of Ontario, which hasn't happened since I was literally in grade school. So when you look at all of the different things in round 1, we had fantastic hockey. And then when you look at round 2, you had Toronto and Florida, which was incredible hockey. You had Vegas and Edmonton, which was awesome hockey. You had Dallas, Winnipeg. Like, we've been really fortunate this year to have excellent hockey through kind of, I would say the only round that was kind of a dud was the conference finals. Now, I expect the Stanley Cup finals to be much different. We get a rematch of last year. I would say probably the 2 best playoff teams. Neither one of them, they both finished 3rd in their division this year. But the reality with the NHL is if you get in, you've got a chance. And if you have Connor McDavid on your team, you actually always have a chance. So I'm really looking forward to this Cup final. I think it's going to be so fun, especially with the way McDavid and Draisaitl are playing.
Rachel, before we get to the Stanley Cup finals and the rematch of Oilers and Panthers, I do want to mention the conference finals because you said they were kind of a dud. I think a lot of people were expecting a much more competitive series in both sides. And I want to actually focus on one of the teams that got ousted. I mean, what do the Dallas Stars have to do to get over the hump here? Because it's Groundhog Day again with this team getting ousted in the conference finals. Don't really put up a fight. And it just seems like they get right to the line every time and they just can't cross it. I mean, what does this team have to do? What does the offseason look for them? What can they do to get over this hump?
It's crazy because Jim Nill actually took the biggest swing in terms of acquiring Mikko Rantanen and giving up a mountain worth of assets to do so. So it's like he understands his team is having issues getting over the hump, and he made every effort and then some to try and help them. I have to believe, and I might get in trouble for saying this, I have to believe we're playing Game 6 if Peter DeBoer does not pull Jake Ottinger. I think he stops at least 1, if not 2, of the goals that went in on Casey DeSmith, just because he's calmer in the net. He is more technically sound. He understands deflections a little bit more. He reads the game probably as good as any goaltender in the league. So I think, listen, Peter DeBoer is one of the best coaches in the NHL. I think you have to sit, if you're Jim Nill and the owner, you have to sit him and Jake Ottinger down in a room, basically have them kiss and make up because you can't afford to lose Ottinger. But the reality is Dallas is the only team that, if you look at both teams that got eliminated, Dallas doesn't have that true number 1 center. Edmonton has 2 with McDavid and Draisaitl, and Florida has 1 with Sasha Barkov. Now they're a little bit thinner going down with Bennett and Luosterainen. But when you look at it, I think Dallas does need to attack and try and get some more offensive help. Defensively, Cody Cece's got to go. You can't have him playing in a shutdown role. So I could see them potentially going after a guy like Aaron Ekblad of the Panthers when the season's done. But I would say, yeah, shore up your your top 4 matchup player, and then try and get yourself like a bona fide true offensive center.
Rachel Dory, CTO of Betalytics, joining us here on Bet for the Cycle, the BetMGM network. Let's start with the 36,000-foot view of this finals. Rachel Dory, Florida, a slight favorite, the series winner at -110. Edmonton checking in at even money. I agree that the conference finals were a bit of a dud compared to the first couple of rounds, but I've also said a couple of times, I think that's because the two better teams clearly won this thing. I do agree. I think Dallas could have probably taken it another game or two. I still think Edmonton ultimately wins that series. Listen, I'm a Hurricanes guy down here in the Carolinas, but at the end of the day, with the drama between sending Marty Necas to Colorado and Rantanen deciding not to stay in Raleigh, they just kind of got screwed because they rolled the dice and they didn't come up aces the way they wanted them to. But I look and say, the two better teams found their way forward. Two relatively even match teams found their way forward. What is your 36,000-foot view of this finals?
Yeah, I think when you bring up with Carolina, they took a risk, and we want that. We want fun trades. And I think, honestly, like, Carolina came out almost ahead. Like, I think the package they got back from Dallas for Rantanen is of greater value than what they gave up to get Rantanen in the first place. So it was a net positive for them. And the fact that they made the conference final after trading one of the best players in the National Hockey League is a testament to how that team is built. But like you said, the two better teams came out ahead. Like, when you look at Florida, they're a deep team. They're not necessarily filled with superstar power like Edmonton is, but they're a deep team. And so I look at this 36,000-foot view. I think if Zach Hyman, who is the top line right winger for the Edmonton Oilers, is healthy and playing, we could be talking about a series that's -105, legitimately. But when you think about the fact that they're missing a top line forward, that's a really big problem. Edmonton's depth has shown up massively in these playoffs. And in the second round against the Leafs, the Florida Panthers' third line of Marchand, Luosterainen, and Lundell was the difference maker. They're going to have to be the difference maker here because nobody with a straight face is going to sit here and say that Florida has the star power to match up against the likes of McDavid and Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins and go down the line. The Zach Hyman blow hurts. I would take Florida at -110 to win the Stanley Cup. I still think it's a 6 or 7 game series, and I think Edmonton gives them a really difficult run for their money. The wild card here is Bobrovsky. He was not fantastic in the first couple games against Toronto, and the difference between Toronto and Edmonton is Florida can ill afford to spot Edmonton 2 games. They can't go down 2-0 because Bobrovsky doesn't play well. So I look at that and I go, if Bobrovsky's on his game, it's advantage Florida just because Zach Hyman's out and he's a difference maker. That would be like Florida losing Matthew Tkachuk. But I think when you look at it, like, kind of on the whole, if Bobrovsky isn't good, then I think it's Edmonton series.
Rachel, in that same vein, then, if you're talking to a bettor, and this is a gambling network, this is famously the BetMGM network, if somebody's on the fence saying, I don't know if I want to jump in on the Panthers or the Oilers either way right now, should they wait and see how Bob looks at first? And if he lets in an early goal or maybe just doesn't look comfortable in game one, is that an opportunity to make a live bet? Is that an angle that maybe is profitable to take there?
Yeah, I do think that is the case. Like, I would wait at -110 because if Edmonton wins the first game, I do think that you're going to get Florida at plus money. So I would certainly wait for that and kind of see what happens. But if you want to get in on a bet and you don't necessarily know which way the series is going to go, Connor McDavid to win the Conn Smythe is probably the bet. And if you really want the value bet, then you can take either Draisaitl or Bobrovsky, because the reality is it's very unlikely that a player who is on the losing team in back-to-back years would win the Conn Smythe, but Connor McDavid is kind of his own beast. Now, if Florida wins and Bobrovsky is good, I believe last time I checked, he was 25-1 to win the Conn Smythe. That number's probably come way down, but anything plus 400 or better, he's been their best player, and if you're going to give the Conn Smythe to a Panther, it kind of has to be Bobrovsky because Barkov and Reinhart and Tkachuk have all had down periods in this playoffs. Now, on the flip side of it, Connor McDavid's been hilariously good for the entirety of the playoffs, and nobody expects that to be a problem in the Stanley Cup final. But Leon Draisaitl is also right there, and the difference between Draisaitl and McDavid is Draisaitl takes on a little bit more of defensive matchups, and I could see a scenario where the voters might go, okay, the points are sexy, but Draisaitl's more valuable. And considering what his line is right now, that's kind of how I'd play there. You're getting all of them at plus money. And so I think if you're unsure about who's going to win, those are the 3 Conn Smythe bets that I would make.
McDavid is even money. Sergei Bobrovsky is 2.5 to 1. Barkov 5 to 1. Draisaitl 9 to 1. Everybody else 20 to 1 or longer for the Conn Smythe. But here's the way I'm looking at this. I'm with you. I think Florida's winning this series. I think they're the better team, A and B. We've seen just how pokey this team can be. Like, they're going to hit you aggressively. They're going to hit you off the puck. Some people would say they're going to hit you late. They're going to try to drag you out of that good mental spot. I think they were very successful doing that to the Carolina Hurricanes, and that's ultimately what did the Canes in, Rachel Dory. But I do think Florida is going to win the series because of that. I can take Florida at plus 425 to win the series 4-2, at 5 to 1 to win the series 4-3. I'm going to put a bet down on both of those outcomes and just hope that one of the two of them hits. Is that a solid way to play this, or do you think there is a better way to handle it?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know you can do a series bet on just how long the series goes. I would take a bet on Game 6 and Game 7 because then it doesn't matter who wins the cup as long as it goes long, and I don't think any of us sitting here think that that's going to be a 5-game series. But yeah, I think a correct score of Florida 4-2 and potentially 4-4-3 is probably the best value way to play it if you think Florida's going to win the Stanley Cup.
Rachel, we mentioned Conn Smythe, and you mentioned the guys at the top of the board. I want to tell me if I'm an idiot, and you can say yes because it happens a lot. I usually am, but we're a betting show. We're a betting network. We want to hunt for the value. We like the big numbers. We like the 10 to win 600 or whatever it is. I think you could see where I'm going with this. If you think, and I do think that Florida is going to win this series, but it's boring to go with somebody at the top. And I took a shot at Marchand to win the Conn Smythe about a week ago at a huge number. And you can argue he's the reason they came back and won the series in the first round. And yeah, he's on their third line, but he's been here before. He's one of those guys that has the experience here. And you talk about Florida doesn't really have any of those superstars. So maybe we should be taking some shots here at a 60 to 1, or maybe even longer if you think that there are even better numbers out there and some of the other guys. Am I an idiot for taking a shot on Marchand to win the Conn Smythe for Florida?
Not at all. I think if there's a skater that can win the Conn Smythe for Florida, it is Brad Marchand. Because you look at it, in the second round against the Leafs, Florida was down 3-1 in Game 3, down 2-0 in the series. Brad Marchand doesn't score that overtime winner. We're probably talking about the Florida Panthers being done 2 weeks ago. And so you look at Brad Marchand. He led the second series, which is the toughest series Florida's played thus far, in scoring. And so he's way up there on the Florida Panthers board. If he has impactful games and he puts up, let's call it 5 points in 6 games, but the third line is the difference maker, I could very much see a scenario where Brad Marchand wins the Conn Smythe. My God, the narrative would be hilarious. But I do think that there's an outside chance of that because there's a chance that Barkov and McDavid cancel each other out, Draisaitl and Reinhart, Bennett and Nugent-Hopkins. But realistically, there's not a lot of guys on the third line for Edmonton that are going to cancel out Brad Marchand. So I love that value a ton. And I don't know what the number is now, but I also have a Conn Smythe bet on him. And I think I got it at 64 to 1. So I'm right there with you.
60 to 1 at BetMGM right now.
Yep. Rachel Dory, CTO of Betalytics here on BetMGM and Bet for the Cycle with Rob Brown and Jake Hassan. Rachel Dory, I'm gonna open the door on the way out here because you've been kind enough to donate your time to the show many times. So instead of asking you a question to wrap up this interview with about a minute and a half left to play, I'm instead gonna say, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to say about this Cup Finals? What do you want to say about anybody in it, anybody coaching it, anybody executing it? What's your take about this Finals that you need the people of both Canada and America to know?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things. There's two big narratives right now that really bother me. The one of them is the income state tax impacting. It doesn't impact it as much as everyone wants to believe it does, but the problem is most hockey players don't finish high school and they don't understand that. So it is impactful in the sense of they see more money or less money. And I do think the NHL needs to address that because we've had 7 straight cup finals now where at least one of the teams has been from an income state, free tax state. And the second narrative that drives me absolutely bonkers is the Canada Cup thing. Oh, it's Canada's Cup or it's not because a US team has won it. I have some news for everyone. Not a single US based team wins the Stanley Cup without 50% of their roster being Canadian players. So that narrative is not only incorrect, it's stupid. And the Stanley Cup's permanent residence is, I believe, 250 Front Street West, Toronto, Canada. So
I love it. Rachel Dory,
maybe just
CTO of
leave that.
Betalytics. You are the best. Let's do it again real soon. Appreciate you. You're the best. Rachel
All right,
Dory,
let's do it.
CTO of Betalytics. Make sure you follow her on X at Rachel Dory. Back after this, Rob Brown, Jake Hassan, Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown joined today by Persian Kevin Love, Jay Kassan on the radio program, and we're glad to have all of you from noon to 4. Thanks to Rachel Dory, CTO of Betalytics, for pulling up and talking some hacky with us. We've got Scott Agnes, who is a Pacers beat reporter for Fieldhouse Files. He'll be pulling up in the next segment. We'll talk Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals with him, and then at 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we will be overloading your computer screens and radio speakers with Just Too Much Sexy, because Colby Marchio will be pulling up, and you're putting me, Colby, and Hassan all on the screen together. Ladies and gentlemen, light some candles and get your cigarettes ready, because you might need them when that's all said and done. A couple of things I'd like to knock out here before we get there, though, Jake Hassan. Number one, any gut reactions that you had from Rachel Dory in the last segment?
Yeah, I feel really good about Florida. And at minus 110, it still feels like the right side with Florida, and that they just do this again. And I know that McDavid is playing like a man possessed right now, but I don't like Rachel was saying, they just, even though Florida doesn't have the superstar like McDavid, they just don't let up. Like, it's just wave after wave of high level hockey. That's just, here's the first line, second line, third line. That's how counting works. And it's just unrelenting, though. Like, there's no break with Florida. They just keep coming at you. And so, as somebody that was going to bet the Panthers in every game anyway and pair them with stuff, whether it be college baseball or whether it be with MLB or whatever it is, I feel pretty awesome about Florida. And I feel vindicated in those opinions.
Can I get you to tail me? Because I do like Florida, but I kind of feel like even if you like Florida, which is a minus 110 bet right now, the play for me, I think, is going to be to take two separate bets, one on Florida in 6, one on Florida in 7, which checks out to plus, I think I said 425, and then 5-1. It just feels to me like I'm going to throw an equal bet. I'm going to take whatever I would put on Florida to win the series and just put it on, put an equal bet on Florida in 6 and Florida in 7, because I do think Edmonton finds a way to play. I mean, they're just too damn good to not do that. But I think the play for me is just going to take this thing to go 6 or 7 and ride with the Cats to get it done. Either one of those results hit, I'm better off than I am with a number at the minus 110 that you're getting for a straight series win. Is that, do you think that's the right way to handle that?
I do. And I think any way that you want to take shots with Florida, and granted, now we're all going to say Florida, 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 and Edmonton's just going to win in 5, and it's going to be really infuriating. Can't wait for us all to just lose together. But I think also, too, to go back to what Rachel was saying about Florida just being their depth so stacked, I mentioned Marchand for Conn Smythe. I don't think it has to be even just him. I think that Rachel's bigger point was, you could take shots in this market, especially because if it's going to go 6 or 7, like we both think, like Rachel thinks, then this opens up for any amount of guys. Because also my thought is Connor McDavid isn't going to win it on a losing team 2 years in a row. They did it last year. Okay, great. You're the best player in the sport right now. We gave you your flowers, even though you didn't get the ring. Now we can't do that 2 years in a row. And if Florida doesn't have that true superstar, might as well throw some darts. And I chose Marchand, but if you, dear listener, dear viewer, feel otherwise on somebody on that third, fourth, second line, whatever it may be, or maybe you just think it's Barkov or somebody at the top, great. But I think there is just a whole landscape of ways to bet Florida.
I do have to say, because I was not paying attention at all, and Double D is hitting me over in the chat, and it threw me off for a second because Double D in the chat is actually using the name David, and it is just completely blown my mind for a moment there. I need you to know I spent more than a second, David, staring at the computer trying to figure out who in the F David is that's infiltrated the chat. But I figured out, of course, it's our lovely executive producer, the handsome son of a gun that he is, Double D, David Dykstra, that has asked us to, Jake Hassan, build our parlay v parlay challenge, because today's game is, I am learning right now as we speak about it, apparently the Chicago Cubs taking on the Cincinnati Reds, a game that is to go first pitch. I've got it scheduled, Double D, at 2:20 p.m. So do we want to build a parlay here and then revisit that, or do we want to save that for later on in the show?
20 Eastern. So yeah, I want to do it now just because we have guests. We have lots and lots of guests coming on. So we can build it now, come back to it, give our plays later.
All right, let's do it. Jake Hassan, of course, and obviously the pressure added to you because we have a rolling punishment right now here on the show that we have not gotten to yet. The rolling
so
punishment.
You take it out of my hands. That's the only reason I come on this damn show, so that I can bring up the punishments. What are we talking about here?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For the sake of that, I accept. For the sake of that, Jake Hassan, go ahead and think of one. We're not gonna put it out there now. All right. The challenge we've been rolling is a true 9-9-9 at a baseball game. 9 dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings. But you have to do 1 dog and 1 beer in the 1 inning. No getting there and knocking back 5 in the first and relaxing. It is beer and dog every 6 outs. So we'll see if Jake Hassan brings something more maniacal to the show later on that we decide to give the impasse on. But
I'm locked and loaded.
Okay, all right. I'm here for it. Let's then hear Jake Hassan go at this. We got a few minutes to start working on our play. Cincinnati and Chicago is our game today. I will let you start anything off the rip that's jumping off the page at you.
Yeah, so for me, it's just going to be Cincinnati to win. Cincinnati on the money line. Nick Lodolo has been unbelievable on the road. He's been very, very good whenever he's away from Great American Ballpark, pitching at like a Cy Young level when he's away from Cincinnati, to be honest with you. Very familiar with this Cubs team. You're getting Cincinnati at plus money on the money line, so that's going to help our odds as far as the parlay goes. And this Cubs team, they're beatable. And with Drew Smyly on the other side, I didn't even know he was still in the league. Like, my grandpa remembers when Drew Smyly made his debut, or Drew Pomeranz, excuse me. When Drew Pomeranz made his debut in Major League Baseball, my grandpa was still playing in Major League Baseball, and he's been dead for 5 years. So God rest his soul. So I'm just saying, I'm not afraid of the Cubs with Drew Pomeranz on the mound. The way that Nick Lodolo has looked on the mound away from Great American Ballpark, I'm willing to back him. Or even if we don't want to go full 5 and mess with the bullpens, I'd willing to go first 5 on the money line if we don't want to go full game.
So looking at our numbers as it stands right now, if we decide to go with the game winner on the money line, it is plus 145. If you want to go Reds first 5, that is at plus 135. So we're getting that plus money bet. Either way, Lodolo 4-4 with a 3.39 ERA, but Jake Hassan wants to lean on his away splits in this one. Last time Lodolo went up against the Cubs, 3 earned runs, 6 hits through 5 innings. The Reds led by 5 at one point. Bullpen ended up blowing that game, giving up 7 in the last 3 innings. Last night, the Reds struggled against the Cubs out of the pen. Yes, yet again. So Jake Hassan, I am willing to discuss either a game money line or a first 5 money line. I'm a little more interested, I think, in the first 5 at plus 145 because now in the last 2 games, the Reds bullpen has blown it against the Cubs twice. But that leads me to the bet I'm looking at. How about that number sitting at 7 on the total? If you want a big plus 145 or plus 135, I don't love a minus 120 very often, but I would go a minus 120 over 7 and partner it up with I would prefer first 5, but I'll let you make that pick there. I would go with an over 7 at minus 120, which kind of leverages off the plus money bet you're taking, either first 5 or game total. Are we good with those two being a couple of numbers bets in our 3-legger?
I do like the first 5. I think that's the right way to go, especially the way that Cincinnati has used their bullpen a lot in the last couple of days. So I think first 5 is the way to go. If Lodolo is the big part of my handicap in this one, might as well just lean on him being the main crux of that. First 5 is the way to go. I will say, as far as the over, I do think it's a low number for a game with Drew Pomeranz starting, but I will say the wind is blowing in at at Wrigley today. Strong win factors. I think that's why you're seeing that number where it is. So that's the only hesitation I have with that is you got 10, 12 mile an hour winds blowing straight in from center field.
Okay. So I would need to go back because I do not have in front of me how many dongs came into play in those two games that the Reds gave up multiple runs late in the game, which is the reason I like the first five in the first place. I initially was thinking if we want to go wild, because I don't love to leave a push on the table, we could bump it from the standard 7 at -120 up to over 7.5, just that we get to 8 total, which would check in at a +110. The only other option would be to walk it back to over 6.5, but that's all the way down at -165. So we'd be hamstringing ourselves and have to take another decent size plus money bet somewhere else just to get us into the region we want to be in. So I will instead ask, is the win factor for you enough of a justification to stay away from a total bet?
I think it is, just because it's Wrigley and we know how much the wind plays in, especially like if this was somewhere else, if this was, New York, or if this was Arizona, well, they're a dome, so that doesn't really matter. But you know what I mean? Like Wrigley is known for the wind factors. And when it's so hard in, that does scare me a little bit.
So the last time that these two teams got together was was yesterday, a 6-2 game, the Overcast. The last time they got together before that was in Cincinnati, final 11-8. Game 2 of this series was the 24th, 6-4 Reds at home. And the game before that, Cubs 13, Reds 6. Jake Son, they've gone over that total in every game this year.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good trend. We may have to do the 7.5.
All right, so here's what we're looking at right now. We will finish our bet when we get to Parlay v Parlay Challenge. Coming up in the final segment of the next hour is likely. Right now on our table, we are looking at a first 5 for the Cincinnati Reds on the money line. That's at +135. And we are looking at either 7 or 7.5 runs at either -120 or +110. Jake and I are going to discuss and debate that, and we will pick a player prop as well as we move closer to that point. We're back after this talking Pacers Knicks on Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Our numero dos of Bet for the Cycle starts now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you for the 4 most electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment that happen on Saturdays, at least. I am Rob Brown. Cody Decker out today, getting a little R&R, so we go to the ace out of the pen. Somebody fire up Timmy Trumpet, bah, 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 because coming out is a 6'7" righty who brings nothing but heat all day, every day. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Hassan sitting in with me today. But we are not alone for this segment, dear friends. No, because joining us now on Bet for the Cycle, a young man who covers the Indiana Pacers. He is a beat reporter for FieldhouseFiles.com. Scott Agnes joins us to talk Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Scott, my man, welcome to the show. Let's do the broad question right out of the gate. How much pressure on the Pacers to not allow this one to go back to MSG?
Yeah, I definitely think there's more pressure on them versus it was all on the Knicks last game. But the reality is this team has also been incredibly good coming off losses. They just don't often lose back-to-back games. And then to have the cushion of being able to also then have a Game 7 if they lose this one, I think they're trying to block it out of their mind. But I think it's understandable for them to feel a little bit here and playing at home.
Scott, what is the atmosphere going to be like there? I mean, you cover this team. You're very familiar what it's usually like, but how electric is this crowd going to be in this spot with a chance to go to the finals again?
Yeah, I mean, everybody is chomping at the bit, ready to get this one going. And what has been special, I think, about this postseason and unique is I think the Pacers have done a great job of matching as best as they can the Knicks when it comes to a celebrity row, by the way, when you talk about who's in the stands. For Game 3 and Game 4, they had more than a dozen former Pacers. We haven't seen Danny Granger in like a decade. He came back for the game. There's Jermaine O'Neal and many others. So that was fantastic. And then on top of that, they've been really leaning into these gold outs of the gold T-shirts. But everybody's eager for the potential for them to now – you talk about pressure early on. Well, now there's the joy potentially of closing out a series and being able to punch your ticket to the NBA Finals on your home court, which intrigues them as well.
Jake and I have both said a couple of times, Scott, this thing goes back to New York. As much as the crowd has been fantastic in Indiana, and it has. I was all in on the McAfee WWE promo on the sideline. I'm all in on the Yes Sirs shirts. As much as I hate the nickname, I love the shirts. But we all know what MSG is going to be if it does go Game 7. So I don't want to sit here and contemplate what life is like if the Pacers do drop Game 6. But if they do drop Game 6, do you think Game 7 on the road is winnable, especially coming off of back-to-back L's?
Absolutely, because we saw it last year. You don't have to go too far back. It was in the semifinals. The Pacers went into New York. Now, again, I also recognize the teams were very different at that time, but this continuity of this roster is one of the team's greatest superpowers right now. They basically ran it back knowing let's build upon last season, and now you have a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. That helps. Mathurin, who's been a 20-point scorer the last 2 games, was unavailable last postseason. So I think if they had to go to a Game 7, this team would be just as confident as they are going into tonight.
Scott, let's spin it back to tonight and talk about tonight's game. If the Pacers are going to win this game, is it on the back of another Tyrese Halliburton monster performance? Or we know that the Pacers' strength is their depth, as opposed to New York sometimes has to rely on 1 or 2 guys, namely Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. If the Pacers are going to win tonight, who do you expect it to be on the back of?
Yeah, I think it would be the depth. You're going to talk about 3 players with 20-plus points. Tyrese needs to be a much better player, to be clear, but he does not need a 32-point game like he had a couple of games ago. That's actually generally not who he is. He's more a complete stat line where it's 22 points, 15 assists, and 6 rebounds. Something like that is what they need. I love the balance that they had in Game 4, where Siakam and Halliburton, their 2 stars, combined to shoot 50% and attempt 50% of the team's field goals. Tyrese going 2 of 7, not making a three, not looking for a shot, being more passive, getting to the paint and then passing out all the time. That's going to be the tell. If he's doing that again, it's not a good night for the Pacers. On the other hand, if they have a couple bench players in double figures, you get a better performance from Neesmith, who's dealing with an ankle and a little calf aggravation. He's got to do a little bit better. I think it'll be by committee and not one standout performance, because that's who this Pacers team is.
One of the interesting matchups in this has been, to me, Scott, the battle of the bigs. It has been Miles Turner and Cat. Like, Karl-Anthony Towns has kind of been growing into himself a little bit, I think, in this series, but that kind of puts the added emphasis on Miles Turner being able to get down there and bang around and if nothing else, disrupt Karl-Anthony Towns, because if he starts to get into that flow state, it opens up the floor for Jalen Brunson. It opens up the floor for OG Anunoby. To me, I kind of feel like, and I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but it feels like Miles Turner may be a key in this game tonight. How would you stack him up against Cat in the most high-pressure game that the Pacers have faced so far?
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. You need a lot more for Miles, and I wouldn't be surprised if on their first offensive possession they run a little pick and pop Halliburton to Turner top of the arc, because so often we've seen, and Miles is the longest tenured Pacer. He's been here 10 years. We often see when he's involved in the offense in the first couple sequences, sees shots go down, he's a better player on the other end. And it's not like he has to have a dominant performance by any means, but I think a big thing for them is going to be staying out of foul trouble, not allowing the Knicks, especially Brunson, to get to the line, but Turner in particular, because we don't know the status of Tony Bradley, who this season is a third-string center, but for this series, because of Mitchell Robinson, he's been kind of a backup big. Well, right now he's questionable, didn't play in the second half last game, so you're going to probably need minutes from Thomas Bryant, which, to your point, then makes Turner's minutes all that more important. But I think the Pacers can live with a 25-10 night from Towns. What I think they need to prevent is that 42-point outburst from Brunson. If he goes big, I think things are looking good for the Knicks in Game 6.
Scott, how does this team stay so seemingly calm, cool, and collected from game, even after a loss in the last game? You got Pascal Siakam in the post game kind of laughing and calling out reporters and not really getting flustered. And it seems like this team just doesn't lose their head. Does that start with Coach Rick Carlisle? Does that start with Tyrese Halliburton? Like, the makeup of this team, where does it come from?
Yeah, so first of all, it's a bunch of guys who were, in their mind, underappreciated, didn't get real opportunities until they came here. You just think about it. Tyrese Halliburton was an afterthought in Sacramento. Aaron Neesmith couldn't get off the bench playing behind Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, for example. Obi Toppin really didn't succeed too much and get the minutes he wanted in New York. TJ McConnell wasn't brought back by the 76ers, which turned out to be a big mistake. You can go on down the line. I think it starts, though, with that underdog mentality of this group, and then it's the leadership starting with Pascal Siakam, who from the minute he got here has outperformed off the court way better than the front office even imagined, and setting the tone. He's even through wins in last year when he was 2 months into his tenure with the Pacers was talking about, hey, that was just a big win. We got to respond next game. Or, hey, look, it's just one loss. This is a long 7-game series. I was really impressed with how he set the tone with everything there. And then that's continued on this season, Tyrese as well. This team just does not have bad follow-up losses, and for that reason, I'm expecting a great performance from this Pacers group tonight.
Scott Agnes is a Pacers beat reporter for FieldhouseFiles.com. I think one of the most interesting angles of this series that I don't think a lot of people have been getting into, Scott, is the head coaching matchup, is Tom Thibodeau and Carlisle and what they have been doing, massaging. We have seen Thibodeau change in that he's using more guys, right? This is a Knicks team that would regularly go 5 starters and then maybe 2 or 3 guys off the bench. We've been seeing them throw 6, 7, 8 reserves off the bench to give themselves a little bit more wind. What do you think the coaching matchup, what little tinkering might we see tonight that might change the flow of this game between these two head coaches?
Yeah, it's been a fun small chess match within this game. I don't think it's been significant, but you for example, we saw Hakamich Robinson for one sequence last game, for example. Then Tom Thibodeau pulled him out, made a substitution, and kind of wiped that away. And then, of course, you referenced that depth, which we just don't talk about much there with the Knicks. I wonder for the Pacers if you try to spend a little bit more time given maybe where they're at with that center position, if you try and Obi at the 4, Siakam at the 5, going a little bit smaller, opening things up and running even more than they want to. Because if the Pacers can dictate their pace, that means everything, and they got to get out and win the fast break points. It was basically a wash in Game 5, and then the Pacers were dominated in the paint as well throughout that one. So I think at this point, I don't expect any significant changes. I always expect that after Game 2 to 3 when it switches cities. Now it's just small little tinkers or observations that they make throughout that game, but it has been a small little chess match within the game. You're right.
Scott, it sounds like you think that the Pacers win this series, even if it's not tonight, then in Game 7. It sounds like you think the Pacers advance some way, somehow. Looking ahead, the Thunder already punched their ticket. If it is indeed the Pacers that ended up meeting the Thunder in the NBA Finals, how do you think this team stacks up against the Thunder? Already, the Thunder at most odds books are minus 600, minus 700. People seem to think that it's just going to be the Thunder no matter what. But do you have any pushback on that? And if so, how do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I would agree with that first thought for sure. I just feel like for the most part, in this series in particular, the Pacers have kind of overwhelmed the Knicks for the most part and dictated the way in which it's played and utilized their strengths. And so when you look ahead, if they are able to get it done, I think they'll challenge. But this Thunder team's way too good. I think they beat the Pacers by about 6 points in one game and by 20 plus in the other regular season meeting. And the stat I keep going back to, because I've never seen anything like it, is the Thunder being 29-1 against Eastern Conference teams. That is so difficult that they didn't slip up in a game in January, a couple games in February, the dog days, that the guys tune them out or looking ahead to All-Star break or anything like that. The interesting thing with this matchup is they're also similarly built in that they kind of both have a little bit of a weakness on the wing. They're guard heavy, have some centers, want to run the ball and push the pace. I just think the Thunder have a strong advantage here. I think the Pacers would get at least one, could potentially get two, but I think it'll be all Thunder in the finals if we get to that point.
Scott, one of the things that I have said about this Thunder team is over the next 5 years, this might be the worst version of the Thunder. Chet Holmgren is getting better. SGA is getting better. Like, this may be 5 years from now, the team we go, oh my goodness, the 2025 Thunder were the worst version of a dynasty. But if we're looking for a team that is built, that is young, that can stick around for a couple of years and maybe become the Pistons to their Bulls or whatever you want to call it, I would think Indiana's got to be considered in that group. What can the Pacers do, whether it's this year, whether it's in the next couple of years moving forward, to make sure that they stay towards the top of the NBA Finals as well?
I agree. I think they'll have staying power because, quite frankly, we did not expect them to reach this point this season. This season was about proving that last year was not fool's gold, that they were deserving, and they did that and overcame an awful start to the season, 10-15, when they just didn't have good health. And so the first objective this summer will have to be to re-sign Miles Turner. He's an unrestricted free agent for the first time in his career. Then probably the next big decision is, are you willing to move off a couple of your veterans or a veteran that's on a little bit of a bloated contract, like an Obi Toppin, a TJ McConnell? And maybe are you willing to include a smaller potential piece like a Jarris Walker, a Ben Mathurin? Mathurin seems like the most likely guy only because he'll be coming off his rookie extension, is due for a new contract, and it's a little bit of a mismatch within his style. So if you could go out and upgrade maybe a little bit out on the wing, or what I've been pushing for the last couple of years is one of those consolidation trades, a 3-for-1, where you get a much better talent and are able to send off several assets. But now, for the first time in a while, in probably 20 years, the Pacers absolutely will have to go into the luxury tax if they want to remain where they are.
Scott, real quick to close. We got about 30 seconds for this answer. You cover the Fever as well. Caitlin Clark's going to be out for a little while. Can the Fever hang on here, and can they keep their heads above water until she's back? How do you expect this to go over the next couple of weeks? Got about 30 seconds.
The clear answer before last night was absolutely. The trouble is they lost 2 more players, 2 injuries. There are 2 other point guards. So it's going to be tough sledding. The challenge here, though, or the good thing is, though, they have a lesser schedule. And so they can't wait to see Caitlin back in there because right now it's tough sledding.
Scott Agnes is a beat reporter covering the Pacers and the Fever for FieldhouseFiles.com. Scott, great to have you, brother. Appreciate you. Enjoy the game tonight, big dog.
All right, you too. Thank you.
You got it. You can follow him at Scott Agnes, AGNESS on X. You can follow us into the next segment of the show. It's Rob Brown. It's Jake Hassan. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Cool here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, joined today by the man, the myth, the legend, Jake Hassan. And I don't particularly care if you like it or not. Jake and I are talking college baseball on the Dadgum radio program today because regionals are underway around these great United States of America. In fact, elimination games taking place around these great United States of America as it stands right now. We're going to keep you up to date on all of those. The one that Jake and I are locked in hardest with right now is a game that I, before we came on the air, said, Jake Hassan, can I talk you into taking a team that I cover very closely, the USC Upstate Spartans, against Kentucky? And Jake said, you absolutely can. This is a bleep the bed spot for the Kentucky Wildcats. Every year, people say, look out for Big Blue, and every year they crap the bed around this time, and I did not push the button. Well, South Carolina Upstate then went down 3-0 to Kentucky, and I looked, and they were sitting at about 13-1, and I did not push the button. And just like that, SC Upstate sticks 3 on the board in the top of the fourth. We are now dialed in to a 3-3 level scoreline. Kentucky does finally record out number 3, so Upstate will leave runners on first and second base, but they do tie the ball game around the rest of the country right now. Miami of Ohio trails Wake Forest 5-4 in the bottom of the third. Binghamton, good run, good season, respect you, but they ran into a buzzsaw as Oklahoma State is crushing the baseball today. They're up on Binghamton 7-1. Nebraska trails Holy Cross 1-0. Bottom of 5. Nebraska with a heartbreaker last night and now being pushed to the brink by HC. Holy Cross is still plus 151 to win that game despite leading bottom 5. We're underway down in the Tallahassee Regional, where Northeastern has jumped out to an early 1-0 lead over Bethune-Cookman, and we are now about 40 minutes away from our next game. The Ole Miss Runnin' Rebels, one of those teams that was upset despite hosting last night. They've got the Hilltoppers of Western Kentucky at 2 o'clock. TCU, Oregon State at 3, so same with Oregon and Cal Poly. Alabama, Southern Miss, Florida, and Fairfield down in Conway. UC Irvine, Fresno, Little Rock, Rhode Island, NC State, Central Connecticut, Kansas, North Dakota State, Houston Christian, and Kansas State at 3. Wright State, East Tennessee State is the same time. And because I'm tired of saying words, I'll run you through your 6 and 7 o'clock games later on in the hour. But whether it's what we're watching right now, Wake up on Miami, but trying to give it away, SC Upstate tying it up with Kentucky, Jake Hassan, what you got your eyes on, big dog, and what are we looking forward to the rest of the day?
You did sell me on SC Upstate, and I did push the button right before the show. It was almost 2-1 on the money line for SC Upstate. I am not a Kentucky guy. I never have been. Year after year, like you mentioned, I always say they're not going to do much. Like sometimes they get to the supers and it's a nice run, but then they never are able to get over that final hump. I was against them yesterday. I bet West Virginia. That came down to the wire. I did bet West Virginia again today. I do like them as dogs against Clemson. Maybe that's me just feeling myself a little bit with West Virginia, but also Clemson. What do we know about them? Even with Aiden Knock on the mound, he's a guy that's very volatile, and as dominant as he can be, he can fall apart just as easily. I think the Mountaineers are going to be feeling themselves after yesterday's come from behind last-second win. So I like them a lot, and I do have a little bit of I have a favorites parlay going today, Rob, that I sprinkled a little bit on 4 teams. Big favorites, but I do like all these looks. Auburn, Vandy, LSU, Oregon. Comes out at almost plus 250, comes in at plus 235. Oregon with Grayson Grinsell on the mound after they lost last night. Bounce back spot for them. And then the other 3, all SEC teams, all teams that look really good. Auburn took care of business, no problem last night. Vandy was in a very dramatic spot. They come from behind. Shout out Riley Nelson. Had an absolute nuke to give them the lead last night. And then LSU, we know what they are. They're one of the top teams in the country and in this tournament. So I like them all. better than 2-1 on that parlay. But I texted you before the show, Rob. I like some of these dogs today. I like some of the big dogs. And one of the ones that I'm really regretting not putting a little bit on to win the region is East Carolina and the Pirates to win the region with Coastal. And they were about 10-1 earlier in the week. And this Eastern team, they've been here before. Like they've made runs in the tournament before, and now in a rivalry spot today against Coastal after they absolutely slam Florida, a team that everybody, including myself, was high on coming into the tournament. I think Eastern we may have overlooked, and now things could get kind of weird here, especially in a rivalry spot with Coastal Carolina. So I like Eastern today at 2-1 on the money line.
Real quick, Nolan Schubart has gone yard for Oklahoma State. That is there, and no, I'm not misreading this. 5th home run of the day for the Cowboys, who now lead Binghamton 8-1 is your scoreline in that one. Are you at all worried about, after what we saw last night, because they are obviously the number one team overall, they got themselves into a slugfight. You worried about Vanderbilt at all? I will say this. I am anti-Vanderbilt every time that they play because I swear to God, if I got to listen to the guy whistle again, I'm going to stone cold stun him to the floor. The Vandy Whistler is, and I mean this, the absolute worst thing in all of college baseball, and not even like fun heel heat way. I mean, straight up X-Pac go away heat kind of guy. I would have fist fight that guy, but they get themselves into a bit of a slugfest last night with the Wright State Raiders, a team that I learned existed last night when they took on the Vanderbilt Commodores. 4-3 was your final in this one. Thompson on the bump for Vandy. Did go a full 8 innings, which I will tell you, especially on opening day, whether you go with your Friday, Saturday, Sunday lineup, you usually do. A couple of teams will move their Saturday guy up, keep their ace in the pocket, depending on what they need him for on Saturday, or maybe in a closeout game on Sunday if they do whatever. If you can get 8 innings out of a starter, that's a good deal. The problem for me with the Doors in that spot was we racked up 4 hits against the Wright State Raiders. And shout out to the Wright State pitching crew who honestly was throwing good stuff last night. But I can't have the number one team in America show up hosting a regional, and on opening night, when that stadium's packed up in Vandy, give me 4 hits in the game and end up in a 1-run slugfest. Obviously, one game's one game, Jay Kassan, but like, you got to think the other couple of teams in that regional right now are looking at Vandy like, oh, buddy, they're gettable.
They're definitely gettable. And first things first on the Vandy Whistler. Yeah, it's awful. It's not, it makes for a terrible viewing experience, and we need it to stop. And that's all I'm going to say on that. But I think Vandy is gettable. They earned the number 1 overall seed in a year where it was very topsy-turvy, where this team's on top, then this team, then this team. Like, we went through this all season long with LSU, Texas, Georgia, Arkansas, Tennessee, A&M, Vandy. It was just the constant turnover of the number 1 overall team. So Vandy made the run at the end of the regular season. It made sense that they were number 1 overall, but they're gettable. And even in the middle of the year, you saw it where they weren't playing awesome baseball. And it kind of, for a little bit, looked like they might miss the tournament entirely. So I do think they're gettable. I'm not worried about them today against Louisville, mostly because, like you said, Rob, Thompson goes 8 innings yesterday. So that gives Vandy a ton of leeway with their bullpen today. And Louisville, even though they're a good team that spent some time inside the rankings, I think they're gettable too. But when push comes to shove, once we get deeper and once we get into the supers, then I think there's going to be some opportunities to go against the Commodores here, because once you start seeing some of these other teams that are cream of the crop, super regional teams, that's when I think it's going to start to bleed through for Vandy, and I think they're going to be vulnerable.
There's a couple other teams I wanted to get your thoughts on here, Jay Kassan. We are going to finish up building our Parlay v Parlay in the next segment. We will then be joined by Colby Marchio to open up the 2 o'clock hour. We'll play Parlay v Parlay at 2:20, and then who the hell knows what's going to happen on this show after that. Probably more college baseball if we're keeping it a buck. Where are you right now? There is a team that midway through the season, I'm interested. I don't know if they're championship material, but they're a good little team. LSU wins 7-0 over Little Rock yesterday in Baton Rouge, Red Stick, Louisiana. I watched this team come to Columbia. Got a chance to see them take on South Carolina. South Carolina took the first game. LSU smoked them in games 2 and 3. I think that first game win was a bit emotional because obviously South Carolina's new head coach is Paul Maneri, the longtime LSU coach who retired. And by retired, I mean LSU said, hey, bro, this ain't it. You got to go, but we'll let you call your shot on the way out. I think it was a very emotional Friday night game that South Carolina won. LSU just went on cruise control to take 2 and 3 to make sure they finished towards the top of the SEC, top 6 team in baseball. This might be, Jake Hassan, not just one of the most balanced teams in baseball. This team is fast as hell, man. Like base running is a track and field event if the Tigers can just get guys over on first. I think LSU's coming out of the Baton Rouge Regional, which is bad news for Clemson because if they win theirs, that's where they're going to have to go. And I'll take LSU in a super over Clemson as well. Buddy, the more I look at LSU, the more I think LSU might be a legitimate national championship team.
I do think that they're a legitimate national championship team. And honestly, if you made me pick right now, I think they would be my pick. I bet them before the year to win the College World Series at 12-1 because that number was way wrong when it opened. And I said, yep, better than 10-1 on LSU. I don't care that this tournament isn't for 4 months. I'm betting that right now because when we get there, it's going to be 4-1. And lo and behold, LSU comes into the tournament, one of, if not the favorite, depending on where you're looking. So I agree with you. And you mentioned the lineup, and you didn't even mention Bear Jones, Jared Jones, who's second team All SEC, a guy who was a Golden Spikes Award finalist and watch list coming into the year. He's going to be one of the top picks in the draft. He's unbelievable. And you also, Rob, we got to talk about their top 2 starters. One who goes today, Cade Anderson, and him paired with Anthony Ianson. That gives you a real spectacular, other way to say it, 1-2 punch. And not a lot of teams in college baseball can boast a legitimate 1-2 punch of 2 guys who can legitimately be the number ones almost anywhere else in the country. And so I really like LSU because they have 2 legitimate aces. They have a legitimate Golden Spikes caliber player in the lineup, a very balanced lineup. And also, they have experience because they just won a championship a couple of years ago and they were just here. So I like LSU a lot. I think they're going to make a run. And like you said, they're going to see probably Clemson, hopefully West Virginia as somebody that bet West Virginia to win the Clemson region. But no matter who comes out of it, whether it's Clemson, whether it's West Virginia, whether it's somebody else, I think no matter who it is, just doesn't have the same talent level to match up with LSU in a series.
I took Clemson to win the Clemson Regional last night. You saw a big chunk of the reason why, because Cam Cannarella is a dude in the postseason. Playoff Cam is a guy, a double, a dinger. Guy was just aces last night. And on top of that, it looks like Eric Bakich is going to kind of massage the pitching staff a little bit to create matchups in the regional that he likes, which some coaches do, some don't. Some like to go Friday starter on Friday, let it ride. Some guys like to move him around. They decided to go Titsworth last night. Kanak has looked dramatically better the deeper we've gotten to the season. There was a part midway through Clemson's season that I thought Kanak was going to end up moving to like a Sunday starter kind of role and kind of jump out of that ace spot, but he's gotten better. He was big in that 3-game sweep of Pittsburgh to end the season. I think Clemson wins this regional still, and it's because of the dudes that they've got that the bats have kind of started to wake up late. I think one of the reasons Kanak struggled through the regular season was, much like the Braves pitching staff, no run support kind of starts to creep into your head as a pitcher, right? Because you go from, hey, if I give up an earned run or two, like it ain't the end of the world. But if you get to the spot where your offense has you convinced you're getting 2 or 3 runs max, now you feel like you got to press to be perfect. Clemson has kind of lost that vibe a little bit. That's why I've got them winning this regional. But I do think that the matchup of the winners today in the Clemson Regional probably determines who is moving on and like we said, likely on their way to Baton Rouge in the next round. Walk me through how you were rounded at West Virginia and not Clemson to come out of that in the next 60 seconds.
It was just because I think it was a number play for me mostly. I mean, West Virginia was better than 3-1 to win the region. I thought that was a little bit disrespectful because we saw West Virginia go on a tear in the middle of the season, ran out of gas a little bit at the end, and they weren't able to close the door on winning the Big 12. But I do still think that this team has the juice. We saw it a little bit yesterday. They just have that it factor a little. What I am scared of, though, is you mentioned the Cam Canarella effect. When it hits June, and I know it's May 31st right now, but when it comes to tournament time, that guy flips the switch. And if that's what it's going to be, then I just lose. But that's fine because I think these teams should have been priced a little bit closer than they actually were. And if I lose to Clemson, the team that peaked at number 2 in the country, oh well, that's fine. But I'm going to take a shot with West Virginia.
Clemson, West Virginia, scheduled at 6 p.m. tonight on the ACC Network. We will update you on a lot more college baseball as those scores continue to develop. When we come back, Jake Hassan and I finish up our Parlay v Parlay. We got one we like, we got one we're iffy on, and we don't know what the hell else we're going to do. So we'll find that out when we come back. Then Colby Marchio at 2 o'clock. That's all on Bet for the Cycle and the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
So let's knock this thing out. We are looking at, because our producers are psychopaths, the Reds and the Cubs coming up today as our game. We have gone back and forth. There's a couple that we have discussed so far. We have looked at a Reds first 5 bet on the money line. That is plus 135. We have looked at the game money line at plus 145. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I'm feeling better about the first 5. I have looked at an over 7 in this game. Now, that is at minus 120. I would even be willing to take the 7.5, which moves it to plus 110 as the outright, partially because the Reds and the Cubs have crossed that number every game that they have played, all 5 that they have played so far, Jake Hassan. So those are the 2 that we have discussed thus far. Is there anything else in the hour or so that we've been flipping this thing around? Is there anything else that you're looking at that you like? Are there any player props that you like that maybe we end up being a little more interested in that maybe replaces either that game total or that first 5?
Yeah, there is one thing that I want to point out, and this is going to sound contradictory because I'm the one that brought up Reds first 5 money line. I like Matt Shaw over 1.5 total bases or to steal a base. One of the 2. This kid has been absolutely on fire since he got recalled from AAA about a week and a half ago or so. And yes, Rob, I am a little biased here. Thank you for asking, because I do have a 60-1 ticket on Matt Shaw to win National League Rookie of the Year from when he got called back up to the Cubs. And all he's done since he got back, though, is hit for extra bases, multiple hits. He's stealing bases left and right, which we weren't really seeing prior to that in his minor league career or the brief stint he had on the Cubs to start the year. So I want to back Matt Shaw in some way, mostly because I'm biased, but also just because he's a guy that's playing really, really well right now and is at home.
I will tell you, keeping it a buck, you're going to have to talk me into that, both that pick and also because Drake Baldwin down in the ATL is taking home the Rookie of the Year. That might be the only damn trophy the Braves accomplished this year, but I got to have something. Let me give you another one that I like, and let's see if there's one that goes either direction. Seiya Suzuki got another hit yesterday. That is 10 straight games. That is 13 of the last 14 games. He has picked up 2 bases in 6 of the previous 9. And if you take him on an over 1.5 bags play today, you're getting that number. Despite the run he's been on, you're getting him at plus 125 for over 1.5 bags. The baseline bet is 1 bag at minus 225. You bump that up to 2 bags. It takes you to around plus money. In fact, let me get that exact number from our friends at BetMGM. Over 1.5 bags is still at plus 120 for a guy who's hit that number in 6 out of his last 9 and has collected at least 1 hit in 13 out of the last 14 games. Seiya Suzuki for 1.5 bags, Hassan, at plus money. Now, I'm going to tell you, I think we should probably maybe chill out. I think we should probably look for a minus money bet because we've thrown out 4 so far, and all of them are like plus 120 or longer. Do we have a layup bet somewhere that we want to look at? Do we have a layup that we're interested in? And then we can discuss and debate which of those plus money bets we like the best.
Well, I mean, there's no such thing as a layup in betting, right? That's why they call it gambling after all. So I do think that there's somewhere we got to go with a minus money price. I like Suzuki. Over the last couple of weeks, he's hitting 370, he's slugging 700. So this seems like a good spot to go with him here, even with the wind blowing in at Wrigley. So I like adding that. And with the Reds first 5, if that's the way we go with Suzuki, that gives us a lot of runway to go with a minus money bet here to round it out.
I got an idea. What if I take that over bet I just looked at there, Jake Hassan? And what if I say I'm going to take a plus money bet we both like in Seiya, but I'm going to walk it back to a minus money bet. Seiya Suzuki to record a single at minus 110.
Ooh.
The wind's blowing in, so we're not looking for any long pops. You're going to have to kind of try to get him through the hole and maybe just tack on base runners at a time. What if we walk Suzuki from over 1.5 bags at plus 120 let's not sweat this thing. Let's walk it back to a single at minus 110, give ourselves 3 to 5 chances at, hey, buddy, just give me some contact. Maybe we're in a good spot there. We've got our minus money bet, and we haven't taken anything off the table as far as our plus monies.
I do like that. I think with the wind blowing in, especially, that kind of mitigates the factors a little bit for us there. And Suzuki does have good history against Lodolo, 5 for 13 or 5 for 11, excuse me, in his career against Lodolo. I think I do like this look here with Suzuki to get a single, get that in the first inning, and we're partially way there. Green check mark, and we move on with our lives.
Okay. Drew Pomeranz on the bump. His strikeout number is 1.5 with a plus 175 to the over. Now, my understanding is he's going to go 1 inning. The question is, can he get 2 in 1 inning? Does he actually, you know what? No, I look at it now because the under is minus 235. So there's no value there unless we think Pomeranz is getting 2 Ks, and I'm not really ready for that yet. So I think I'm in on the Seiya Suzuki, at least one single bet at minus 110. I know you don't love it. I feel pretty good about the game total of 7. Minus 120 to the over. So there are 2 minus money bets there unless we want to go, again, a different direction. Do we like the first 5? Is there anything else? Do we go with Suzuki on the bags prop and keep the over 7 in play? Jake Hassan, you are our esteemed, illustrious co-hosting guest. I have put my bets on the table. I am going to let you select the 3 that we are going to lock in on here.
Yeah, I really feel strongly about Reds' first 5. Lodolo on the road has been unbelievable. I want to lean into that for sure. I like Suzuki. I like that play. He's been a man on fire like Denzel Washington in 2001. So I want to back him as well with either the hit or the bases. I like the single. I think I like the single look. Even if it's a bloop line drive, gets knocked down, he just stops at first. As I'm thinking about this game in my head, I just see it. I can see it in my mind's eye. And you know what, Rob? I'm starting to come around on the 7. If we're getting a Cubs bullpen game, like this Cubs bullpen stinks. So how does the over not hit? Like the Reds might hit that over on their own if this is going to be the Cubs bullpen for 9 innings.
So here's the thought. And again, I agree. And again, the last 2 times out, the Reds have crushed the bullpen, and the Cubs have crushed the bullpen, and that's kind of a part of it. This is also the reason I'm shaky on the Reds as a game total winner. I feel a lot better about the first 5, right? Like, the Cubs are going to be throwing a weird pitching combination. You're throwing a starter, but he's only going 1 inning, and then you're backing away because your regular starter has stunk in the first inning but gotten better as games go. Like, it's a weird combination that I don't necessarily want to lean into. So I'm better with the first 5 than the game total. But if we go Suzuki to single at minus 110, and I will tell you, Jake Hassan, in the 4 years we've done this, the tiebreaker has come into play 1 time. We have had a tiebreaker 1 time. I don't get worried about it. I don't care if our parlay is checking in at like 4.5 to 1, 5 to 1. So I would be good with the over 7, which as of right now on BetMGM, let me get that number pulled up. That over 7 is at minus 120. So if we lock that in, that would give us a plus 135, a minus 110, and a minus 120. I don't know where that's gonna work out to be. I don't care about the parlay, the tiebreaker in parlay v parlay. I am good with Reds first 5 money line, Suzuki for 1 single, and over 7 runs at minus 120.
I think that's the look. I'm fine with that too. Tiebreaker, not scared because we just win, baby. We just win.
Now, we're going to bring this up when we get to parlay v parlay. The running tally or the running punishment on the show has been a true 999 challenge. That is 9 dogs, 9 brewskis, 9 innings, but it has to be a pure 999, as in 1 dog, 1 beer, per inning, per 6 outs, which, there's strategy in that because, baseball stadiums, they stop selling beer in the 7th. So you got to sit there and hope the 7th and 8th innings go quick so you're not chugging a lukewarm Coors Light in the bottom of the 9th. You got to make sure that you got your dogs stacked, racked, and loaded before we get to that point, because if you get to 8 and you go, they're not selling dogs and beers anymore, you have failed the 999 and you must repeat it to completion at some point. But ladies and gentlemen, Jake Hassan said the only reason he likes to do this show and play Parlay for Parlay is to bring a punishment to the table. So at 2:20, find out what devious machination of evil Jake Hassan is bringing to the table as the potential Parlay v Parlay challenge punishment. However, I got something even better than that for you, because coming up in the next segment of the show, we are going to break the internet with raw, unbridled sexual masculinity, because Colby Marchio from Betting News is going to join us. Has he maintained the incredible crumb catcher that he's been working on for a couple of years? If you stack that thing with the beautiful beards of Hassan and Rob Brown, can social media handle that level of raw sexy? Find out when we come back. I am Rob Brown. Jake is gone in for Cody Decker. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. I do not know why they pay me to do this, Colby. I don't, but they keep doing it, so I keep showing up.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Ladies and gentlemen, you ordinarily on Saturdays get 4 hours of myself and Cody Decker. That's an incalculable amount of handsome. Sometimes one of us is out, and we're joined by the Persian love machine, Jake Hassan. Like today, where Cody Decker is getting some R&R. I imagine he's about a bottle and a half of bourbon and 17 of 18 holes deep on a golf course, some right now. So we get Jake Hassan, and then some days we toss you just a pile of gold, a dragon's hoard of your welcome. And this segment is one of those times, because joining us right now on the radio program is a young man who is a betting analyst for Betting News. And when we put all three screens up on the internet, hide the women, go buy cartons of cigarettes because you may need them after the next 15 minutes of your life. Joining us now on the program, the illustrious Colby Marchio. Colby, my dude, my guy, my amigo, welcome back, buddy. I'm not going to ask you a sports question out of the gate. Instead, I'm going to ask, how the hell are you, pal?
How am I supposed to keep a straight face while you're saying all this? One, I get it's Saturday, but you don't need to lie to me. I know I come on this show to make you guys look better, and look at me now, making you guys look like a couple of Chicago 12s, maybe an Alabama 13. I'm over here looking like a Wilmington, Jake knows this joke, a Wilmington, Illinois 5, which is not great.
Jake Hassan, look at that man's mustache and tell me that we're not both just absolutely flabbergasted by the beaut.
I mean, I'm flabbergasted by Colby Marshall for a multitude of reasons every time that I talk to him. None of the least being his face, his demeanor, how he makes me feel on the inside. He's just the perfect package. Even though he did leave me and abandon me in the city and move 40 minutes away, it's okay. I'm willing to look past that.
If you need me to hop on the train, I will. Let me know where I need to go.
All right, you're going to be getting a text from me in about 15 minutes then, my friend.
I will get on the train. I swear. I got nothing else to do today. I'm pretty sure.
Because you live in the suburbs.
How dare you? I have fun going to the grocery store. God, I love to cook. I cook every meal.
I do respect anybody who says the highlight of my day is the food lion. Colby Marchio joining us here on the show. All right, my guy, we're just going to kind of kick around a whole lot of sports with Colby over the next few minutes. Let's start with the one that everybody's looking forward to tonight. Game 6, Indiana at the Crib taking on the New York Knicks. Hassan and I are like-minded in this, Colby Marchio, that if the Knicks come in and win Game 6, if the Knicks come in and win 2 in a row, if the Knicks come in and force a Game 7 back in MSG is going to be the most disturbing place in America for a Game 7. It is going to be a psych ward in there with those people, which says to me, Pacers got to close this thing out in 6, or the Pacers are getting closed out. Where are you at in Game 6 tonight? What are you playing?
As the most novice NBA fan, or as I like to joke around and say, the MNBA, people love to get triggered by that word. It's always going to be the MNBA for me, because how am I supposed to decipher if it's the W or the M? Yeah, figure that one out, smart people. Anywho, I would love for the Knicks to win this. As a Yankee fan, I have a soft spot for the Knicks, even though I enjoy the Bulls. And I know my fandom doesn't make any sense, but I love how psychotic the New York videos are after every single win. Do I care about Timothée Chalamet on the court side? No, I do not, because I'm too busy looking at all the Botox that Ben Stiller's gotten, because, Jesus, he looks fantastic. Good for him. I really hope the Knicks do come out and force a Game 7, because there's nothing more better than hearing the words Game 7, or the 2 words, excuse me. I'm not the smartest man on the planet. I hope the Knicks win. I want a Game 7. I know. I don't like the people complaining about, no one's going to watch if it's the Thunder and the Pacers in the finals. As a guy who doesn't typically enjoy the MNBA, I would adore that matchup. Sorry, the small markets don't get enough love. If you don't clearly like the game of basketball, then, or just sports in general, we love small markets. That's why the 2023 World Series was my favorite the past couple of years.
2023 World Series did, in fact, rock. I want to keep it in New York because you mentioned you are a Yankees fan. I guess not keep it in New York because we have to go to LA for this series. Real battle of mid tonight, Colby, with Will Warren and Landon Knack Get your popcorn ready for this one. Obviously, last night, Aaron Judge, stop me, you heard this before, hit another home run. Stop me if you heard this before. Shohei Ohtani also hit another home run. But how are you feeling about today's game? How are you feeling about the rest of the series with the Yankees and the Dodgers? And where are you at in your Yankees overall, my friend?
Yeah, I'm very unbiased. You know me, Jake. I'm very gray. I try to be gray. I keep my fandom out of everything. Thank you. Put that on my gravestone. I think it's going to be another over game probably. Landon Knox, terrible. I was debating on taking the Yankees team total over bases. I think it's 14.5. I didn't end up taking it. But I do think Shohei goes yard again. There's no value. So don't go looking at his bases at minus 140. You missed the value yesterday at plus 105. I don't understand why it was ever plus 105 yesterday. It doesn't make any sense. It's Shohei Ohtani, hit 2 home runs. The books don't know anything. Pardon me. I'm on a rant. I think the only value, if you like Shohei Ohtani tonight, is his home run, unless you want to take maybe his double. I would not want to pay minus 140, $1.40 for bases. That's just, it's not worth it. So I would say just take the double or the home run. I do think he does homer tonight, but I'm not paying under 2-1 on a home run for a guy that went yesterday and has had actually a really good week.
Yeah, one of the rules Deck and I have on the show is no home run props less than 3-1. I don't care if it's Aaron Judge and he's hit 40 in a row. Don't do it. That being said, a strategy did come into play for Rob Brown last night. That is, it's only happened 5 or 6 times, Colby Marchio. If the Dodgers are plus money, bet on them. I did it last night, and even if it is the Yankees, it crushed out again. I have said a couple of times, this team's only going to keep getting better as they get healthier, as they start getting guys back. Their pitching injured list is better than most teams' starting rotation right now. How are you playing Dodgers games? Are you playing Dodgers games? Are you playing Dodgers futures? Are you taking advantage of a market that's a little bit down because of the injury list, or are the numbers still not good enough to entice you to put some money on the blue every now and then?
I'm such a player prop fanatic and diehard. I just love diving into players' numbers and stats on a day-to-day basis that I tend to never look at money lines, but you made a great point. It's always worth taking the Dodgers money line if they're down ever or if they're plus money before the game starts in general, because you're getting tremendous value on a team that's never a dog. It never should be a dog, because remember, this is supposed to be the team that has the best record of all time this year, but obviously injuries come in the way. But I typically tend to forget, to be honest, to bet when the Dodgers are down live money line, because I just usually have so much other action on, or I'm just rooting for a player. But yeah, if you see value, take the value. It's not fishy. It's just incorrect.
Speaking of the players that you are on and that you like to back, I know this guy is big for you, and I know it's somebody that's in your general rotation. Pete Alonso is somebody that you're on tonight, and you like to call him Big Meat. I also heard that was your nickname in college, but we don't have to go there. Pete Alonso and the Mets, I know you've been looking at that team a lot. And the Mets, me and you have talked about the Mets quite a bit, but talk to me about Pete Alonso tonight.
Yeah, before I get there, I want to talk about the Mets team total over bases at 14.5, because the amount of notes I have on my screen, I had to pull down everything because there's just so much there. The Mets today have 5 elite rated hitters, 4 rated great on batters-box.com. The Rockies are allowing 16 bases per game. The Mets are averaging 13.5. Their last 7 games, they have a 239 batting average, 98 WRC plus. Not the sexiest team that has a lot of firepower, but look who they get to find their rhythm against. The meatball man himself, Antonio Sanzantello, who has the worst pitcher rating on the day. Poor average hitter matchup, WOBA, ISO, hard contact percentage, and K percentage, allowing 41% hard contact, 6.50 ERA, 194 WHIP. In 11 starts this season, he's allowing 8 hits per start. The Rockies don't care how long he's out there, because he's giving up a hit every 2 seconds. He serves up nothing but meatballs. He's terrible. 2.26 extra base hits per start. On the road, 5.32 ERA, 4.10 opponent batting average. 86% of his pitches are below league average. The Rockies bullpen, 4.30 ERA, 147 WHIP. I love Pete today. I was on him yesterday. His bases yesterday were plus 110. Now it's minus 125. The books woke up. They found out, this is actually a bad matchup, or great matchup for Pete Alonso today. Bad matchup for Antonio Sanzantello. 7th highest rating today on Batters-Box. Has the best numbers among those 5 elite rated hitters against his pitches. I love Big Meat today. 25 elite ratings, 80% of the time records a hit, 40% of the time 2 hits, 32% of the time records the home run, sprinkled on the home run as well. 64% of the time goes over his bases prop. How can I pass up taking and fading the meatball BP pitcher that is Antonio Senzatella? And I want to say one thing out there. If I lose these bets on the Mets today, I will be thrilled, because that means Antonio Senzatella sees another day as a Colorado Rocky. It is glorious. He hasn't had a good start since the first game of the season when he gave up 9 hits and 0 runs. Please, I don't care if you have a good day today, because those numbers say you're going to be terrible on the bump. You're throwing nothing but my grandma's meatballs all day long. I can't wait for dinner. I miss my grandma so much.
So am I just putting money on every Met to go over 1.5 hits today? Is that the play? Do I just go every Met in the lineup for a multi-hit day?
I didn't even look at what Antonio Senzatella's allowed hits is today, but if it's under 7.5, take it, because they will leave him out there as long as they possibly can. And just hope the Mets don't score runs, because if they're just getting hits, they're not going to take him out. I think he went to like the 7th a couple of weeks ago, or last couple starts, where he had like 12 hits given up but only 4 runs. They're going to keep him out there because they know they're terrible.
That number, by the way, real quick, Jake-san, is over 5.5 at -150. Do I walk that up to like 7.5, get it to even money, and just throw Colby Marchio's entire multi-million-dollar fortune at it?
Yeah, I agree. I was actually right behind you, Rob. I was looking that up as well. Antonio Senzatella earned runs allowed. Over 3.5 is plus money. Over 4.5 is almost 3-1. There's a lot of different ways that we can do this. And also, it's just the juxtaposition of the ride that Colby Marchio took us on, and that last answer was truly something that I think should be studied in radio broadcasts. Probably forever going forward.
I went to school during COVID. I didn't get much lessons, so sorry. Couldn't say I missed my great grandma because she made the best meatballs of all time. Actually, I will suggest, do not ever take the earned runs. I'm very anti-earned runs. You always go with the team total in case there's an error.
That's fair. I think that's also a really good look and really good advice. I know you have a bunch of home run stuff. Anybody who follows you at CM Bets, by the way, got to plug the Twitter, because the videos are electric. You're electric. I know you have a bunch of home run plays today. So, I mean, just lay them out. I know you got at least, I mean, you gave us one with Alonso. Where else are we going for long balls today?
You want another rant, don't you? You want another rant? Fine. I'll give you another
I want
rant.
another video like last night.
Literally all we want for the rest of this segment, Colby.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Colby, we're on the air for 2 more hours.
Butt.
Like
that in my rear end when Cal Raleigh homers. Thank God my parents didn't see that one. They would not have been thrilled about that. They're like, what is this? So it's Rafael Devers Day, and I hate that. I hate Rafael Devers Day. You know, you're like, why do you hate that, Colby? Is the matchup bad? No, the matchup is so fantastic. Every time I bet him, it's a fantastic matchup that he never comes through for me. Never. He matches up extremely well against swollen box pitches. His trends are fantastic. I just can't seem to find the right side of betting on Devers when he's batting .370 this month with an 1114 OPS and 135 elite ratings on Batters-Box. 68% of the time he records a hit, 35% of the time 2 hits, 48% of the time goes over his bases. Not the greatest number, but we're getting plus 115 on the bases. I think we're getting super significant value in a guy who's been seeing the ball very well in the month of May.
Give me a little bit more on that Red Sox-Braves game. Primarily, Colby, because as a Braves fan, I'm coming closer and closer to just never watching baseball again, and everything hurts, and I'm dying.
It's May, Rob.
Give me a couple
today,
more winners. No, it's not fun, and I appreciate everything you're doing to try to make me feel like I hate myself less. It's not going to work. So at least give me a couple more winners out of that game so I can make money off of my misery. Money can't buy happiness, but at least like I can buy like a beer while I watch this game or something.
Yeah. I don't think the Braves have a bad day today. I just am staying far and away from them because I never get their props right. I never get anything right. They have a great matchup today, but I don't want to be part of it. So this isn't really helping you, is it? So,
no,
I mean, you could
take,
Thank you. You could take, I don't know, their first 5 money line or something. I think they have a good game. They're not consistent enough. They're going to be better. Don't worry. I'm patting your back right now. They're going to be better. I promise. They'll turn it around. Everyone's getting healthy. The bats are flowing. The arms aren't. I'm sorry. I looked at the stats. The arms aren't great. You're like 27th in pitching the last couple of weeks, but the hitting's fifth.
Buddy, we're scoring a run a game. Stop. I'm so tired. Ronnie's back. Okay, and what have we done? My man's out here swatting 500-yard home runs, and we're losing to the Padres 4-1 in our own crib. No, we're not getting better. We're not turning it around. The team stinks. Our manager might as well be asleep in the dugout half the time. Stop it. Everybody's trying to make me feel better. Allow me to just hate myself and everyone around me for a few more months.
God, you're handsome.
It's a good thing because the personality's not doing for me. Colby Marchio is a betting analyst for Betting News. Kind enough to join us here on the show. My man, you are the GOAT. Thanks for pulling up, big dog. Nux. Colby Marchio, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Kassan and I are back for Parlay Be Parlay next.
Hey, Rob, I'm just going to say this. This becomes a daily thing. He's a weekly guest. Weekly. Parlay v parlay here.
Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Brown, Jake Hassan, Double D, Grant, Kenny, a cast and crew of all-stars in the background, making us look and sound as good as we do every Saturday from noon to 4. Now, ordinarily, I think this is the most cohesive unit in all of the BetMGM network. I think this is the best team in all of the BetMGM network. I would put us against anybody on the network when it comes to working as one solid unit, except for 15 minutes every show. Because for 15 minutes every show, team talent. Today, that's Rob Brown and Jake Hassan, with Cody Decker accepting the punishment if we lose. That's the rules. With team production over on the other side, going head-to-head in a weekly bloodbath that we like to call Parlay v Parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Hold one.
Parlay v Parlay on deck. The game is simple. The talent of the show will put together a 3-leg parlay. The production of the show will put together a 3-leg parlay. If one parlay hits and the other misses, then the losing team accepts some sort of punishment. All that yelling and screaming and hooting and hollering you heard during a little drop there, oh, that's just from a variety of punishments we've accepted over the years, like when Rob Brown and Cody Decker had to get various body parts whacked live on the air, or when we had to go through a spoonful or more of the biochemical weapon that is, what's that crap called? Vegemite. Australians, I think you're an incredible people. I can't wait to visit your lovely country. But the fact that you unleashed that onto the world, it's a war crime. We've had to eat gross things. We've had to dress up ridiculously. We've had to go out in public and in shame and embarrass ourselves. If a team loses, then they will have to do the same. If both teams hit, the team with the parlay that has the longer odds will win that week's Parlay v Parlay. Jake Hassan and I locked our parlay in earlier in the show. We are going with a Reds first 5 money line at plus 135. We are going with Seiya Suzuki to wrap up with at least one single at minus 110. And we are going with the game total over 7. That's at minus 120. Jake Hassan, take a stab. Where are our final odds going to land?
I'm going to say the odds fall at plus 417.
I will take. I'm not going to Price is Right $1 you. I'm going to give you a bit of a window to operate here, Jake Hassan, because I think the $1 Price is Right style win is kind of hot garbage. I'm going to give you a window. Double D, I'm going to say that our parlay is at exactly 5-1.
Winner and still champion, Rob Brown. I love this parlay calculator that I use. Total parlay plus 723, gentlemen.
Oh,
wow. I will say this for those of you that maybe don't know, and then we're going to turn it over to Double D to give us the production parlay. We use an off-site calculator primarily because, unfortunately, sometimes we lock in bets that BetMGM and other books will not accept as a parlay because you have bets that lean on each other. And so sometimes we just can't calculate them on the website. So in the name of fairness and the spirit of the game, Double D has an independent side that does not care about the numbers or the players or the games or whatever. You just plug in your 3 odds and it tabulates them. And we both use the same calculator. That's how we end up with the odds we are. So Plus 723 goes the three-legger of Jake Hassan and Rob Brown. Double D, you handsome son of a gun. Welcome to the show. Lay it on the line for team production.
All right. Team production is going for a bounce back from the Cubs today. We're going PCA over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs at plus 115. Cubs money line at minus 175. And Suzuki over a half RBI at plus 155. Our total parlay plus 762.
Oh, so the tiebreaker today is indeed owned by team production. Seiya Suzuki is third in the lineup. He's got Matt Shaw in the 9-hole and Happ in the 1 spot, and Kyle Tucker batting second ahead of them. I really don't hate the RBI prop except for Double D, what Jake Hassan said earlier, which is the wind is expected to not just be blowing in, but to be gusting in pretty good off the lake. So that is going to take long dongs off the market here for this game, unless Seiya just gets a hold of one, which he can. If you go RBI, you're going to need Shaw, Happ, and Tucker, I think, to be moving each other around the bases playing small ball for Seiya to come up and basically have a dude on third for the single. But that also helps us because we've got a Seiya Suzuki single as one of our legs here too.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually, we've been correlating quite a bit lately on a lot of our picks. I mean, there was one week where you guys got a hit run RBI. Was it from Cody Bellinger? And it completely screwed us from winning right off the bat because our other two legs were exactly the same.
Yeah.
So no matter what, exactly, you guys were going to win.
By the way, PCA batting 5th today. Carson Kelly, the catcher, will be in the cleanup spot. Jake Hassan, you've heard their parlay. A Pete Crow Armstrong, 1.5 hits, runs, RBI at plus 115. A Cubs money line win at minus 175. And Seiya Suzuki for an RBI. What's your gut to their three-legger?
I think they just lose. Pete Crow Armstrong has not been good in the last couple of games. I think the last 5 games, he's exactly 0 so I'm fine going against that guy. Everybody wants to say MVP. Sure. Have fun with that. I'll book you on that. So that had to be a Grant Leiter invitation there on that one. But I'm good. I think we just win. Rob.
Let's do the production. We'll do the production saying that always helps us out when it comes to Rob Brown. PCA's due.
Due.
Hey, man.
Due factor.
I love a good he's due bet. I'm all in. Now, Double D, I'm going to get you to stay on the screen with us here because we have been rolling over and over the 999 challenge, but a pure 999, a dog and a brewski every inning of a game that even includes if the home team is ahead and you only play half of the ninth. That's a rough one. The pure 999 challenge. But Jake Hassan came in protest earlier in the show. He said, fellas, the only reason I even show up to do this show is that I can bring the Parlay Be Parlay punishment bet to the table. Now, the bet does have to be signed off on by everybody, but Jake Hassan, you have been given multiple days and so far 2.5 hours to spin up a punishment that we all sign off on. What are you bringing to the table, bud?
So I would like to preface this by saying I do like the idea of the pure 999. It's something I'm very interested in. Were we to lose, I am somebody that is holding tickets for a rooftop game at the Cubs game in a couple weeks. So that makes my life easier because, I don't have to go bankrupt spending $18 on a beer at a Cubs game. So not opposed to that. I do like that idea. It's very fun. It's original. Something that's not original because it is a staple for me. May I direct everyone's attention to the official Jepson's Malort Instagram page, if I can for a moment. And to a post from May 17th, exactly 2 weeks ago. It's a little something called a Windy City Blast. And that, my friends, would be Malort-infused Baja Blast. that is being sold by our friends at Noon Whistle Brewing here in the lovely state of Illinois. That's what I bring to the table. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If anybody else would like a look once again. Also, if you want to see it, it is at the official Jepson's Malort Instagram page from May 17th.
Okay.
Here we go.
Let me start with this. I believe, Jake Hassan, you are aware, though you may not be, that back on St. Patrick's Day weekend, Rob Brown took a Saturday off because he was down in lovely New Orleans, Louisiana, the city of my birth, where my heart resides, a place I plan on retiring to. And while I was there, I found myself in the company of my young brother at my actual literal biological brother, not some like random dude, at a dive bar in uptown New Orleans, Louisiana, sitting across the bar from a roughly 75-year-old bartender named Mallory, who was an absolute doll of a young lady, but clearly had been in the, we'll say, bar industry and had put away her fair share of liquor over the years. And as I was sitting there with the little brother and we were having casual conversation, I looked up across the bar and I saw, for the first time in my life in person, a bottle of Jepson's Malort staring back at me. And I owed a shot of Malort as a previous Parlay v Parlay bet punishment. Now, I wondered to myself, why oh why back in the day, would any of you people think that sending Rob to a bar to take a shot of liquor was somehow a punishment for me? No, that's not a punishment. That's a Tuesday. That's just a thing I like doing. No, I am happy to sit here and have a shot of this liquor. So I said to Mallory, the young 70-plus-year-old bartender, "Ma'am, may I have a shot of that Jepson's Malort?" And she, in a moment that I can only describe as identical to the moment that one of the people in a zombie apocalypse movie looks at the person they're in love with and realize that they've been bitten and now they have to be put down, looked me square in the face and she said to me, "Are you sure?" And I immediately said, "Not anymore, I'm not, but I've got to get this done." So she reached up and grabbed that bottle of Jepson's Malort, poured it into a shot glass, set it down in front of me, looked at my younger brother and said, "Would you like a shot?" And he said, and I quote, "Bleep no. I've done it before." And I said, "Oh God, what have I gotten myself into?" So I picked up this shot glass and I recorded myself on video so that I could prove that I did it, taking the shot of Jepson Malort. And I want you to know, Jake Hassan, that in the minute that awful ass liquid touched my tongue, I hated everyone in the state of Chicago, in the state of Illinois, in the city of Chicago. I hope the Cubs never win another World Series. I hope the White Sox sell the franchise. I hope the Bears lose every one of their good players for the rest of my entire lifetime just on the existence of that crap. It's awful. It's disgusting. It's gross. It shouldn't exist. Everything I said about Australian Vegemite earlier, I say worse things about Jepson's Malort. That stuff is gross. And anybody who tells me that they like it, anybody who comes on this show and promotes it, anybody tells me that they drink it in a bar, I assume you are one of two things. You are either a psychopath out for the destruction of the human species, or B, you're a liar and you realize that you have been tricked into thinking this stuff was good, and you're trying to take the rest of the world down with us. I don't say bad things about products on this show because it's not my place or my business. I have no idea if we're on the air on 670 The Score in Chicago, Illinois right now, and I want you all to know I don't care. There is one product that I will 1,000% do nothing but say things about. Jepson's Malort is terrible, and if you say you like it, you're a filthy, disgusting liar. It is awful. So, Jake Hassan, with all of that being said, if you will send a bottle of it to me, I will accept this punishment. I will not purchase it. I will not put a dime of my money, hard-earned or that I find under the couch cushion, towards a bottle of anything made by that ruthlessly evil company. I accept this punishment if and only if you purchase, ship, and send the bottle of this crap to me and do not expect $1 in return from Rob Brown. If those terms are fair, I will do this. But if they are not, I am out because they get nothing from me, Jake Hassan.
Rob, not only do I accept the terms, I accept them gladly. And because I might just do this for funsies and send it to you anyway, just to have the pure joy. Rob, I do remember that moment when you took Malort because I got a text from you that night at 10:36 p.m. Central Time on that
I believe
Sunday.
I told you you could go F yourself that night.
Yes, you sent me a picture of you with the Malort bottle, and it was you and everyone who promotes this bleep should be jailed forever. This liquor has renewed my belief in capital punishment, and this is against the Geneva Conventions. Jake, I am willing to give Chicago to Canada if it takes this liquor with it. So I do agree to the terms. I will likely buy a bottle for myself regardless because, no, I'm not a liar, Rob Brown, but I am a crazy person. There's 3 bottles of regular Malort sitting in my cabinet about 10 feet to my right anyway. So if that tells you everything that you need to know.
Double D, you ever been watching TV late at night and you see those absolute friggin' weirdos that like pierce their skin with hooks and like fly right from the ceilings? That's Malort. That's what drinking Malort is. Back after this, it's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Chicago, knock it off. You're better than this.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network, wrapping up the third of 4 absolute electrifying hours of entertainment. We got a few more things that we need to get into. We're going to bring Double D in to play a game or two as we roll on, but I want you all to know before we get there, and this is not something I should do. We hung on what we hung on for as long as we hung on it in our Parlay v Parlay segment. None of what I said in the last segment was hamming it up for your entertainment. I will ham it up for your entertainment all the time. It's quite literally my job. But none of what I said about Malort and all of you Chicagoans who are trying so desperately to prove that you're totally telling the truth about how much you love this stuff. Oh, it was all from the heart, from the absolute depths of my icy, cold, black heart. I believe, Jake, that regionalism and tribalism at its core might be the worst trait that we as human beings have developed. I understand having pride in who you are and where you come from, but having a belief that your thing is better than their thing just because your thing's your thing and their thing is their thing is a really, really bad way to live it. And Malort is the living embodiment of that philosophy. Chicago, you have so many great things going for you. Your music is incredible. Your food is tremendous. Your culture is beautiful. And I have never heard a bad word about your city. I want to love you, Chicago. I can't wait to get up and visit you, Chicago. But repeating that Malort is good is just proof that either A, you've never actually had good liquor in your life, or B, you've been brainwashed by generations of Chicagoans gone into believing that this poison is actually good. No, it's not. No, it's not. Go anywhere else and try anything else and tell me that Malort holds a candle. It just doesn't. I'm sorry, Jake. I've heard nothing but good things about your city, your state, your music, your food, your culture, your people, your sports scene. I cannot wait to get up to Chicago, Illinois, and spend a week or two with you and Double D and all the fellas up there. It's been on the top of my travel bucket list for a hot minute now. But that crap's got to stop. Y'all got to stop with the Malort. Just push your pizza. Your pizza's better than everybody else's pizza. I'm all in with you on that. But you got to stop with the Malort stuff, bud. You just got to stop.
Not only will I not stop, I refuse to stop. I will say, I'm not out here banging the drum that Malort is good. It's a Chicago delicacy. It's a rite of passage. It has to be done when you are within the city limits. I'm not going to lie to you, Rob Brown. Is it bad? Yes, of course it's bad. But it's so bad that it's great. It's a rite of passage. It is a delicacy of our fine city. And I appreciate you saying all the good things that you did about Chicago, because as you are correct, it is a finisher city. So I appreciate all that. But all of that being said, I will not stop. I refuse to stop, and I will continue to buy Malort in bulk.
I can't stand it. I just can't. I can't do it. All right, here's what we've got. Let's get in very quickly. In fact, I'll tell you what. Let's run around some college baseball scores, regionals underway across America, and then we will talk about tonight's NBA game coming up here in just a few minutes from now. As it stands right now, Jay Kassan, bottom of the 8th, the Oklahoma State Cowboys have hit, I don't know how they only have 12, because I believe they've hit 117 home runs in this game so far. They lead Binghamton 12-5. Bottom 8, Kentucky has jumped back out ahead of SC Upstate. They are now up 5-3 with the bases loaded and 2 down, threatening to add more onto the top of that tally. Wake Forest, it felt like we both thought they were trying to give the game away to Miami of Ohio earlier in the contest, now lead 13-7 in Knoxville. Down in Tallahassee, Northeastern, who lost a heartbreaker last night, does lead Bethune-Cookman in the elimination game. It is 2-1 Middle Six there. Down in Oxford, Ole Miss trying not to get bounced from their own regional in 2. They are ahead of Western Kentucky, but only by a run. We are 14 minutes away from a stacked 3 o'clock slate of games. That includes TCU, Oregon State, Oregon, Cal Poly, Alabama, Southern Miss, Florida, and Fairfield in an elimination game. Maybe one of the more shocking results from day one is the Florida L. NC State down at Auburn takes on Central Connecticut. UC Irvine, Fresno State is at 3. Little Rock, Rhode Island is at 3. All of these elimination games, by the way. Kansas, North Dakota State, Houston Christian, Kansas State, Wright State, East Tennessee State. All your elimination games, and then our winners bracket games will fire up at 6 p.m. OU and UNC, Duke and Georgia, who put up a 20 spot last night. FSU hosting their regional gets Mississippi State in game 2. Winners bracket game in Clemson will see West Virginia and the Tigers. Tennessee, Cincinnati, Coastal and ECU at 7. Georgia Tech, Murray State also at 6. At 8 o'clock, Arkansas and Creighton, Louisville at Vanderbilt. That is in Nashville. UTSA, Texas in Austin. Auburn at Stetson. Dallas Baptist against LSU. UCLA, Arizona State. Columbia, Miami. Arizona, Utah Valley. St. Mary's, USC at 9. We have one final so far, which is Nebraska putting down Holy Cross. Jake Hassan, I got a couple of plays I'm looking at. I'll take Miami, Columbia over 13.5 runs today. I'm going to take the LSU over as well. Last I checked, that game was sitting around 15. I think LSU is going to crush Dallas Baptist today. I'll take Auburn. I think I locked them at like plus 3.5 over Stetson. That was still a pretty good minus money bet, but I like Auburn at the crib. There's a couple I'm interested in. Did Vandy lose the Momo? Louisville's not a bad baseball team, and Nashville could be dangerous today. I am taking Clemson on the run line today over West Virginia. That's going to pay out to about minus 120. Over under in that game, 11.5. I wouldn't be adverse to playing the over there. Give me a couple of your best bets for the remainder of the day, or anything you're playing live in the games that are active right now.
Yeah, well, I'm sweating live right now. I would like Ole Miss to lose this game to Western Kentucky. Sorry to all our Rebs fans, but I have Georgia Tech to win that region at almost 2-1. So Ole Miss getting bounced right now would be very, very helpful for me to win that bet. As far as the actual games today, I mentioned earlier I like East Carolina against Coastal Carolina in a rivalry spot. I just think the number's wrong. 2-1 for an East Carolina team that I think feels a little overlooked, and they ended the year very hot, so I'm going to play into that. I like West Virginia against Clemson. I'm going to roll it over from yesterday. I think Clemson is gettable. Another number that I think is wrong. I think Oregon State gets bounced from their own region today too. There were people that had questions about Oregon State, should they be a top 8 seed? Why are they were played the year as an independent? Their RPI was very high, but I think a lot of people had questions about the teams they played, how good those teams were, and if Oregon State maybe kind of put their finger on the scale a little bit to give themselves a better RPI and make themselves look better than they actually were. TCU is a good team. TCU was a team that game yesterday could have really went either way. They left a lot of runners on base yesterday, and Oregon State, just their game yesterday didn't really inspire me, and they ended up losing that game. So I think Oregon State gets bounced from their own region tonight, and I'm going to lay the 1.5 with Florida State. For some reason, it feels like Florida State isn't getting a ton of respect. They were one of those that was only minus 105, minus 110 to win their own region that they're hosting. So I like Florida State with Jamie Arnold on the mound, a guy who's going to be a top 3 pick in the draft here in about a month or so, less than that. I'm going to back him minus 1.5. The Florida State offense has really come alive in the last couple of days, especially, and in the last couple of weeks. So I think that place is going to be electric with Arnold on the mound. I'll lay the 1.5 with Florida State tonight against a Miss State team that I tried to go against with Northeastern yesterday. And Miss State maybe got a little bit lucky, I think, and played their best game and wasted their bullet yesterday. So I'll lay the 1.5 with Florida State as well tonight.
Yeah, I think that's listen, first off, Tallahassee is a tough place to play. It's never mentioned, or at least in my experience, Jake Hassan, never mentioned amongst like the most dangerous home field advantages in baseball. It's never thrown up there with LSU or with Oregon or some of these other places, but you get the animals of Section B with a couple of brewskis in them late in the game, and that place comes alive. But I think with Florida State, it really is just a matter of the offense in the middle of the year was just good enough, right? Like it never felt like it was really explosive. They, over the course of the season, Florida State, Mississippi State have the exact same identical batting average as a team, but Florida State has scored over 100 fewer runs. They have over 100 fewer hits than Mississippi State. They've got 20 fewer home runs than Mississippi State. They've got a lower OPB. They've got a lower slugging percentage. In fact, they've got a higher ERA off the bump. Florida State was a team that on their way to a 39-14 record just won a bunch of games where they were good enough. Like it wasn't necessary. There were spots where they were really good, but there wasn't a lot of electricity around this team. And I think we can benefit off of that as bettors, Jay Kassan, because if you follow this team, you watch them win some pretty good ACC games. They had I think took 2 or 4 out of 5 or 4 out of 6 against Clemson. Really good wins. And they were all like 1 and 2 run wins where Florida State was just good enough. They're not electrifying offensively, but they put the ball into play. And I think because of that, they faded to some of these teams like Vanderbilt, like Clemson, like LSU, that really did start to light it up in the last 3-4 weeks of the season. Florida State just kind of maintained all the way through. One of the most consistent baseball teams that made it to the regionals. Florida State, I like out of this Tallahassee regional. Yeah, they're hosting it, but again, they've just been a team that is consistently good enough. And I know that people don't love this for the drama, Jake, but when you get to regionals, good enough wins you to Omaha, baby.
1,000%. And honestly, Florida State is kind of like Vanderbilt to me, where they have the guy at the front. Florida State, it's Jamie Arnold. For Vanderbilt, it's JD Thompson. And Florida State, though, their first baseman has been absolutely unbelievable. Miles Bailey, he's like 6'5", 260. He's insanely, he's a massive human and just hits tanks. But like you said, I think when Florida State comes up against the LSUs, the Arkansas, the really good teams, they fall a little bit short. But for right now, for today against Miss State, I think they'll be able to handle business. I'm laying the 1.5.
All right, when we come back, we'll play a little overreaction or make sense or what other game Double D put on the rundown I didn't check. That's next. Bet for the Cycle is here on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Final hour of Bet for the Cycle, the foremost electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment you're going to find anywhere, any day of the week. Rob Brown, and ordinarily I'd be joined by my co-host, my comrade, my colleague, my partner in arms, Cody Decker. But Dak's out there getting a little golf in, so of course we go to the righty out of the pen, a man throwing high heat every time that he toes the rubber, the legendary Jake Hassan, filling in for the Big D today, and we appreciate it immensely. Jake, we have made it 3 hours into the show and have barely just tickled tonight's Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers, and I feel it important in this spot to throw out some numbers, some lines, some props that we may be in play with this evening. So as you have been kind enough to take 4 hours out of your day where you could be off singing the praises of the kerosene mixed with sadness that is Malort, what are you looking at? What's your thoughts on this game? Give me some plays you might be interested in. Where are you going? Pacers Knicks Game 6.
Well, don't worry. My Malort time was still on deck for about 1 hour from now once this lovely program goes off the air. Don't you worry about that.
Disagree.
We'll be able to fit it in. It is very funny that in a day where there's a Game 6 in the conference finals of the NBA playoffs, it has taken us 3 hours to give our actual thoughts on it. But hey, the people know what they're getting with Jake Hassan and Rob Brown. You're getting Ole Miss and Western Kentucky. Okay, you're getting Northeastern and Bethune-Cookman. Okay, so just deal with it. We're talking about it. We're here. I will say, I think our guests today, and I think our conversation today have sold me. And we talked a little bit about this in the opening segment too. I'm starting to come around on Pacers tonight. I was leaning Knicks at first, and then thinking that the Pacers maybe win Game 7. But I'm starting to agree that the Pacers need to do this tonight. That if they let it get back to a Game 7 in New York, this is curtains, this is wraps, it's over already, because the Pacers will go into Game 7 and they'll be shell-shocked when it sounds like a bomb has gone off in Madison Square Garden after the introduction. So I think that the Pacers do win tonight in their home stadium. I think that they played around a little bit too much in the last game in Indianapolis. And so I do think that tonight they take care of business. They get it done. I don't know who I want to target as far as the props market goes, just because usually with the Pacers, it has been a cast of characters. It's this guy, then it's that guy, then it's Halliburton, then it's Turner, then it's Nesmith, then it's Mathurin. So I do have to decide who I want to go with tonight. Rob Brown, can I say something? Are you familiar with the concept of where's the room?
Yes.
So I do feel like maybe that's where we look. And as I'm opening up the MGM insights for tonight's game, would you like to know where the room is tonight?
Please enlighten us all, Jake Hassan.
All right, starting with fifth. The fifth, and for those of you who are uninitiated, where's the room? We look at what the most best bet props are, what the most bet angles are in the playoff game. And there's a list of 5, and our friends at BetMGM are kind enough to send us this list, the top 5 most bet props in tonight's Pacers-Knicks game. Starting with number 5, Karl-Anthony Towns over 24.5 points and assists, minus 110. Coming in at number 4, Benedict Mathurin over 9.5 points, minus 130. Third most bet, Jalen Brunson to score the first field goal, plus 350. Number 2, Karl-Anthony Towns over 22.5 points, minus 105. And your first top numero uno most bet prop tonight, Tyrese Halliburton over 20.5 points, minus 120. So the room's pretty split, Rob. I'm a little surprised. I thought for sure it'd be all one way or all one the other way. But here we are. If you want to take the first field goal out of it, because the room generally goes the star to score the first field goal of the game, you got 2 Knicks props and you got 2 Pacers props. The room is split.
I also, Jake Hassan, am a big where's the room guy, but primarily because I'm looking for fade opportunities.
Yeah,
I ever see 80% of the money or 80% of the bets come on one side, I sprint to the other like Usain Bolt on coke. I can't get there fast enough. But we don't really have any of those tonight, right? Like that's really interesting in this game. This game to me, if this was a regular season game and everything was the same, all the numbers were the same. If this was a regular season game, I would honestly say this is a stay away game for me. I would say it's just one of those games that you're basically betting 50-50 on either side. The money line at minus 180 for the Pacers, no value there for me. If I want to take a Pacers bet, the only value is to go minus 3.5 points at minus 118. If you like the Knicks at the plus 3.5, honestly, I might even tell you just snag the money line at plus 145 and assume that they do it again. I am on a Halliburton prop, but it is not the Halliburton prop that is his points total. I honestly do think his points total is going to hit. One of the reasons I have become a Tyrese Halliburton fan, Jake Hassan, is because as talented as he is at scoring points, getting to the bucket, being a creator, he's an old school point guard in a bigger body, right? Like he is a guy. We had Scott Agnes on to talk about this earlier, and he brought this up too. He's a dude who wants to threaten triple double a night. Like he's happy to go 18, 12, and 10 if that's what it's going to take. So I'm actually going over. I think I locked it in earlier either yesterday or very early this morning, times a flat circle and a blur. I don't know. I think I got him at 9.5 assists in this game, basically get me to 10. And that was at like minus 135. I think you can get him closer to even money for over 10.5 assists in this game. And I really don't hate that play either. But I'm only going to partner that up with if you believe that this is a Pacers win, because it basically comes down to the games where Halliburton gets to 10 or more assists, the Pacers win, and the games that he doesn't, the Pacers lose. And it's been true throughout the playoffs. Let me give you another play that I'm looking at making right now and considering putting this down as well. Knicks in 7 is paying out almost 3-1 right now. All right. I'm at the point now where I'm thinking, all right, if you like the Knicks on the money line at plus 145, do yourself a favor and take that Knicks in 7 bet at almost 3-1 as well. Because I do think, and we've talked about this, if this thing gets to 7 and heads back to MSG, honestly, like I don't think the 96 Bulls could come in there and win that game if the Knicks are on the verge of an NBA title appearance. And if that's the case, Knicks in 7 at 3-1 feels good about it. I just don't know that I'm convicted enough that the Knicks win tonight to make a Knicks in 7 play either. But this game to me comes down to, and I said this earlier in the day to Agnes as well, a lot of this to me is going to come down to Miles Turner. His point total sitting right now at 13.5. It's a minus 125 to the over. I'm looking the over because in this game, and this has to happen to me for the Pacers to win this game and therefore to win this series, because I don't think they're winning it in 7 on the road at MSG. Miles Turner has got to equal Big Cat tonight. Cat's been on a roll. His knee's a little banged up. Cat's been giving some stupid fouls away in really bad moments, and that's got to get fixed. Charles Barkley called him out to his face, and I appreciated it. Miles Turner has got to equal out Cat. So I'm saying, if you like the Pacers to win this game, I'm going Halliburton over his assist total, Miles Turner over his points total. I might even go with a points, rebounds, assist number for Miles Turner, because I think the points total is going to be over 13.5, and I think then that gives you a little wiggle room on the assist and the rebounds. But if you think the Pacers win, I would also take the Halliburton assist prop and the Turner either points or points, rebounds, assist prop. But if you think the Knicks win this game, and you're taking the shot at the plus 145 money line on this, then go ahead and put a sprinkle on Knicks to win this thing at 7 at 3-1 as well.
I like the look on the Knicks to win it in 7, if that's the case. I think that's a really strong angle, and that's probably something I'll do. But let me see if I could sell you on something, because you brought up somebody for the Pacers, and our guest earlier in the show, Scott Agnes, who covers the Pacers, also brought him up. You bring up Miles Turner. And Scott Agnes mentioned that it needs to be a big Miles Turner night. He thinks so, at least, that Miles Turner has to have a big impact in this game if the Pacers are going to close it out. And you mentioned Karl Anthony Towns had the hero game in the last game, fought through injury, had a couple of stupid fouls, but for the most part had a really strong game for the Knicks and is a big reason why they stayed alive in that game. And to go back to the room for a second, Karl Anthony Towns is 2 out of the 5 most bet props in this game. Points total over 22.5 and over 24.5 points and assists. Can I interest you, Rob, in a Miles Turner double-double at 11-1 at our show sponsor, BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas? If we think that Turner is going to get his, you like his points total over, and if we think that he can outperform Karl Anthony Towns here, and we're trying to fade Karl Anthony Towns and fade the room a little bit, I think at 11-1, a Miles Turner double-double might not be the worst look there.
Could you talk me into it? I'm going to say lovingly, Taylor Swift hard hand emoji. No, you can't, Jake. And it's not because I don't think this is a big Miles Turner game. I think it is. I think he has to have a game. The problem here is against the Knicks in this series so far, the rebound totals are for Miles Turner 2, 3, 4, 3, and 5. He would have to double up his rebound total on his best game in this series. And his best game in this series came in game 1, which was the spot where everybody was kind of piling on Karl Anthony Towns for not pulling his share in the playoffs. Once Cat got going 3, 4, 3, and 2, and he hasn't had more than 3 assists in this game. So you don't even have the bailout of, well, he's playing so well, they pack the zone, he's kicking it out to Halliburton or whoever for some spare 3 assists here and there. I think it's a big Miles Turner game, but if you're going to go with Miles Turner in this spot, I think you play his points total and you leave everything else alone. In fact, I'm looking at his let me find his rebound number just because I'm curious. His rebound number is set at 4.5 at -150 to the over. Under 4.5 is at +115. Man, he's only hit that over 1 time. I might even fade Miles Turner on the rebound number, but hammer his points number, because to me, it's not even really about the rebounds, because the Pacers spread the rebounds out across their entire 5, no matter which 5 are on the floor. I might fade his rebound number at a +1, was it 115, whatever it was, but hammer the point total, because to me, it's not about equaling out Cat on the boards. You've got to go. I think you've got to beat him in the point total. I think you cannot let Cat, I need this game to come down to Siakam, Nesmith, and Halliburton versus Brunson, OG Anunoby, and Bridges. And I need that to just be a net points race between those 3 guys. I need Turner to beat Cat and give me some cushion there, but he's not going to do it on the glass. He'd do it in the points, I think.
Yeah, I mean Grant put it in the chat. Miles Turner's the only 7-footer who gets 6 rebounds a game, or less, actually. So that is a little scary. I was trying to look at ways, because I'm obsessed with fading the room, to be completely honest with you, Rob. But so in that case, should we look at, because Benedict, we talked about earlier, you never really know who the role player that's going to step up for the Pacers is. Somebody who notably did not show up in the room, at least today, Aaron Nesmith, who has had the big games at certain points for the Pacers. Alt 3s? Question mark?
Let's see. His 3-pointer number as it stands right now for, you said Nesmith?
For Nesmith, yeah.
His number right now is over 1.5 at -190. So if you wanted to alt that, which I would think you'd have to, for him to record at 2 on the number 2 or more, that number is going to have to get to -185. So no real value there. You'd have to walk it up to 3. You walk it up to 3, that's all the way up at +170. So they're thinking 2 is the number. I might be talked into a sprinkle on that one, because I think it is. I think it is for the Pacers. Match the Knicks. Honestly, I was going to say big 3. It might be frontline 4. And this turns into a battle between the reserves, which, for the record, and if there are flowers to be handed out in this series, Tom Thibodeau gets some flowers, because this was a dude who got the hell beat out of him last year for only running 8 guys in a given game. He's been throwing 10, 11, 12 dudes onto the hardwood at any given time. If it's a battle of the reserves, I think Nesmith's a guy that the Pacers have to lean on to, and I just need 1 extra 3 tossed in there. I don't really hate that play at all, to be honest with you.
And the volume's been there for Neesmith. 5 3-pointers attempted in the last game, 6 in the game before that. We obviously all know in game 1 how he went 8 for 9 from 3. So I do kind of think that maybe there's some wiggle room here. I might take a little shot at Neesmith over 3.5 threes at better than 4-1 at our show sponsor BetMGM. We might be cooking with something here.
I'm honestly not mad about that at all. By the way, this one's interesting to me. More 3-pointers made, Halliburton or OG Anunoby. Tyrese Halliburton minus 1.5 threes in the head-to-head pays out at plus 120. Do we get a shooting night out of Tyrese Halliburton that outdoes OG Anunoby in case this game gets close and it's like we need Jalen Brunson to take over?
It might be.
All right, we're going to talk more about this game. We're going to play some, one of Double D's. The overaction makes sense. I don't know. We'll find out when we come back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
One of those little games.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Go grab a beverage, boys.
Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, the legendary Jay Kassan, and now we bring back to the airwaves the illustrious executive producer of this program, the handsome devil himself, Double D, joining us because it is time, folks, for us to have a little fun in the final hour of the show. It is time for us to play a little game we like to call, fingers crossed I got it right, overreaction or makes sense.
Time to play Overreaction.
Overreacting?
I did it!
I think you're overreacting.
Is he overreacting? Or makes sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Well, hello again.
You guys are really stepping up the operation around here. You got imaging for the bits now. This is really a professional show around here now.
We really do. We believe. I don't know if anybody else in the network does, but we believe that we're pretty good at this.
I've been saying that. I've been putting it in the paper.
Nice.
Well, that's why nobody knows who the hell reads the paper.
Yeah.
No one reads print anymore, Hassan. Come on.
I don't know how to read, so not me.
Real quick, one that I don't have on here, but it's kind of been weighing on me. I'll go to you first, Jake Hassan. Overreaction makes sense. The pitch from the Oregon softball pitcher last night, hitting that chunk of dirt, was a greater achievement than Randy Johnson hitting the bird.
Ooh. You know, why do we have to make the two things mutually exclusive? Why do we have to pit two wonderful things against each other? Double D. This is mean by you. They're both fantastic. Why do we have to have two beautiful women fight each other? No, the bird thing and the dirt thing are wonderful in general. They're both great.
This is why I asked the question, because
equal,
of those reactions.
Equal.
Rob Brown.
I genuinely still don't understand the physics of either one of those two events. You know what I mean?
Yes, correct.
It's the sports equivalent of like. It's the sports equivalent of like seeing someone hit the Powerball lottery in real time. I genuinely don't understand how, and it's not just the fact that like the clump of dirt got hit and shattered, but then like the largest clump of dirt was then teleported Star Trek style right into the eye of her own catcher. Like that's two stupid, improbable events in one pitch. The bird thing, obviously, even more ridiculous because, like, we know where the dirt came from. We understand the trajectory of the dirt. I'm shocked that hasn't happened before. A bird flying at 89 miles an hour, crossing past with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and being exploded. That's unbelievable. But this was two of those because it's not just the dirt off the cleat getting hit by the pitch. It's also then one clump of dirt flying on a heat seeker to her girl's eye. Like, that's unbelievable.
I almost want to say, though, that the dirt might be better because, like, with the Randy Johnson thing, the bird explodes and you know immediately what happened. You're like, holy crap. But with the dirt, like, it's almost better because if not for it hitting the catcher in the face, like, you don't know something happened until the catcher's like, ah, damn it. Like, I almost lean dirt for that reason because it just, like, how nonchalant, like, how you wouldn't have known it had happened if not for the catcher. Like the Randy Johnson, you knew right away. Oh, man, they're both great. They're both so great.
I lean dirt just because it was a smaller object. That's the only reason I lean
a
dirt.
Larger ball.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a good argument. All right.
Thank you.
Let's get into the actual overreaction makes sense. Rob Brown, overreaction makes sense. Anthony Edwards will never be the face of the NBA.
I think it's an overreaction, but I have two things to it. Number one, the concept of face of the NBA, like that's not selected, right? Like that's not a thing that we all get together and vote at the end of the year. It's not MVP. It's just something that organically happens. And let's keep it a buck here. I think a large chunk of it is you've got to be dominant. You've got to succeed. And you've got to kind of be like, I don't agree with Kendrick Perkins' take of like, oh, you got to be married and have kids and be a family man and live on the white picket fence and all that. Like, I think that's crap. I'm married. I don't have kids. I don't want kids. I'm the dude that even in my mid-50s, I expect to be hammered on a cruise ship as part of the way that I live my life. But I also expect to be a good person. Like, I hold myself to that regard. I help people that I can help. I speak out for people who don't have a voice. I provide a platform when and where I can for people who otherwise can't have it. I don't think you got to go through the like white picket fence Americana thing. But, when Ant-Man's on the sideline of that series against, whoever it was in round one, and fans are talking smack, and my dude turns around and grabs his junk and waggles it at the fans. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm an idiot frat boy who refuses to grow up. I thought that was hilarious. Like, I thought that was just the shine. Like, if we did a one shining moment for the NBA playoffs, that's the last scene that we show as Luther is trailing off into the ether for another year of R&R. I think Anthony Edwards, though, because of who he is and because of the way he acts, which, again, I love, I think he's got to win a ring before he can be face of the league. I think there are other guys that don't necessarily have to get one, Jake Hassan, but I think if Anthony Edwards is going to transcend past the kind of almost abrasive behavior, I think he's got to get a ring so that people go, hey, we don't care if Ray Lewis killed a guy, allegedly. He won a Super Bowl, and we celebrate that.
I will say I agree with everything that you said, but I'll go the other side of this. I think this makes sense because the league, the media will never allow it, because face of the NBA, quote unquote, is very subjective. You can have guys like Kendrick Perkins up there saying, well, you have to have this, that, and the other to be face of the NBA. You could have somebody else saying, no, it's SGA. No, it's Luka. No, it's still LeBron, blah, 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 blah. So it's very subjective. So I don't think anyone will ever allow it to be Anthony Edwards as the face of the NBA. But that being said, for all of the reasons that you said, Rob, that he does all of these antics both on the court and off the court, and he's, interacting with fans and saying, oh, I got bigger bleep than you. I think it's hilarious. So for that reason, I think he'll be the heel of the NBA. And I think he's going to lean into that. I think he's going to be like, all right, fine, I'll play in the same way that Kevin Durant did, but like to the nth degree. Because for a while, Kevin Durant was the heel of the NBA. He was mixing it up in the Twitter streets. He's saying, yeah, come at me. I chased a ring. Who cares? I think Anthony Edwards isn't going to be the face of the NBA because the traditional media and the basketball purists won't allow it. But I think he'll lean into being the heel of the NBA.
I like that, Double D, and I would cap this off, and then we'll move to another one. I would cap this off and say that while the media does have a lot of control and they can kind of shape the image of how guys are presented, at the end of the day, it's up to us, right? Like, it's up to us what face we look at and who we like or whatever. Here's the thing. If you look at the most popular wrestlers in wrestling history, Jake Hassan, they're all bad guys by and large. Yeah. Ric Flair is that guy. They're all bad guys. America loves a bad guy if they kick a bunch of ass and are entertaining. And Ant-Man can be that. So for that reason alone, like, I very much think it's on the table for Anthony Edwards. I just think because of the actions and the behavior, I do think he will have to have a ring before we say Ric Flair ain't Ric Flair if he doesn't have the belt strapped around the waist.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but let us make no bones about it. I love Anthony Edwards. I think he's great I think he's hilarious. I think he's very funny, and he's also obviously very good at basketball.
All right, let's move to the NFL here, gentlemen. Stephon Diggs will not be on the Patriots at the beginning of the season. Overreaction makes sense. Jake Hassan.
I think this is an overreaction. Speaking of videos that were very funny in the last week, the Stephon Diggs video, very funny, but I think it's an overreaction. I think if the Patriots were going to cut him or release him, it would have happened already. Like Mike Vrabel went out of his way to say, "Hey, we talked, we've addressed it in house. We're gonna move on." Now, I think I should caveat this by saying, if this is the only incident that happened, I'm going to kind of like back my way out of this answer and kind of like do both sides of the coin here. But I think it's an overreaction. But if something does happen again, I think the Patriots will cut him. Like if he doesn't show up to mandatory minicamp or something like that, then I think they'll cut him. But if this is it and he kind of behaves the rest of the offseason, I think the Patriots are just going to let bygones be bygones, and they'll still bring him in and he'll still be on the roster.
10 of 10, no notes. I completely agree. If he doesn't do anything else, they can go through the PR reimaging and they can say, hey, look, he made a mistake and it was off season and he had a rough go of it last year, yada, yada, yada. If he screws up again, he's done. And I think they got to make that known. Now, there are some people who know if you screw up again, you're done, and they still think they can screw up again anyway. And I hope that this is a thing that Stephon Diggs gets by, because the Patriots can help him with this. But as the old expression goes, you can only help those who want to be helped. And the question mark is, will he accept that, keep his nose clean, get what I'm saying, and make his way back to the camp? We'll find out. So I think it's an overreaction, but I agree with Jake. I'm going to backdoor it with, unless he does something dumb again, in which case even Mike Vrabel is going to have to go, nope.
I'm going to disagree with you both. I think it makes sense for the reasons that you guys are saying. If he does it again, what has Stephon Diggs done in the last, 3 years that makes you think that he doesn't have a diva complex?
Yeah, I agree with that take. I got to tell you, there's a lot of things that I said I would do that I wouldn't do, or a lot of things I've said I wouldn't do that I would do if you strap the $27 million a year paycheck on the end of it. I'll drink all the gosh darn Malort you want me to drink if there's 6 zeros on a paycheck coming my way for it. You know what I mean?
And I think diva complex, like that's different than what we're talking about in the video that came. Like if he makes a tweet of like the usual NFL wide receiver tweet, like they don't want to see you win because they don't see the work you put in behind the scenes. Like, all right, if he's just like tweeting ambiguous crap like that, fine, who cares? Whatever, man. But that's a far cry from another incident like this past week.
I agree with that.
I'm also going to keep it a buck. Sorry, go ahead, Double D.
I was just going to say, to me, it's the mentality of untouchable. They won't do that to me because I am that guy.
I agree with that, but I would also like to say, as somebody wearing this shirt and this hat who grew up in, on, and around boats, it's amazing the way that your behavior will change when there are 5 or 6 or 7 Miami tans in skimpy bikinis dancing around to a Rick Ross tune in the background. My man, Stephon, just stay off a boat, brother. Stay off of boats. Change your behavior in ways that are not conducive to being a career professional in any field. Trust me, as somebody who has been there and done that in my 20s, stay off boats for a little while, buddy. It doesn't end well for you.
Learn from others' mistakes. All right, real quick.
I have no idea what you mean.
Rob Brown. The Browns will regret trading the number 2 overall pick this year for Mason Graham, because he is going to be a bust.
Dude, this is going to be one of those times where I understand the spirit of the game, but I'm going to say there is no way to know this. There's just no way to know this. Listen, I think Mason Graham has got every tool he needs to be an absolute stud. This was a dude who was getting you about 3.5 sacks a game at Michigan out of the Big Ten. I think statistically, frankly, he's a bit underwhelming, but I also think you're looking at a big-ass dude who can clog up the middle. Here's the thing. I don't know, Jake Hassan, that Mason Graham was brought in to be a guy that's getting me 6-7 sacks. I think Mason Graham was brought in to be the centerpiece of a division that is a big, tough physical division with some big running backs in the middle. Buddy, we need you to clog the middle and eat up 2 blocks every play. That's it. That's your job. That's your role. And if you do that, we can be successful around it. I don't know what the definition of bust is for a defensive tackle taken in the first round. And because of that, I can't answer this question.
Yeah, I also think this is an overreaction because we have to see how it plays out. Like, for all we know, Travis Hunter might not work out for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's hard to say. And the Browns, for all of their failures over their entire history, that they're starting to maybe reset this in the right way. You got to build in the trenches. And pairing Mason Graham with Myles Garrett is at least a good jumping off point for you to start with and for you to start this rebuild the right way. So I think it's an overreaction just because there isn't enough time, and we'll see how it goes.
Tell you what, there's like 4 or 5 really good ones that Double D left. So instead of coming back and like doing stuff that's important, we're going to come back at 2 or 3 or more of those. Jake and I will give you some best bets, and we'll wrap up the show. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Wrapping up Bet for the Cycle here on a Saturday. Rob Brown, Jake Kassan filling in for Cody Decker, and we are incredibly appreciative of the Persian Love Machine for showing up and doing just that. Double D will rejoin us here in a moment. We will wrap up overreaction or make sense, but as he is a man of both many talents and jobs, he had to run and fix somebody else's stuff. So instead, we're going to flip around the segment and do our best bets for the day. Jake Hassan, give the people a couple of winners to get some clams in the bank account this or through the rest of the weekend.
I would love to do so, Rob Brown. As I mentioned, a couple of college baseball plays that I like. And these ones are later, so you can jump in on them now if you want. I like West Virginia on the money line against Clemson. And we're going mano a mano there. So I love you, but I like money more. Florida State -1.5 against Mississippi State with Jamie Arnold on the mound. You get -120 with that. I like that spot. East Carolina going against Coastal Carolina, rivalry spot. I think better than 2-1 on ECU is just way too big of a price. St. Mary's, I'm also going to take a shot on just because St. Mary's wins their first ever tournament game yesterday, and now they get USC in the winners bracket. This is just going to be a weird game, in my opinion, and we're going to sweat out this parlay that we got going as well going forward. I would like to say that the Cincinnati Reds, unfortunately, Rob Brown, did not win in the first 5. It was 0-0 and is still 0-0. So unlucky.
So just like that, a sweat that I am not going to lie, was not even paying attention to, ends up not being sweaty at all, as the Reds and the Cubs are now bottom 6. Team Talent had a first 5 Reds money line on the table. We knew Pomeranz was going to go 1 before they went to Brown. He went a clean 1 inning, 1K, no hits, no runs. Brown struck out 7 Reds through his 5 innings of work so far. So we are dead now, but we've got some other things working for us, which is Team Productions parlay. Seiya Suzuki 0 for 2, no hits, so their RBI bet is dead as of right now. Pico Armstrong has been to the dish twice, walked once, K'd once, so they are running out of time for his number to hit as well. They also have the Cubs on the money line, but you gotta take all 3 for it to matter. So Team Talent dead before the show is over. And now I just hope that Seiya Suzuki never hits another baseball for the rest of his life, and we'll be good. We'll see how that works out. We'll talk about that. All right, couple of best bets for me. I am going to start courtesy of our guy, Colby Marchio. New York Mets -2.5 is even money right now. But when he was telling me that Antonio Senzatella's numbers were bad, Hassan, I was like, oh, yeah, no, I know that. 1-9 with a 6.5 ERA is real bad. Kodai Senga is on the bump for the Mets, 5-3 with a 1.46 ERA. That is, and I wanted to say this as eloquently as possible. Good. That's a good number for Kodai Senga. I will take the Mets over, -2.5 at even money. And the best bet I can give you is never do anything involving the Atlanta Braves. You're welcome. All right, Double D's back. He had a couple more overreactions or makes senses that I wanted to knock out because the show's all about me and I want to talk about the things that I want to talk about, Double D. So let's do the damn thing.
We're the ones with the microphones.
I wasn't going to say on the air that I was not only am I making
context clues, Double D. Way to go, buddy.
My goal was not to let the listeners know that I openly and willingly manipulate your rundown to make sure we talk about the things that I want to talk about. So thank you for that.
All right. Since we're talking about it, Rob Brown. Overreaction makes sense. Chicago Bears will not make the playoffs this season and will be under 500 this year.
All right. The reason I like this one and highlighted this one, and I want to be real clear about it, I like Ben Johnson a lot. I'm a big Caleb Williams believer. I think he can be it. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because this one makes sense, as painful as it's going to be. This is a trajectory up, not an immediate arrival. You are starting the year with Minnesota, Detroit, and Dallas with a brand new head coach, with a quarterback who has to learn an all-new system, with a retooled, revamped set of offensive players. This Bears team could legitimately start 0-3 right out of the gate with a very good Minnesota team at Detroit and a Dallas team that I do not think is going to be great at the end of the year, but I think that's got a lot to do with scheduling. You got Baltimore in there. You got Joey B. Cincinnati. You've got Minnesota twice. You've got Philadelphia in there. Green Bay twice. San Francisco, who Ryan Horvath is over the moon about right now. The schedule sets up, Jake Hassan, to where, as much as Bear fan want to believe they're on the upward trajectory, and for the record, I agree with that. Schedule sets up real tough for Chicago. This makes sense.
Unfortunately, yeah, it makes sense. As the resident Bears fan with the microphone right now, I think this makes sense. I think they're due for 8-9, which, by the way, would be a huge improvement from last year. So I think 8-9 is just fine. Maybe they squeeze out 9-8, but I do think that if we're expecting 11, 12 wins in the playoffs, I can't get there.
Complicated offensive system done by Ben Johnson. I believe when he first took over the offense of the Detroit Lions, they went 1-6 because of the complications of his offense. I'm not saying that they won't get there, but not this year. All right, Jake Hassan, overreaction makes sense. College football was too quick to change the format of the college football playoffs.
No, this is an overreaction. I think it was very clear that there needed to be some kinds of changes. Now, were the changes they made the right changes? That remains to be seen. But as far as how it was, especially the seeding goes, yeah, there needed to be some changes. Like, we didn't need Boise State as a 4 seed. I'm sorry. Did anyone have fun watching that game? Not really? Okay, great. I'm glad we all agree on that. So I think that it's just, well, yeah, you as the Penn State fan, Double D, yeah, I'm sure you had a grand old ball watching that game. But overall, from a pure football viewing standpoint, not just a betting standpoint or a fandom standpoint, it was clear that there needed to be some changes. So I don't think they were too quick. Now, if you ask me, were they the right changes? Maybe that makes sense. It remains to be seen. But I actually give college football and the committee credit for doing this as quickly as they are and not punting and saying, oh, well, let's give it another year and make sure. No, I think they made the right call.
I concur entirely. Let's start with this. I want to be very clear. The powers that be in college football don't give a good gosh darn about my, Jake's, Double D's, or anyone else's enjoyment of the postseason. They care about one thing and one thing alone. How do we get the most money? How do we milk that cow and kill that cow falls over dead of exhaustion? We were always going to 16. We might as well jump the gun and get there. But I don't have an issue as long as, boys, they go with the 5+11 model. If they go with the 4-4-2-2-1-1-3 or whatever the hell it is model, I hate it. I despise it. I want my sports to start with the belief that everybody has the exact same opportunity to earn a chance to go win the trophy. A 5+11. I am fine with giving a tasty little treat to the teams that win their conferences so that there's still value in that. If we go open field, with the automatic qualifiers, there's no more value in winning the SEC or the Big Ten. I think that stinks, personally. I would like value in winning those conferences, the ACC, the Big 12, the Big Ten, the SEC. If you go with the 5+11, there's still value in that. You're in. You may not be inside of those top seeds, but it doesn't matter. You're in. If you go 5+11 and open it up to the field, I'm totally fine with a 16-team playoff. Do I think that a seed at 13, 14, 15, 16 is ever going to win the national championship? No, probably not. But I would rather have too many teams that's a little watered down to make sure we get all of the best in than have too few teams and end up where we have another year where we go, well, I think the team that was just outside and did not get in, Florida State, should have been given a shot in this spot. If they go to the 5+11 model, then I am totally fine with every other change that they have made so far. And so is someone's cat, apparently.
I have nothing to add whatsoever to that. Great job, gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's bookend this show perfectly. Rob Brown, overreaction makes sense. College baseball has the best playoffs in all of sports.
It's a makes sense, a full throttle, all afterburner, full gas, no brakes, yeet style makes sense, ladies and gentlemen, 100%. Listen to me. You got the regionals where you got 4 teams that descend upon one. Best teams in the country, they get the opportunity to host the playoffs. That's fantastic, but you got to beat 3 other teams to get there. That's spectacular. You've got competition. You've got upsets. Everything we love about March Madness comes in spades in the college baseball postseason. Then we got the super regionals where only the best of the best get to host. And you can win out your regional, still have to go on the road, but you got a shot. Best 2 out of the 3. You know what that means? That means the best team doesn't have one off day and get bounced from the tournament like they do in basketball. No. You can have a bad day and still be one of the best teams and go on to win. And then we go to Omaha, Nebraska, where, ladies and gentlemen, you will not find a sporting event outside of a Game 7 that provides more drama than the opening to the closing day of Omaha, Nebraska. Jake Hassan, the final 60 seconds are yours to make sure everyone in America knows I'm right.
Everything you said is completely correct. What other sport allows you to have playoff teams that host from Eugene, Oregon, all the way to Conway, Carolina? It's the best. Every team has the same bite at the apple once you're in the 64. It's the best. And also, once you get to that final 8 in Omaha, Nebraska, what other sport has a bar that keeps a whiteboard tracking how many Jell-O shots each fan base has throughout the tournament and throughout the final round? Nowhere else. That's all I have to say about that.
College baseball has the best postseason in American sports. Acknowledge it. Jake Hassan, you beautiful son of a gun. Thank you for hanging out with us today, buddy. We appreciate it. You're the best.
Anytime that phone rings and it's you guys calling, I'm going to pick up. Except when I can.
True, except for last Saturday when he didn't. But that's okay, ladies and gentlemen. You're all spectacular people. Thanks for being here. For Double D and Grant, Kenny, everybody in the background, we appreciate your time and attention. We'll get back next Saturday where we do it all over again. Cody Decker should be back. We'll find out. Malort sucks. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to Bet for the Cycle, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome into the Better Angle here on the BetMGM Network. He's Cam Smith. I'm Kate Constable. We're here with you for the next 3 hours. We've got a lot of NBA talk.
Oh, yeah.
Cam, we've got a Game 6 tonight.
Ooh, it's going to be spicy.
In Indianapolis.
Ooh, spicy in Gainesbridge Fieldhouse.
Knicks trying to keep their season alive, sending it back to the Garden for a Game 7. I say not happening.
Yeah. Even though I have the ties to the New York Knicks
Yes.
and Jalen Brunson and knowing him and his family personally.
It would be great for there's certain guys you just root for in the league because you know them or have a connection,
Right.
and so that aspect.
Right.
I mean, I feel like I know Brunson through knowing you,
Yeah.
because we talk about Brunson all the time on this show because you're friends with him, and so like I kind of feel like I want to root for the guy. But I just can't tonight.
You know
it's
what?
not happening.
You can't do it. You can't. And I have a lot of people, family and friends that are from New York City. A lot of friends that
you spend time in New York too.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in New York. So they're working with MSG Networks. I still have ties over there. Alan Hahn, Bill Pito, Wally Zerbiak that do the Knicks pre and post. Monica McNutt is like a sister to me.
Yep.
She does a lot of great things for the Knicks MSG Networks and also the Knicks radio. So they're all in Naptown, getting ready to watch this team season end tonight. That's just what's going to happen. Look, I'm shocked, honestly, that they survived Game 5. I thought that Indiana would come in Game 5 and really just take control because what? They're going back to the same place that they've won continuously, going back to last season in the playoffs when these teams matched up in the second round. So they aren't afraid of MSG. They aren't afraid of the celebrities sitting courtside. Spike Lee, get him out of here. We saw them the first 2 games really just take it to the Knicks. And in my opinion, going to Game 5, I'm like, no, this is all Indiana, especially how Tyrese Halliburton played. 32, 15 assists, 10 rebounds, and all those 15 assists, 0 turnovers.
Exactly.
So I didn't think that the Knicks had anything left. But it's a Tom Thibodeau coach team.
Yes, it is.
They have Jalen Brunson on that roster, and he was marvelous, really,
From
to
the
catapult
jump.
this team. It was
From the
great. It was a
jump.
great job by
Yeah.
him. So, and they survived, but you just don't have enough legs.
Do you-
and
do you-
you're going
do
on
you-
the road. It's going to be tough.
Do you feel, guys, that
it's a little dangerous to give up a game like the Pacers did in Game 5, because if you let a team back in a series, Pacers clearly had, right? They had that series, and then you kind of give up a little bit, and then all of a sudden the Knicks find a way to win tonight, then you have to go back to the Garden for Game 7. Like I saw Greg Doyle, I don't know if you saw this give and take with Siakam. He kept saying, "Why didn't you guys play harder?" And Siakam's like, "I don't know, we just did it." You know, but
that's
isn't
just
that
how
weird?
the game goes.
Yeah.
A chance to close out, and you just played that way. I mean,
I think that actually for Indiana, if they had lost Game 4, and then I would feel the danger going into Game 5 on the road. But for Indiana, they've been one of the best home teams in the playoffs that we've seen. So I don't really put any kind of fear into this team when it comes to facing off against this Knicks team in Game 6. I understand it. If they drop it now, it's like, okay, you
Then
can't really depend on anything because this is Game 7 back in New York.
Right, and then the conversation gets a little louder of, is this team going to blow a 3-1 lead?
Oof.
Like that type of pressure starts adding a little bit. I agree. I don't think it's going to matter for the Pacers. I think, I mean, you give them 2 more games, they can win one of them. They've showed they have the talent, they have the edge over the Knicks, or at least they have in quite a few of these games, that I think they're going to be fine. But that always is such a funny conversation, Randy, because it's like, why would you ever give a game away? Like, why would you not just go out and win every single game or try? So I think that's weird that, like, we as sports fans and people who talk about it, like, even consider that they're just, you know, they're going to throw this game, they're going to let the Knicks win this, we'll go back and win that one. Like, I know that's somewhat of strategy of kind of the back and forth of the playoffs, but it just seems like such a wild concept.
There's only one team that has that luxury to have the audacity to just throw away a game and bounce back. Sorry, Kate. But it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. We saw that.
And then after that game, it was no team who's ever lost a game by more than 40 points has gone on to win that series.
Stuff.
And then they did.
And then they did easily, yes.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, too, where with OKC, as badly as they lost that game, 41 points? I believe they lost that game by Game 3 against your Timberwolves, Kate. But they get back to who they were in Games 4 and definitely Game 5. So I know this is a little PTSD, and I know we're talking Knicks Pacers. I'm sorry,
no,
Kate.
we can
You're
get
like,
this out of the way.
Talking Knicks
We can
Pacers.
get this out of the
Stay
way.
on task, but I'm using OKC as that example. But again, with Indiana, with how they play and that sound from Pascal Siakam in an exchange with Greg Doyle, that's going to be played. And I'm sure if I'm Rick Carlisle, who's one of the best head coaches that we have seen in the NBA, I'm not going to say recently or the last 5 years or 10 years.
In the NBA.
In the NBA, in the game's history. He's really underrated for who he is and what he does. I mean, his resume is solidified in greatness. But I'm sure he's going to play that sound either from Pascal Siakam or remind Pascal, like, hey, remember you had that exchange with that reporter saying, well, we just didn't play hard. Well, play hard tonight. Yeah. Because if you don't play hard tonight, then, you know, you don't know what's going to happen in the Game 7.
No, anything can happen in a Game 7. And, like, crazy things. I mean, you could get, like, a campaign goes wild game. Yeah. I mean, well, that's probably not going to happen. That was a stretch.
Cut Cape's mic.
That was a stretch. But, like, you don't know who's going to show up or who's going to get hot that night, and maybe your shots just don't fall that night as locked in as you are, as hard as you're playing. Like, sometimes you just have those type of games. Like, if we're the Pacers, let's just not leave it to chance. Let's close it out tonight.
And that's why it's dangerous for the Knicks, because you know that Indiana will be jacked up to play this game. You know the fans in the arena will be not only jacked up, but drunk inside the Kingsbridge Fieldhouse because it's Saturday night. And this is an opportunity for their team to clinch a spot in the NBA Finals for the first time since 2000, going back to the Reggie Miller days. So I don't believe that Reggie's on the broadcast because I believe it's going to be on ESPN.
No, it's TNT.
No, it's TNT. It's going to be
Oh,
their
is it?
final.
Yeah. Okay.
This is going to be the final.
one.
It was possibly
Well, it
going
could
to be
be
the
tonight,
final.
the final one, right? Because
Well,
if
they go back to
right.
Game 7.
So,
gotcha.
I've been texting like a couple of chains I have, like, how great do you think TNT feels that they got this series compared to the other series? The other series was a dud.
That would have been a bad way for TNT to go. out. And you know,
this series has been great.
Yeah, it has. It really has. And that's the great thing of this playoffs is that you're going to have really not the culminate. Well, yeah, I'll call it the culmination because I just feel like OKC is going to be so dominant in the finals that it's not going to be a great series, even though it is. And yes, I'm saying it is the Pacers that they will face in the NBA Finals. Sorry, Knicks fans. But what we've seen throughout these playoffs, oh my goodness, it's just been a rewind to just good, competitive, physical, drama-filled basketball.
I mean, especially go back to the second round, too.
Yeah.
Like, that was the best most competitive across the board for all of those series for the most part. Like, we've gotten a very good playoffs other than my Timberwolves and the Thunder. Like, that really was not the best series, viewing wise, or if you're a Minnesota fan wise. But OKC,
If I had to give you guys like each one bet right off the top of your heads, like for tonight's game that you like,
Pacers -4.
Pacers -4. That's simple.
That's simple. I think you could even take some alt lines and take Pacers. I'm not sure if we go as far, Kenny. I'm not sure if we go as far as -19.
Oh boy.
Like Kenny had for the Thunder in that game. And to Kenny's credit, that one hit.
It did.
Plus 400. We should have taken that.
It was to the point where I was laughing. Like,
I know.
And laughing at all of us. Like, we should have took the bet.
And we all were like, Kenny, no, there is no way that's happening.
That actually proposes a question. So moving forward, betting the NBA when teams are like -8.5, because I think that day the Thunder were -8.5.
Yeah.
Is it better if you just think like, okay, this is going to be a blowout? Take an alt spread on that team, whether it's a regular season playoff game. Like, is that like the move moving forward in the NBA? We see blowouts all the time, especially more in the regular season. You see a team at -8.5, -9.5. The market says it's probably going to be a blowout, double-digit win anyway. Take the -19.5 and plus 400, whatever it may be. So I think that could be a thing we could look at moving forward, betting the NBA, even maybe college basketball.
Look. Indiana alt spread -10.5 plus 220.
See, that
again,
I would go, or you could do some ladders, like put a unit on the actual spread of -4, and then a quarter unit on -10, a quarter unit on do something like that. That way, it's not just all or nothing, because then that would just piss me off if I thought the Pacers were going to win and cover the 4, but I bet them -15 and they only win by 13. Then I would just be like, my blood would be boiling at myself for doing that.
Okay, so I'm putting a bet on Pacers -4.5, Pacers -10.5, Pacers -15.5. That's the strategy that I'm going with in this one.
And then when they all cash, then it's
then we're having a great time.
Right.
So you can make some plans.
Where would you guys put in the pantheon of New York Knicks legends if Jalen? I mean, Willis Reed's probably always gonna be one, but if Jalen Brunson leads the Knicks back from down 3-1 and they
Jalen Brunson already has a street named after him.
I think he's already top 5 right now, and that's more present day. I think that's just me, just prisoner of the moment right now. But you think of just the greats that played for the Knicks,
right?
You talked about
Willis
Reed and
Walt
Frazier and Patrick Ewing,
Bill Bradley,
right. Earl of Pearl Monroe, those names.
Yeah.
John Starks for some reason is celebrated like a god. And
they obviously didn't see Game 7.
Yeah, they definitely didn't see Game 7. No, but I get it because he embodies New York City, just tough, gritty, hard-nosed type dude. But as a Chicago guy growing up during the Jordan years, we hated John Starks, And so it didn't take until I was working with MSG Networks and actually did a simulcast of an old Knicks game. It was Patrick Ewing's birthday, and my co-host was John Starks.
Really?
And we did a simulcast of an old Knicks game.
And then you're like, okay, I can.
He was a
fine.
good guy.
We can bury the hatchet.
Yeah, just a little bit.
When I hated you back in the day.
Right, exactly. But yeah, I don't think he's top 5, but I think Starks is top 10 when you think about all-time Knicks legends. But to answer your question, Randy, I would say that he would solidify himself in the top 5 for me at least. And this is a Chicago guy having some time in New York for 5 years. That he would be top 5 all-time Knick.
I think his talent, I want to say it's there, but I think the moment or what he was able to accomplish in coming back from down 3-1, that would be the thing that would get him over the hump of being in a top 10, top 5 conversation going forward. Just how tough that is.
But that's also the beauty of that market that is New York City, especially with that brand that is the Knicks. If you can bring this team like Jalen Brunson has done out of the darkness and resurrect this franchise, you will be celebrated and loved forever. If Jalen Brunson retired, if the Knicks lose tonight, and they will lose tonight, when they lose tonight, he can retire right now and still be celebrated as one of the all-time great Knicks. Might not be top 5, but
all-time great. And his name would be thrown around in conversations that type of conversation for forever.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he went on and was never an all-star again, or didn't average what he is, and the fact that like Game 5 was Brunson won that game for the
definitely.
start. Like he set the tone for the team. His start to that game is what propelled them early on. So I think you can chalk up that game. How many more games throughout this playoffs could you chalk up to Jalen Brunson winning, like his performance being what won the Knicks that game?
And that's what you want from your leader, from your star. Like, dude, our backs are against the wall. We need you to step up, like right now. Do this because we're down 3-1.
Tell that to Anthony Edwards.
Oh.
Tell that to Anthony Edwards.
He has to do some soul searching.
He does.
Because he's very, I'll just say it, he's arrogant.
Yeah,
he's arrogant with it. He's not overly arrogant with it, but, he hides his arrogance with that smile.
Yep.
The little kid smile and is charming. Oh,
He
he's
is.
not
He's
saying
very
anything
charming.
mean. No, Anthony Edwards is arrogant. But he had to, and you have to have some sense of that to play at that level, especially where he is, because I still believe that he's an elite player in the league. But when you go out and present yourself as something, you got to back it up, man.
And he did nothing to back it up.
Not at all.
Even going back to Game 4. Like, I don't think he necessarily had a bad game in Game 4.
Yeah.
He made a lot of the right decisions in terms of hitting his open guys who were knocking down shots, but you still can't only have, 13, 15 shots if you're the leader of that team.
Yeah. I know I turned this into Timberwolves Thunder conversation, but I think Kate is doing it now. I think this might turn into a venting session.
Yeah,
the next, what do we have?
I'm already starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah, I've been waiting.
2 hours and
I've been
45
waiting
minutes.
4 days to be able to talk about this.
But no, you're right. You're right. You have to be the guy for your team, and we're seeing it with Jalen Brunson. But it's nothing new. Randy knows this, just being from the Chicago area and just watching Jalen ascend. And I know this as well, covering him, is that this dude, in the face of pressure and adversity, he always rises. And he's a winner. At the end of the day, if you describe Jalen Brunson with one word, it's winner. And that's what he is. It's going to be very difficult tonight to do that because, again, I think that Indiana closes this series out and they face off against the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. But if there's one dude that if he shows up, and I believe he will show up, that can make me look like a fool, it's Jalen Brunson.
Real quick, Cam. I think that the Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards still have a lot going for themselves. Like, they could get back there again in Anthony Edwards the next 5 seasons or so. Can the Knicks do that with Brunson? If they lose tonight, can they get past it?
Actually, I don't think both either.
You don't think either?
I don't think either.
Ooh, that's a conversation
it is.
that we will continue to have throughout the show because I am interested in Cam's thoughts on that one.
Right.
Mike DeFabo, who covers the Steelers for The Athletic, joins us next. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be in Pittsburgh this year? We will ask him next here on The Better Angle.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM?
Oh, there we go. What's up, Kate?
I saw a tweet this week.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Pelissero, Aaron Rodgers has not affirmatively told the Steelers that he's coming. That seems like an issue, being a lot of teams are already kind of, starting OTAs, camp of some sort.
Building chemistry.
Right. Getting to know a brand new playbook.
One-on-ones with the wide receiver, if you're the quarterback.
Yeah.
Getting to know your new head coach if you're a quarterback.
It's probably pretty important, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty important. Yeah.
You would think. Yeah. But Aaron Rodgers doesn't do conventional things. He what's the saying? Goes by the beat of his own drum?
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's pretty fair for Aaron Rodgers. But we got to figure out what's going on in Pittsburgh. And if it's not going to be Aaron Rodgers, who is it under center this year? So to do so, we bring in Mike DeFabo, covers the Steelers for The Athletic. Mike, we appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us on this Saturday. How has it been this offseason being a Pittsburgh Steelers beat writer?
Man, it's been a very bizarre experience. And I know everyone in Pittsburgh is definitely a little bit tired of it. And it's gotten to the point where, it's first day of OTAs. You kind of have to write about the quarterback. And all the comments in my story are like, man, we're just sick of this guy. We're tired of it. And that's one thing I don't think that Aaron Rodgers realizes with all this is, there are going to be a portion of fans that are skeptical of what he can bring into Pittsburgh because of the fact he's 41 years old. Because of the fact that he went, 5-12 last year with the Jets. But those people who were optimistic and willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, I think a lot of those have gone the other direction. And now we're critical and don't even want Aaron Rodgers right now. So it's creating an interesting dynamic here in Pittsburgh where, at some point, everyone thinks that he's going to sign. They're not sure. But I really wonder what the reception is going to be in Pittsburgh. And this is a city that Pat Narduzzi, the Pitt football coach, he calls it Boo City. Because this fan base has turned on its own. First with Ron Hextall, the GM of the Penguins. They've chanted Fire Canada at Penguins games. So if things don't go well for Aaron Rodgers, I really wonder what kind of reaction it's going to have from the fan base.
Yeah, Mike, I don't cover the Steelers, and I'm not a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, but I'm already exhausted from this Aaron Rodgers thing. So I can imagine what you and everybody over there who are lovers of the Steelers are going through, man. It's one thing to get into this negotiation with Aaron Rodgers at some point, right? I mean, obviously there's interest there between both sides of it. But then also, too, if you're the Steelers, knowing your history as an organization, are you shocked, Mike, that the Steelers are really, as we see this, giving in to Aaron Rodgers and what has made him Aaron Rodgers in terms of forcing organizations, head coaches, teams to march to his beat of his drum instead of doing things the organizational way?
It is interesting for sure because there's many examples of the Steelers putting team first. I mean, it goes back to Franco Harris, who's beloved in Pittsburgh, produced one of the most legendary plays of all time with the Immaculate Reception. When contract matters didn't go well with him, he ended up leaving, and somebody asked Chuck Noll about him, and he said, Franco who? And the point being hey, we move on. We're the Pittsburgh Steelers, that kind of thing. And this is very un-Steeler-like. And I almost wonder, how much is Aaron Rodgers also setting the tone for this relationship and kind of being look, if you want me, it's going to be on my terms. I'm going to be doing things my way. I'm the quarterback, not I'm coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers doing what you tell me. So, it's an interesting approach. And, it's created this very bizarre situation where we're in right now, where the Steelers need to significantly improve offensively, and they've been through 1 week of OTAs. They don't have a quarterback, and the number one wide receiver, DK Metcalf, wasn't there. So, it's optional, but still, this offense has been dragging down the highest paid defense for the better part of a decade. And, how are you going to improve if the quarterback and the starting number one wide receiver aren't there?
Okay, so Mike, what do you know about conversations that Aaron Rodgers has had with the Steelers, whether that be recently or even just going back a couple months when the talks first got started of, hey, Aaron Rodgers could be a potential fit in Pittsburgh?
Well, the Steelers have been confident throughout that Aaron Rodgers will eventually come here, but I think that even they are a bit surprised that it's dragged out this long. And some of the strongest words have come from Art Rooney II, who is the team president and owner. And going back to owners' meetings, like now we're talking 2 months ago, he said, I think we're going to get a decision soon. Then at the draft, he said the same thing. Then a couple weeks ago at another owners' meeting in Minnesota, he said again, I think it's going to happen soon. So, the Steelers seem to be willing to be patient with Aaron Rodgers. I think they realized that, this was not a great quarterback class in free agency. This was not a great class coming out in the draft. And once some of these other options went elsewhere, it really was like Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. And at that point, I feel like they just decided, look, we're already pot committed at this point. Our chips are on the table. Let's just wait it out as long as it's going to take. At this point, I don't know if they expected it to take this long, but right now, I feel like they kind of have gone down this path long enough that they're willing to see it till its end.
Yeah, no doubt on that, Mike. And I think with Aaron Rodgers, he's allowed to do Aaron Rodgers things because he understands that the Steelers need him with the quarterback room that they have currently right now. So that's the tough thing about it. It was just I know you guys need me. I'm going to force you guys into just waiting for me and let me take my time.
He does for everything.
Right, exactly. It's so wild. But Mike, getting back to that quarterback room for the Steelers team, I mean, at some point they have to make a decision to say, okay, we're just going to move forward and not allow this thing to drag out even longer because you're starting to get close, a little bit closer, not there yet. Still some time away from training camp, right? So when you look at the quarterback room, is it potentially Mason Rudolph as QB1 for this Steelers team if that's the decision by Mike Tomlin?
At this point, I wouldn't completely rule that out. I think that the Steelers would at least have a conversation about bringing in a guy like Kirk Cousins. I think they're willing to be patient with Aaron Rodgers, but they definitely have talked up Mason Rudolph a lot. And Mason Rudolph has had an interesting career with the Steelers because back when he was drafted in 2018, the former GM, Kevin Colbert, he was saying, look, there were some teams that had a first-round grade on this guy, so we're happy to get him in the third. And because of those statements, a lot of fans felt like maybe this is the heir apparent to Ben Roethlisberger. He sits for a couple years, learns, and when Ben moves on, then he steps up and takes his spot. And really, the opposite unfolded for Mason Rudolph. He ended up tumbling down the depth chart, ended up as QB3 behind Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett, not necessarily two star quarterbacks. And it wasn't until the 2023 season, the Steelers season was in a tailspin, and Mason Rudolph came in, won 3 games in a row to get them to the playoffs. And I think that started to make the Steelers think a little bit differently about him. Now, I think he's a little bit better than QB3, but you look at what he did last year in Tennessee, he had a quarterback rating of 80. He had the same number of touchdowns as interceptions. So if you thought a couple years ago he was the third best quarterback on your own roster, how could he now be the best decision for you at quarterback? And I think, as much as fans want to get behind Mason, I think some of that's because they're sick of the Aaron Rodgers stuff. I just don't think the ceiling's very high for him. I think that maybe he could be a game manager, get them to another, classic Tomlin season. Maybe they preserve the non-losing season streak and finish right around 500. But if they're going to actually snap their postseason winless drought, which is now 8 seasons and is a huge talking point here in Pittsburgh, they need quality quarterback play. That's been the reason why they've failed to win a playoff game more than anything else. And so, Mason Rudolph probably is not that guy, but he might end up having to be if Aaron Rodgers ends up, deciding to do whatever he'll end up deciding.
We're talking with Mike DeFabo, Steelers beat reporter for The Athletic. Mike, this Kirk Cousins conversation, if the Steelers do, in fact, decide to turn to Cousins at some point, what does that look like? What do they bring him in contract-wise, or when does that process start?
Yeah, some conversations that I've had, it sounded like things that I've heard within the organization, it sounded like at some point and at some price they would at least have the conversation. I don't know if they would actually pull the trigger on something like that. One of the biggest factors with Kirk Cousins is his contract. And so he's due $27.5 million this year. He also has a $10 million guarantee next year. So any team that acquires him, it's going to have to be a situation where the Atlanta Falcons eat a tremendous amount of that. And to this point, it doesn't seem like they're willing to do that. The way that I look at Kirk Cousins, if the Steelers could get him in a similar scenario to last year with Russell Wilson, where the Denver Broncos were paying all but $1.2 million of that salary, it was kind of like a no-risk situation. And you said to yourself, yeah, maybe this guy isn't in his prime anymore, but we don't need him to be, and we're also not paying him anything near like an elite quarterback. So, I think that the situation would need to be kind of similar with Kirk Cousins, especially the way that things ended at the end of the year with him getting benched. He was playing some really poor football, turning the football over a lot. Looks like he had lost a lot of his mobility. So I would have my concerns on the field, and I would have even bigger concerns as it pertains to the financials. But if the Atlanta Falcons can sweeten it enough, maybe the Steelers would at least consider something like that.
Mike, as OTAs continue on across the NFL, when you look at the Steelers and just from what you've heard and what you've seen with this team, what has really stood out to you through these OTAs in the early part? And then also, what's the messaging that you're hearing from Mike Tomlin about this team, especially with certain areas that they need to grow and get stronger in?
Yeah, two big areas other than quarterback are offensive line and wide receiver. So, obviously the Steelers made a big move by going and acquiring DK Metcalf. But after trading George Pickens, really it's like there's DK Metcalf, a huge gap, and then a lot of question marks and maybe like intrigue and unknown. And one of the guys who's really an X factor is Roman Wilson for this team because, he was drafted in the third round out of Michigan. Very productive receiver there, track caliber speed, really good on slants and in-breaking routes. But he essentially redshirted last year because he got hurt the first padded practice, injured his ankle. That was during training camp, and then tweaked his hamstring and ended up really just being a lost year. So, if Roman Wilson steps up and hits the ground running, you're going to feel a lot more confident about that wide receiver group. If you don't, then you could start seeing why there's reports about Omar Khan inquiring about Jonnu Smith and, some other playmakers and pass catchers. So, I think that's a big talking point here in Pittsburgh is everyone knows what DK Metcalf can do, but if you're not throwing the football to DK, who is it going to be?
Mike, we appreciate your time, appreciate all of your insight. We wish you best of luck this season with everything that you and Pittsburgh Steelers fans are dealing with Aaron Rodgers, but should be a fun year regardless.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm probably going to need that, so thank you very much.
Meditation, Mike. You go through some meditation, man, and some breathing exercises just to get
That's right. Deep breaths, everyone.
Yeah.
Deep breaths.
We will talk to you again throughout the season, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much.
That is Mike DeFabo, covers the Steelers for The Athletic, and you can find him on Twitter at Mike DeFabo.
Great stuff from Mike.
Yeah.
Really great stuff. I'm looking at the win total for the Steelers, and I know Kenny wants to get into this conversation, but there are a lot of different ways.
Kenny's probably going to say they'll win the Super Bowl.
Right. I'm sure that's what Kenny will say. For sure. I mean, to make the playoffs at plus 150, if you want to take the Steelers, with all of the emptiness when it comes to QB1.
Yeah.
If you feel that confident, plus 150, I don't know.
That's a crazy price considering, well, I guess plus 150 to make or miss playoffs. Yeah. I mean, the Steelers have not missed the playoffs in how long? They go to the playoffs. They don't win in the playoffs.
Yeah, right.
That's the problem, but they make it there. Now, they've had more stable quarterback situations going into the season. I just want to know, what is Aaron Rodgers waiting for? Either at this point, you either know or you don't.
Ooh. You
but
think that's an option?
Haven't the Vikings come out and said we're not interested?
Yeah, but what if J.J. McCarthy starts off 0-2 and is rotten?
Oh, so you think Rodgers might not sign with anyone, wait till the season starts, and then
he comes in, yeah.
Oh, then Aaron Rodgers is the savior. He comes in on his white horse.
And that's why it's so dangerous of a situation if he does that, because now it just empowers him even more as we just go into dark mode. Is Aaron Rodgers getting ready to come out of the darkness like the Undertaker right now? Because the light just shut off. So this is odd.
We have strobe lights going on in the studio right now.
Exactly. Yeah, this is actually pretty cool right now.
I kind of like it. Yeah, it's like the spotlight's on us, although the spotlight is really bright right now.
Yeah, maybe we should move on.
I'm trying to figure it out, guys. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened back here.
Yeah, okay. Want to move on from the Aaron Rodgers conversation?
Stop talking about Aaron Rodgers right now.
Let's do that.
Okay, so Women's College World Series is going on right now. The TV right in front of us here. Ooh. Oklahoma, Texas tied
Red River rivalry.
2. Yeah. Bottom of the 4th.
Did you see what happened last night, by the way? The girl on Oregon threw a pitch from her cleat, a piece of dirt came up. The ball hit the dirt and went right into the catcher's eye.
Wow.
I saw it live, and I'm like, how'd the catcher get dirt in her eye? And they did the replay, and I'm like, oh, my goodness, look at this.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
That's some Final Destination type
Yeah.
stuff right there.
That's like when Randy Johnson hit the bird.
Oh, man.
Right?
He hates talking about that,
Does
by the
he?
way. Yes, he's not a fan.
Probably a pretty, like maybe a little traumatic PTSD
Yeah.
for him. He killed an animal in front of like 40,000, 50,000 people.
Just the bird exploded.
That's
It
the
exploded.
problem. Yeah. All right, coming up on the other side, the Thunder. They're in the finals. Are they a lock to win the finals? How are we betting that before we even know who they're playing? That's coming up next here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
do a quick score check around Major League Baseball. First, though, starting off Women's College World Series, tied 2-2, Oklahoma and Texas, bottom of the fourth there. We'll keep our eye on that one throughout the afternoon. Middle of the third, Orioles are up 1 on the White Sox. Blue Jays leading the A's 7-5. End of the fifth. Brewers are up 4-0 on the Phillies in the top of the third. 1-0 Cards over Rangers right now. That game just getting underway. Tie game in the second, Angels and Guardians. Braves leading the Red Sox 1-0, top of the third there. Mets up 4-1 on the Rockies. I was looking at this this game, Cam, in our last segment or break, and the Rockies were up 1-0 on the Mets. Granted, the Mets had the bases loaded, but the Mets were still minus 3.5 on the run line, minus 122.
Whoa.
Down. And I mean, that just goes to show how bad the Rockies are, right? Like you're already down 1-0, and yet you're still minus 120 for a run line of minus 3.5 is insane.
That's what happens when you're the worst team in baseball.
Yeah.
You just get, just like, oh, they're up. Whatever. Still have, whoever they're up against as the favorite. In this thing.
They were minus 700 favorites.
My
and
goodness.
it was what the
minus 700
favorites down 1-0, and it was the bottom of the third. They did have the bases loaded, but still.
That's like me playing my 8-year-old son in basketball. Like if you could bet on something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's 1 point away from winning the game.
Yes.
It's like, oh, Dad's still minus 700 to win this thing.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Dad's not letting any easy layups in.
Well, speaking of the Rockies, how about the fall for Chris Bryant, former Cub?
Oh
Chris
my
Bryant,
gosh.
Just like his situation with Colorado.
I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
He was
really
the hero in Chicago,
yeah,
right?
he was. I mean, Randy, the trajectory really that Bryant was on, and he really got to the key awards, right? Rookie of the Year.
Well, go back a year before that, he was College Baseball Player of the Year.
He was that.
And then he was Minor League Baseball Player of the Year.
Yeah, just rising with the ranks.
And then he was Rookie of the Year, MVP, all in 4 years. And they won the World Series.
Yeah.
And I think his year after he won the MVP was a better season. And then it just all started falling apart. Like he got hit in the head, in the batter's box. And I felt like just nothing was going his way. And his Cubs career kind of ended with a fizzle, and in Rockies, it never started even.
Not at all.
It was
never
sad.
really started, and that's the sad thing about it. Like he got his money and got paid. I'm blanking on the deal that he signed. But it was
it was a 7-year, like 180.
180. That's what it was. I think it was like 182 for the 7-year deal that he got. So at that time, it was just like, man, this is a great payday. Like we understand it. Like you have to go get your money. You've earned everything from an individual standpoint for the most part, and then also you got your World Series championship. So maybe you think the greener pastures are on the side with Colorado, but it's just for him, the injuries just continued to pile up, and we've just never really seen him get back to the Chris Bryant that was a Chicago Cub.
I mean, I haven't heard his name even being discussed.
Well, he's basically, I don't know when he's going to play this year with his back injury.
Yeah.
And, some Rockies beat reporters when it first came out said basically that you've seen the last of Chris Bryant.
Really?
Which is crazy. I don't know if that means we've seen the last of him ever. And I mean, Anthony Rizzo hasn't played this year. That's from that team.
Yeah.
We thought, they'd still all be playing, but Father Time is undefeated, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely undefeated. Javi Baez is actually having a great season for himself individually.
He's come back.
Yeah, he has returned back to the guy
he's playing center field now, which is crazy.
Yeah, definitely right. But yeah, I just want to touch on the Chris Bryant thing. It was just like, man, and it's nothing. You root for the guy, right? And that's the thing about that. I think there was any ill energy or emotion from Cubs fans with Chris Bryant when he went over to Colorado, but it was like, man, dude.
You still wanted to see the guy succeed and everything. Yeah, because, I mean, he seemed like not only a fan favorite for what he did on the field, but just a good guy that people could root for and get behind. And so, to see him sitting on the 60-day IL right now, tough fall from where they were. The Cubs, however, this season, though, Cubs are doing pretty well. They just won, just beat the Reds 2-0 this afternoon. That offense, Pete Crow Armstrong, the guy just doesn't stop hitting home runs.
Are we talking about NL MVP Pete Crow Armstrong right now?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. I just want to get that out there. Randy's giving me a look right now.
No?
Randy's not going.
Randy.
And then they said, "Let there be light."
There it is. All right.
I mean, have you seen what Shohei's been doing?
Yeah.
He's got 22 home runs, and by the way, Cam, he's going to start pitching like in a month or so, and then he's going to probably have a 2 ERA, and he's going to hit 50 home runs again. And then if he gets bored, maybe he'll start stealing bases. So yeah, I think it's a great story.
Yeah.
He's a really good player, but like in my opinion, until either one of those two guys, Judge or Shohei, decide they want to stop playing, like it's almost impossible to MVP in either division right now because in either league. Because Judge, it's already over. Assuming he continues to play.
Yeah. Assuming he stays healthy.
Right. It's done. And Shohei's getting to that point. You could have got him a couple weeks ago at plus 200, which is crazy.
Wow.
Now he's minus money. And, Tarek Skubal, who's pitching today, before his last start was plus 200. And then he threw a Greg Maddux shutout, like 87 pitches, and his last pitch was 102.7.
Yeah.
So
13 Ks in that game. Was that game?
Yeah.
Fire.
So it's like all these awards are like, maybe the National League Cy Young is more wide open right now, but the other ones I think are kind of like
down.
Yeah, in my opinion they are at least. Maybe I hate to burst everyone's bubble, but PCA is a good story, but he's not winning the MVP. Shohei's ridiculous.
That's what I threw in like for right now.
Yeah.
MVP.
But, you are not bursting Kenny's bubble at all. Kenny in the chat. That's like saying Caleb is going to win MVP over Josh Allen.
Kenny, why is Caleb Williams catching strays right now? What's going on?
This is just a Chicago thing. Pete Crow Armstrong's not going to win the MVP.
No, he's not going to win MVP. I just feel like right now, if it had to shut down, then
now
PCA
he is one of
great
the
case
hotter hitters right now.
Right.
The streak that he's been on, and his name is out there and being thrown around. And you talk about the Cubs being successful. Your mind goes straight to, at least mine does, Pete Crow Armstrong having a great season, right?
There you go. Right, exactly.
He's not the only reason for the success, but a big piece of it.
Yeah, no doubt. How about Kyle Tucker with how he's been able to play this season? Can you jump in on this conversation? Because we came into this season with Kyle Tucker, and I know I'm kind of like, rerouting the conversation of what we have in the rundown, but just as we have the Cubs. But
sorry. Randy's rundown doesn't matter. My bad, Randy.
I'm back in.
We're fluid here.
I know I missed last week. Randy was back in last week, but like this baseball conversation with Randy, like it gets me going because you have a guy in Kyle Tucker with the expectations coming into the season with the Cubs. Has the World Series championship, and Cubs fans are really thinking, okay, man, we lost Cody Bellinger. Now we're getting Kyle Tucker. He's going to be our guy. There's pressure within that to produce, right? New city, new team, new division. Everything is fresh. New league for him, obviously, because he's coming from the AL with the Astros. But, man, has he stepped up for this Cubs team. And just say, like, why did you guys doubt me? Did you think that I was going to be anything else than productive? Like, this is what I do. I'm a World Series champ. So, in addition to Pete Crow Armstrong, because Kay was making the point, and it's a great point, that it's not all PCA and why the Cubs are successful, but it's Kyle Tucker. You have him playing well. The pitching staff has stepped up. There are another number of guys in that Cubs lineup that are playing great baseball that has them right behind, actually half game behind the Phillies for the top spot in the National League.
Kyle Tucker, 23 homers last season, and that was the lowest he's had in the.
And he missed a significant portion of the season.
Previous 4 years. I mean, he had back-to-back seasons with 30 homers, 29 in 2023, but already has 12 homers, and we're 57 games through the season. So, you guys know I don't do math. That's on track for, hitting those marks again this year, right?
No doubt about that. And Kenny put in the chat, Seiya Suzuki. How could I forget about the guy that's leading baseball in RBIs? Like, Seiya has been great. And that was another thing coming into the season as well, because there was communication issues with Seiya Suzuki and Craig Counsell, and they were trying to mend that thing as we got into spring training and just trying to find some kind of common ground. Well, I kind of am of the belief that, hey, if you're playing this way, you found some type of common ground with your coach to where you don't have to be best friends, but the working relationship is there between Seiya, Craig Counsell, and it's really manifesting itself in his individual play, but then also his team play. And so that's another nod to, as we talked about player, but we got to give some love to Craig Counsell too, and what he's been able to do. I mean, handsomely paid. You got paid a bag for sure.
Which then he should be producing like this, and he's living up to what he was given that money for.
Yeah, true.
So the Cubs play the Reds again tomorrow. This series tied 1-1. So the winner will take the series, and then the Cubs go at Washington. So playing the Nats. I think they could probably win that series, right? Yeah. The Detroit series will be fun, though, because the Tigers have been great so far, and then they play the Phillies. So some tough series coming up for the Cubs. We'll see kind of how that all shakes out, and what they look like in those. But I mean, if any earlier series are any indication of how they're going to be against really good teams, like you won the series against the Dodgers, against the Padres earlier, Diamondbacks. So
they've been tested. They definitely have been tested, especially the Diamondback series where they were basically left for dead and turned into zombies to come back and win the game. So yeah, they're legit. But again, it's a long baseball season, and I know Cubs fans is happy and exciting and as encouraged as they are with this team. They're like, we have a long way to go. Yeah, a long way to go.
Because it feels like that's happened before, where Cubs fans get excited early on, have a good start to the season, and then things fizzle out.
They were pretty good to start last year.
Yeah.
But I feel like this and you know what? Now that we're all Cubs centric here, they've just kind of stumbled upon it. He throws really hard. So, but Daniel Palencia, the guy who's closed out games, his first outing was not good. He blew the game and they lost against the Marlins. But since then, he's been pretty much unhittable.
Yeah.
And you wonder if when Porter Hodge comes back, if probably Palencia stays in that role. Mm-hmm. The guy they traded for, Ryan Presley, they promised him he'd be the closer. I think gave up 8 runs in one inning, so he's probably not going to be the closer. Yeah. So, hey, it's again, pace yourself, right? Baseball is a grind. Yeah. It's a long season. You know what it is, Kate?
What?
It's not a half marathon, but it's a full marathon. That's what baseball season is. So,
even those half marathons are tricky.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to train for those half marathons.
You really do.
You can't just wake up and run a half marathon.
I mean, you can if your name's Cam Smith. Whoa.
Oh boy, did I agree to do a half marathon?
Cam's running a half marathon in the morning.
The Bank of America Chicago half marathon.
I'm impressed, Cam.
On the west side of Chicago.
I'm impressed, but I'm concerned at your lack of marathon type training. I know you work out a lot. You're up at you're a 5 a.m. crew in the gym.
I am, yes.
Like that is very impressive to me. But mile 7, 8 rolls around and
Kate with the head scratch too. Like the faith is not there. Look, shout out to my trainer Derek Baker over at Pro Fitness and Sports Academy over in Pilsen. He looked at me when I told him that I was going to run a half marathon. He was like, "Wait, are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I think Randy and I need to get some signs. Jenna, you want to make some signs? We'll get out there tomorrow.
I gotta put my bib number out there so I can get the full support because
more to come on the other side here. We'll talk about it some more in the Better Angle.
What did I do?
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
off last segment a little abruptly with a tease that Cam is running a half marathon. Is that tomorrow, Cam?
It's tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Race starts at 6:50 a.m.
Yeah, that's also the problem with half marathons is you have to get there so early.
Yeah.
The sun isn't even up yet.
No, definitely not up yet. The good thing is that, again, it's on the west side of Chicago. It's actually the start line is a couple of blocks away from where I used to play basketball.
Oh,
over
okay.
At Garfield Park, the Golden Dome right over there. So all my people in Chicago, they know about the area for sure. So for me, it's like nostalgic.
Yeah.
And so when I have that powering
That'll
my run,
give you
I'm like,
a little adrenaline, some
this
excitement.
is for the
getting
neighborhood
to
right
the
now.
Start. Yeah.
Yes, this is it.
Yeah.
But I have to tread lightly because I know myself. And I've done long distance running before, not half marathons or full marathons, but in college, preseason conditioning, we go for like 3-mile runs, or even, this was maybe about 4 years ago, I really got into running.
Yeah.
And so I built myself up, started out doing 1 mile and 2 miles and 3, 4, 5. And then we discussed that I do work out. And I start to get like runner's high. I'm not sure if you know about runner's high, but I'm like, oh man, this is something that.
Is that part of like the endorphins, Cam?
Yeah, it just kicks in and just feels like you're floating, right? So, but again, I know myself, and I know that when certain songs come on a playlist,
get a little fired up.
I turn into Rocky Balboa in my head. in my head, Kate. You know what Rocky Balboa is.
I do.
Right? Okay.
I do.
I
have seen at least one of the Rockies.
Okay.
Maybe multiple.
Okay, great. Because Randy, you know, when you throw out a movie reference,
yeah.
with Kate,
but if that one didn't work, then we really would have to have.
I would look at Kate in the eye and say, "We failed you, Kate."
Yeah. We would need to have an intervention if Kate didn't know who Rocky Balboa was. Kate,
No,
honest to God.
I know. And Adrian.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah,
look at the redemption for Kate.
Adrian,
I love this.
my girl.
I love this. So the song, and my older brother and my cousins, we are heavy Rocky fans. We love, well, I'm not going to say all the Rocky movies because it tailed off after Rocky 4, and that was even bad with the script writing. Sorry, Sylvester Stallone, but the script writing was bad in Rocky 4. That was against the Russian Ivan Drago.
I found that one entertaining still.
Yeah. You know, if you take it as a comedy, it works out. Yeah, so it's when Rocky goes to Russia and fights against Ivan Drago.
Okay. Yeah, I have not seen that one.
Played by Dolph Lundgren. So
and the whole reason he does it is because I think there's no spoiler alert.
No spoiler.
No,
Drago kills Apollo, and Rocky refuses to throw in the towel.
Maybe it is a spoiler alert.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, okay.
So
he
spoil away.
he goes to fight against the Russian in Moscow, Russia, on Christmas Day, and gives a wild, crazy speech that doesn't make any sense at the end of the fight. Yeah, he wins, but after Rocky 4 kind of tails off. But in Rocky 4, there's a song where he's training. He's training in the hills and the mountains of Russia, like running through snow. He's got boots on.
Yeah.
He's got a nice leather coat on. He's like wanting to avenge his friend's death. And they're playing a song. It's called Hearts on Fire. I love that song. My brother loves that song. My cousin loves that song. Everybody. When that song comes on, I think that I'm training in Moscow. And I think that I'm taking off. So when I have to pace myself. I might take off right now, Randy. Come on, don't do that. I almost jumped over the table right now and sprinted out of the studio.
The best part of that whole thing, I know we're really up, but is when he gets to the top of the mountain, when he loses those guys and he starts showing, Drago! Sorry. I mean, and I could just do this all day.
Yeah. Me too. I'm with you, Randy. I'm with you. So, yeah, I have to strategically place that song at the end of my playlist. So when I get to those tougher moments, or if I get to the final mile, I need that to kick in to kind of carry me over.
Yeah, you got to curate a good playlist to keep you going throughout the day.
That's the pressure.
Maybe you just throw that song in like every hour. Well, hopefully you're not going too many hours.
No, yeah.
But every half hour or so, just to give you a little,
bump. Boost.
Yeah,
for sure.
I believe in you, Cam.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate it.
I've heard like once you get going, once you get started running, if you're someone who works out, and even if you haven't trained, like you'll be able to do it. Your body will be fine.
And no disrespect to this age group or this crowd, but there are people that of all ages that go run.
Yeah.
I believe you can't do it as a kid. I believe you have to be a certain age to do like a half marathon or a marathon or any kind of long distance running when it comes to that capacity. But I'm sure there's going to be someone that's at least 70. Maybe 80.
There'll be people walking the entire thing.
If they pass me, though, Kate.
Then we've got a problem, Cam.
In their season years passes me, then that's why I can't hold back. That's when I have to take off and just get after it.
Then there's no slowing down for you. You got to go just full blown sprint the rest of the way.
Now I'm not only am I letting my family down and the people that are connected to me, but I'm letting the better angle down.
Yeah, you are.
I can't let the better
Cam,
angle
if you let a seasoned male or female, anyone more seasoned than we are, pass you.
Especially at the finish line, too.
Yeah, it's
like
not
if we're
a
like
good
neck
look.
and neck for some reason.
That's not a good look.
Because that's mile 13.
Yeah.
That's a bad look.
That is.
I
So
would
we're
dive
gonna
across the
need
finish line just to
a
win that.
full recap, a full report of how this went.
I might have to do it from home
If you're,
next Saturday.
I was going to say if you're able to walk next Saturday. But we believe in you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to get up at 6:45 to go have signs around the city for you,
you're
but
fine. You're fine. I wouldn't put that pressure on you.
You know, maybe I'll stick one out my window and just those driving by can see the support that we have for Cam.
I appreciate that support because I've gotten more support from you, Kate, you, Randy, you, Jenna, our Better Angle crowd, our family, than I've gotten from my own wife.
Oh no, Lisa!
Lisa has been laughing at me.
Yeah, she's got a reason, Cam.
She does.
She's got a
She
reason.
really does.
Come on, don't bury the headline. Tell us why.
Uh-oh.
Because she knows I haven't been training for this. And I pick up my.
That was so sad, Cam.
I go and she still thinks that I'm not going to go through with it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm serious. I'm going to do it. So yesterday I go to Roosevelt Collection to go pick up my bib and kind of like my gear and stuff. And I text her. I'm like, after I work out, which I did. Shout out to Derek Baker over at Pro Fitness and Sports Academy over in Pilsen. I finished the workout. I go to Roosevelt Collection to go pick it up. And I text my wife, Lisa, my bib number. And she just replies back, all laughing emojis.
That's
and I'm
amazing.
just like, oh, what are we doing right now?
Amazing.
Like, this is supposed to be my source of strength, my confidence, all of that, my supporter. And nothing. She's just been laughing the entire time.
I kind of don't blame her too. The fact that you haven't trained is good.
Yeah.
So I ran a half a couple years ago. I did it with my sister and my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law trained. My sister-in-law did not train.
Ooh, how'd they go for her?
Somehow she finished about 45, maybe a minute or so behind me.
Wow.
She hopped on. She got a ride. She skipped a couple miles.
Yeah.
There is no way. So what I'm saying here, genius on her part. Hey, get Lisa, bring the car around at mile 5, drop you off at mile 8, you finish, you look like a hero. I mean,
Cam's got integrity.
I do have integrity, but I didn't have it at one point.
If you're cramping, you know, Cam, sometimes
that
you
could
just
happen,
gotta.
For sure.
But
And
I
so-
think you can do it. That's a last resort.
Last weekend, I did not have that integrity, Randy. I really contemplated, like, okay, can I call an Uber or a taxi, get dropped off at a certain point, maybe get a water bottle, throw it over my head and make it look like I'm sweating, and then miraculously come around and cross the finish line and get interviewed like, oh, it was such a grueling race.
Right?
I
You
cannot
get those
believe I did
little
this.
wrap things
Right.
that the silver
Exactly,
tinfoil to keep your heat in or out, whatever it is. I
And
don't know what they do, but they
I'm-
look cool.
I'm giving all of my shout outs. You know how boxers do after they win a fight. Shout out to my wife and my family, the Better Angle, everybody in Chicago, the west side of Chicago for supporting me. This is great. And we live in the day of social media.
Yeah.
You
You got to
going
post
viral.
it,
No, not that
No.
standpoint. But somebody out of the crowd says, no, he
That's
cheated. I
right,
saw him get
yeah.
out of that Uber over there. No, I got video. And then, I get ran out of Chicago because I cheated on a half marathon.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I take it back. We don't need that. We don't need that. But we will need an update next week.
Gotcha.
On how all of that went.
Gotcha.
For now, we do have to talk a little NBA and finals. Oklahoma City punched their ticket, beat the Wolves in the Western Conference Finals in 5 games, and right now, the Thunder are minus 750 to win the NBA Finals.
Wow.
Pacers are 7-1, and Knicks are 16-1. Being obviously those two teams neither of them have punched their ticket. That is crazy. Minus 750 to win the NBA Finals.
Again, it's like me playing basketball one-on-one against my 8-year-old son.
Yeah.
It's just like,
It feels like it's decided.
yeah.
We aren't even going into these finals wondering, like, does this team have a chance? Is this going to be a 6-7 game series? How far is it going to go?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the conversation is like, do the Knicks or Pacers get a game? Can they get 2?
Yeah. That and you have to really credit Oklahoma City because they have been dominant.
They really have.
It's not just like, oh, they've been good or they've been efficient. No, they have been dominant in this playoff run, which is really impressive on both ends of the floor, too. So, in pace of play, defensively with their deflections, what they're doing in steals, how they rebound the basketball, their depth coming off of the bench, strategically, how they were able to make Anthony Edwards look like an average player. They reverted Julius Randle back to the dude that was just drafted into the NBA. That was a bull in a china shop, dribbling through and trying to dribble through 3 people with his head down and turning the basketball over. They make you look average, and that is so difficult to do, especially in this stage of the NBA season with the playoffs. You're talking 7-game series where everyone watches film. All of these coaches are not getting any sleep, and they're trying to find ways of just trying to get one up on their opponent. But Oklahoma City, if they drop a game like we saw them drop game 3 against Minnesota, they lose by 40.
Yeah,
they just bounce right back like it's nothing.
They were not panicked at all. It's like that game wasn't even a blip on their radar.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, we didn't have it tonight. Move on. Come out the very next game. And they were great. They've lost 4 games in this entire playoff so far, Cam. Wow. 4 total.
That is so wild.
I mean, and their point differential at home, especially, is crazy. I believe they want to say they're 8-1 at home in this playoffs.
Right, and the only loss was to the Nuggets when they had a huge lead and blew it down the stretch.
Yeah. And so betting on the Thunder when they're at home, not only are they winning, they're covering those games too.
Yeah.
So initially I thought that the Pacers would give the Thunder the best run for their money if those two met in the finals, because the Pacers can play up and down. They can similar styles to OKC in terms of their pace and ball movement, things like that. But I've almost flipped and maybe the Knicks and the styles make fights argument would be better, where the Knicks play at a completely different style than the Thunder do. And so maybe that's what makes this series more competitive between the options of who's going to face the Thunder.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, because you have the basketball mind of Tom Thibodeau as well, and just what he can do defensively to try and figure out how to slow down Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the offense of the OKC Thunder. But again, going back to Rick Carlisle, who is another great basketball mind, right? I'm sure he's going to find some way to try to limit, because you're not going to stop SGA, to try and limit him and really limit Jalen Williams, who's really found himself again coming off of that Nuggets series. Like, this was a godsend for Thunder fans and also Jalen Williams, that he got back to the player that has been the Robin to SGA's Batman. So you look back on that series against the Nuggets, you're like, man, of this run for the Thunder, if they go on and beat the Knicks or the Pacers, whoever has that spot from the Eastern Conference, in 5 games, you're going to look back at that series against the Thunder, or excuse me, against the Nuggets, like, man, Denver in the second round played OKC the best out of anybody.
Which is crazy, because the Nuggets were so banged up.
Yes.
Like, we kept saying, like, there's no way they're going to do this. Jamal Murray's been hobbled all season long. Aaron Gordon had that hamstring late in that series, so only game 7. But you had Michael Porter Jr. with one arm throughout all. Like, we didn't think that the Nuggets really stood a chance because of all those injuries, and they've been the biggest challenge for OKC the entire postseason.
If only would have took the advice of our guy Kenny and who jokingly put in, just take the Thunder minus 19.5 against the Nuggets in Game 7.
We would have been had a nice little profit.
Nice little profit, because they won that game by 32 points.
Yeah.
But
we could have almost doubled that.
Yeah, right. But no, all great points there. It's a team that, when you look at it, they're going to have one of the more dominant runs that we've seen in the playoffs in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt. If they finish it off with the chip, which we're all in agreement that they will, this is going to be one of the more dominant runs that we've seen in the last 10 years.
Do you think, okay, I heard someone, I want to give someone credit who brought this up, but Sam Presti, I know we have a minute left here, but if he finally, it's always been Sam Presti getting all the draft picks. If they finally do it, win a championship, and are poised to win more, where does he go and the pantheon of GMs? Like, I mean, because what he's done,
Randy,
patience, right? He didn't try to do it fast. He took his time and has built a dynasty there now.
That's a great question, because of, like, you have to give him so much credit for the foresight of, like, the vision that he saw, because it's not just something that's happened over the last 2-3 years. Like, I mean, this has been near a decade of him
Yeah.
building this. And so to have those patience, but also of like, I know this is going to take years, but I trust my vision and I trust my knowledge of this league and what can happen. Where a lot of GMs are like, we'll just trade for the super team. And like, I mean, Matt Ishbia, I know he's an owner, not a GM, but he comes into Phoenix and makes moves right away. And look what happens there. So
There you go. I mean, Sam Presti, executive of the year in the NBA this past season as well.
yeah,
So, man, yeah. Oof, that's a good conversation.
that is a good we'll circle back on
Okay.
that. We'll think
All right.
about that throughout the remainder of the show. We are going to transition a little to the W. No Caitlin Clark right now. How are the Fever holding up? How's the league holding up? We'll talk about that next here on The Better Angle.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We are just a couple hours away from tip, Game 6, Knicks-Pacers. We have some thoughts on that game, and we have plenty of bets in that game. So those are coming your way throughout the show here. We are going to talk a little bit right now about the WNBA, Caitlin Clark being off the floor with an injury right now for a little while. And then next segment, we'll play Glitch in the System, our favorite game here. Taj Gibson is going to join us, the former New York Knick, at the 5 o'clock Central hour here. And then we will have plenty of Game 6 bets coming your way to wrap up the show. And maybe we'll give out a couple in this segment.
Yeah.
People want to, stick around, listen, engage. But the WNBA right now, season's just underway. We're 5-6 games in for most teams. Caitlin Clark, hamstring injury, goes down. She is out for what they said was 2 weeks.
Yeah.
They'll reevaluate. It's a soft tissue injury. It's not going to be 2 weeks. She's going to be out much longer than that. And just the impact that has had on the league so far, we're seeing some of these games that the Fever were playing and get moved to bigger arenas, and all of a sudden ticket prices are dropping significantly. So the Fever were supposed to play the Chicago Sky at the United Center here, where the Sky typically play at Wintrust. It's a little bit smaller arena, but Caitlin Clark's in town. You're selling out the United Center for sure.
Yeah.
Well, ticket prices were like $85 a pop with Clark in. That was just the get-in price.
Yeah.
They're down to about $25.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
That's not going to be, that place is not going to be full.
$60 difference. Wow.
Right?
But you start to, and you should already know this, but for those that see that and hear that, you're like, wait a minute, is Caitlin Clark that powerful? We know that name carries heavyweight.
Yes.
But when you are moving games from a team's normal arena to a bigger venue, like the United Center with the Chicago Sky, which is the biggest arena in the NBA.
Yes.
You know that, all right, we're going to sell this thing out because it's Caitlin Clark. Then you throw in Angel Reese because that the rivalry.
Right.
I'm putting up air quotes for everybody that are listening to us right now, not watching us on Twitch, but the rivalry that's there, it's not a rivalry to me because you have to win some games in the rivalry. And I'm just talking WNBA now.
Yeah.
Obviously, they face off against each other in college, and that was Angel Reese and LSU getting the national championship over Iowa and Caitlin Clark, but hasn't been much of a rivalry since they've been
really
in the
has
double.
not.
It's really been a one-sided thing with Caitlin Clark and the Fever just dominating the Sky because there's levels to this thing. It's two different teams, but Caitlin Clark is an attraction. And when you have those attractions, like a LeBron, I'm not comparing Caitlin Clark to LeBron or anything like that, but just names out there in sports that we've seen over time. Michael Jordan, like just names that draw crowds that people are going to pay to come see. That price is going to be different. And when that player is not playing, and when you have a soft tissue injury like Clark is going through, people are going to say, I'll sit this one out. Like, when do they play the Fever again in Chicago? Maybe I'll come back for that game. And so maybe that's a game that you go back, and I'm looking at the schedule right now. So July 27th, which is going to be potentially a game. But yeah,
do we know, have they already moved that game?
I'm not sure if they moved the game, but I wouldn't be surprised
if they do. Especially with her
because
missing this first one.
As I'm looking on the Sky schedule right now, that's an ABC game.
Ooh.
That's a Sunday afternoon ABC game at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that one's going to the United Center. Yeah, you got to believe that. Yeah. The Fever and Mystics, they played the other day without Caitlin Clark. Viewership of 357,000 on NBA TV. 8 days earlier, also on NBA TV, the Fever played the Dream, and there were almost 600,000. So viewership dropped by nearly 300,000.
That is a brand. The power of a brand.
Wild. Wow. Also, this Clark injury affects the MVP market for the WNBA because, I mean, what was it, just 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here talking about Caitlin Clark for MVP, and her price was minus 115, and we were saying, okay, she's won this award.
Right.
We're 2 weeks into the season, and she's already wrapped up the award. And had she stayed healthy, possibly, these have flipped drastically now. Nafisa Collier, who was right behind Clark when Clark was leading the race, but Nafisa Collier minus 275 right now over at BetMGM, and Caitlin Clark plus 550. Now, she's still the second favorite, but I don't think she has a chance to win it this year. If she misses more time, the Fever have already dropped the 2 games that she hasn't been on the floor with them for.
Right.
And Nafisa Collier is playing out of her mind this season.
And this Lynx team is playing out of their mind.
Yes.
Like, along with the Liberty, they're the only 2 undefeated teams in the W right now at 6-0. So like that, when you go back to these individual awards, and I'm always a big proponent and fan and supporter of this, if you're going to win the MVP, you have to directly impact your team's success. You can't be a 500 ball club and think that you're going to win MVP. It's not going to work. You better be number 1 or number 2. Maybe top 3, but number 1 or number 2 with a team in order to get real consideration for MVP. But Nafisa Collier is doing that. I mean, we were having this conversation off air, and I made up the point that, and not made up the point, but brought up the point that she reminds me of what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was going through last year, where Nafisa Collier could have been MVP last year with how great she was playing. You saw the Lynx get all the way to the WNBA Finals and got that right there to the end. But she was a player that could have won MVP last year. It got to Asia Wilson. Asia had a great season. Can't take anything away from her. But this year, especially for Nafisa Collier and the Minnesota Lynx, coming off of just the failure of not winning that championship, you can see it in how they're playing. Their motivation is there. The power is there in terms of just how they just run through teams. Minnesota is serious, so they need to make sure that they continue this, because Kate Constable needs to show up at Target Center one more time.
I do.
Because the Minnesota Timberwolves ruined that experience for her. So Lynx, get it done. Get back to the WNBA Finals. Make sure that Kate is in the building when you clinch that WNBA title and add another to your story franchise.
Or you might want to make sure I'm not in the building, because I am 0-3 over the last 2 years in the playoffs. I have not seen a W at the Target Center.
Wow.
In the 3 playoff games that I've been to for the Timberwolves over the last 3 years. Now, the Lynx have been carrying Minnesota sports for a long time. They went through their dynasty years. They're now kind of getting back up to the top there again. So maybe that's different. But I think this Minnesota team, the Lynx that is, has a great shot of getting back to the finals again this year, which is really hard to do, even with a league like the W where it's a little bit more top heavy.
Right.
You still have, teams like the Aces that haven't played all that great to start the season, but look at the talent on that roster. They're going to figure it out at some point.
Right.
I mean, the Fever looks like they could have been a team that, could have been a finals team without Caitlin Clark. That's a different story. The Liberty have been phenomenal to start the season. It's not easy in any league to go to back-to-back finals. We see that in the NBA, and at least we have the last 7 years. We've had different winners, but Nafisa Collier is certainly leading the way in the W this year.
Second favorites for the Lynx to win the title at plus 300. So you have
who's the favorite? Liberty?
Liberty plus 140.
Where are the Fever on that board?
Fever are plus 450. So fourth.
Okay.
That's bad. I would not touch that.
No, definitely don't touch that.
Do not take any Fever futures, Clark futures right now.
Instead, just
let it ride for a little bit.
Send us the money via Venmo or Zelle or something like that.
We got to get a QR code on the screen or something. Jenna,
contribute to the Kate and Cam fund.
Yeah, I'll create something. I think I have some markers back here that I can figure out.
Perfect.
Yeah, but it makes for an interesting season as we move forward with the W. It's literally still fresh.
Yep.
Right? And I know we've talked about the dominant teams in the W. We got to talk about the teams towards the bottom, like the Chicago Sky.
Who play tonight.
Yes. And could possibly get their second win of the season. They got their first one the other night, Thursday night, which was great for them against the Dallas Wings at home in front of their fans.
And now they're on the road in Dallas tonight. Yeah. So same team. They have the rebounding advantage. Dallas is
and Paige Beckers is out, right?
Fairly
with concussion
small.
Protocol.
Oh.
Yes.
I was just looking up her prop for tonight. That's why.
Okay. She's out for 2 games minimum.
Well, that's interesting that she is out for 2 games, and the Wings are favored at home. I mean, that's the home court advantage line there.
Yeah, for sure.
But Beckers has been a big part of that offense. I mean, she's putting in 15 a game.
Yeah. I think and this is maybe another reason why, and I'm sure it is, that the Dallas Wings are favored in this one, is that they still have Enrique Gombawale.
Yes.
Who's
had, 37 the other night against
can score any way you want it. And so that plays a part into them being favorites. But I still think the Sky at plus 125 on a money line.
Not a bad bet.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? For a team coming off that first victory, and a lot of firsts in that one as well. Not only was it the first win of the season for the Sky, who are 1-5, but new head coach Tyler Marshall was his first victory as head coach in the WNBA. And then how about this? Courtney Vandersloot became the Sky's all-time leading scorer, surpassing her wife, the great Allie Quigley. How cool is that?
That's crazy.
Like to have the top 2 scorers in a professional franchise be married. That's cool.
Yeah, I saw, I didn't have the sound on my TV, but I was watching, and Allie Quigley was getting interviewed with their daughter.
Yeah.
I think a daughter, maybe a son. She was all bundled up, so I couldn't see. But that is pretty cool. And the fact that they played together in Chicago for a long time, too.
And won a trip together.
Yeah. And now Vandersloot still playing, and then Quigley sitting on the sidelines there, watching her break her own records.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So some cool stuff. So the Sky plus 125 on the money line.
Not
Put
bad.
some money down on that. Gas station money. A few dollars.
And then also came Angel Reese, fastest player in WNBA history, 500 points, 500 rebounds.
Yes, true.
Which I know she gets a lot of flack for her offensive rebounds, and that, a lot of those being her own misses, which it's true.
Some people call them me-bounds.
Me-bounds. I have started to see that, yes. And I mean, it happens a lot, so she'll get better. Her game will hopefully grow in terms of finishing around the rim.
Yeah.
But you'd rather her grab those offensive rebounds than them become defensive rebounds.
I'm with you on that one. So definitely a force on the glass, but just need the finishing capability to be at a higher percentage. And let me correct myself. Sky are 1-4, not 1-5 on that one. So yeah. Look, I'm actually right now when we do our parlay. That's my bet.
Really?
I'm saying it right now in hour 2 of the better angle.
All right.
Give me the Sky plus 125 on the money line tonight. That's where I'm going.
All right.
I'm 10 toes down on it, Randy. 10 toes.
Love that. Did we win our parlay last week? Did we not? Or
I think we did.
do we know who Jake had?
Kenny, do you remember?
Because I had the Knicks, which they won, right?
Yes.
Was that the night the Timberwolves won, right?
Yes.
I think Jake took Timberwolves. I took Ant 30, and I think Ant had 30 on the
Yeah,
dot.
he did.
Yes.
Yes, correct. Because they won huge that night. So he got 30 still.
And I don't remember what I took, but I remember we were texting about it and said, I think we got it. But I feel like this is like similar to like the Lakers bubble championship where there's an asterisk next to it because Cam was out that week.
Kate, you took Naz Reid 2 threes, I think, and I think he hit 2 exactly.
Yes. Thank you, Kenny. I feel like we have to win another because it doesn't count without the OG crew.
Well, if you let the Lakers tell it. The championship counts.
That's true.
Cam, is that banner hanging up right now at
Hang
Staples?
the banner.
Or, yes?
It is.
Does LeBron count it as one of his 4 rings?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I don't want to go into that level of conversation, but I don't count the bubble as a championship. I don't. And I have a hard time counting the shortened season in '99 when the Spurs won it as a title. It's just.
So you're not counting our team parlay win last week?
Selfishly, no, because I wasn't a part of it.
I've got an
Jake.
asterisk.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry.
Next to it. Yeah. But our first win in 2 years.
Yes.
Which is really sad. Oh, that's really sad.
That's a drought. That is a drought.
Yes. All right, Cam, 2 minutes left here before we got to take a quick break, and we will play Glitch of the System. But any bets that you have made yet for tonight's Game 6?
Yes, I took the Pacers minus 10.5. I'm not moving off of that. I believe it was at 220 plus 220. Let me double check that on my BetMGM app right now. But again, I feel that Indiana is going to blow the doors off the New York Knicks. It just everything is aligned for this team. And I keep going back to what we discussed in hour 1, Kate, with Pascal Siakam, and you brought it up, Randy, with Greg Doyle and the exchange that they had after Game 5, post-game at the Garden, where Greg Doyle was asking, like, what happened? Like, why didn't you guys play hard? And Siakam's like, well, we just didn't. What do you want from me? Like, I'm not saying it verbatim, but just kind of like saying what.
I think it ended with he's like, you good, bro?
Man?
Yeah, you're right. You good, bro?
Yeah.
Like, who is this guy? Like, that's what Siakam said. Like, who is this guy? Talking to the Pacers PR person. So, I think Indiana has the motivation there to finish this thing off at home in front of their fans and celebrate on a Saturday night in Indianapolis and get this thing over with. So I think they do it in dominant fashion. So give me the Pacers minus 10.5. That's what I'm going to take. That's the bet I'm going with.
Pacers minus 10.5.
Yeah, alt spread.
I
everybody.
like it. Yeah.
What do you got?
I'm on the board with you there as well.
Okay.
I think Pacers win tonight. I think they close it out easily. At least the fourth quarter down the stretch is not going to be, a tight, stressful situation. I think the Pacers are going to be just fine here.
Which kind of like, in all honesty, as a basketball lover and fan and hooper, because the game is still there, it wouldn't just be as good if it's a blowout.
No, we don't want it to blow out. No. Game 5 of the West series, that wasn't even fun
You start
to
flipping
watch.
around channels like what else is on? So
Not good. Glitch in the system coming up next, and we've got plenty of NFL props that Kenny's going to throw our way. That's next here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Michael Wacha.
Waka.
For the Royals. He is, how many pitches in, did you say, Randy?
84 pitches. He's walked one, so it's not a perfect game, but 6 innings, no-hitter right now. And he's facing, unfortunately, Tarek Skubal, who's gone 6 innings, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts.
So 0-0 game,
0-0
end of the
game,
6th.
top 7, yeah.
Yes. So we will keep an eye on that, but now that we just said that out loud on national radio, across the air, that no-hitter is going bye-bye.
Hey.
Although, for Michael Wacha, I hope that's not the case. But it'll be a lot for him to finish off that game with 84 pitches right now.
Is there someone out there in the world that bet Michael Wacha to throw a no-hitter today? There has to be one person.
If you are out there listening, let us know.
Person.
Tweet at us. The BetMGM Network.
I know we got to get to glitch, but you're going to find this funny. But I did bet and win someone to throw a no-hitter. I'm totally drawing a blank. I think he was on the Phillies. It was last year.
And you won?
He won, but I only put $5 on him at, I think it was 200 to 1 or something like that.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Could have been Michael Lorenzen. I don't think he threw a no-hitter. It may have been Michael Lorenzen.
I think it was Lorenzen, yeah.
I think it was Michael Lorenzen.
I mean, still, Randy, to...
Yeah.
I'm not getting, like...
Because you know what, it may have not been 2, maybe it was like 90 to 1, but the odds are always crazy. But I don't know if they even offer
2 years
anymore.
ago, yeah, August 9th.
Okay, was Michael Lorenzen?
Do you ever once in a while just sprinkle no hitters on random?
Because I don't see the odds. I don't see them very much anymore. I don't know if they got rid of it. I don't know, but that was a crazy day. So
that is kind of crazy.
It is.
That's very impressive of you, Randy. Let us know next time you do that. We will join you on that one. Texas won this game of the Women's College World Series 4-2. I mean, this is terrible of me. I have not been following the Women's College World Series all that often.
You're not alone.
What's the series at numbers, games-wise? Do we know?
Have to do a little research.
All right, we'll check on that and get back to you. I mean, this is the finals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just don't know how many games we're into the series. Well, that's not good on our part. Not doing our jobs. All right, but we got another job to do, which is play Glitch in the System. So, Kenny, hit it.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the better angle. Yeah, baby, it's on!
All right, we're going to talk win totals to start. One AFC team I love, one AFC team I do not like. So let's start with the team that I love. The Las Vegas Raiders, believe it or not.
What?
And their win total over 7.5 plus 135. Really juicy number for an over 7.5. Just to win 8 games in a 17-game season. I don't think enough people are paying attention to Geno and Carroll upgrades. Geno had 3 winning seasons in his 3 years in Seattle, 2 of them with Pete Carroll. Geno's 4th in passing yards, 8th in passing touchdowns, 3rd best completion percentage over the last 3 seasons. In Pete Carroll's 14 seasons with Seattle, they won less than 7 games just 3 times. Remember, they played 16 games back then, most of those seasons. And all 3 times they didn't win more than 7 games, they won 7 on the dot. So I know this is a tough division, and you're going to say, yeah, the Raiders are probably going to be in last place, but why can't they be a 9-8 last place team or an 8-9 last place team? And I don't think it's fair to really say they're going to be last place. I mean, they can be better than Denver. They can be better than the Chargers. I think they have that upside. The offensive playmakers are there. Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty. The defensive line with Max Crosby and Christian Wilkins. They have the potential to be good, and I think that's a juicy number to just win 8 games, plus 135.
I didn't know that you love the Raiders, Kenny.
Silence.
I didn't know that you love the Raiders.
Well, I mean, I just think this is a team that's getting underrated in the market. And like I said, I don't think enough people are paying attention to the Geno and Carroll upgrade. I think Antonio Pierce and Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, whoever they were throwing out there last year, was terrible. And I know they weren't a good football team, but I think those 2 guys stepping into this role and those stats I gave you, I think that's really good stuff. Like Geno and Carroll has been a winning combination. And I know it was in Seattle, but now you transfer it over to the Raiders. And like I said, they have a ton of young players that are promising as well. So I think this is a year they can definitely win 8 games or more.
You still play in that division, though. Are they beating the Chiefs? Are they splitting with the Chiefs?
And that's looking at the schedule, which they're middle of the pack when it comes to strength of schedule. So good thing for you, Kenny, with that. But then also just kind of looking at how it breaks down. Won the division, but they have to get off to a great start. So you're looking at Patriots, you should win that game. You go back home, you got the Chargers. It's going to be a tough one, right? Knowing what Harbaugh and what they were able to do last year. I'm going to hold my thoughts on the Bears team on week 4. But after the Chargers, you go to Washington to play off against the Commanders. So they have pockets.
Yeah.
Where they can rattle off a couple, maybe 3 in a row. And when I say maybe 3 in a row, I'm looking at Jacksonville, at Denver, against Dallas, or could be against Dallas at home, which is week 11, Cleveland, possibly on the road against LA, the Chargers. So they have pockets where they can rattle off a couple of wins, maybe 3 in a row. But I like it. Yeah, it's a glitch. I like it.
I like the fact that everyone, for the most part, anticipates the Raiders to not be very good. Like, those are a lot of times the teams that you do want to back in some certain area. I'm not saying you back them to win the division or go to the playoff Super Bowl, anything like that, but win total where, yeah, you go down the list and I can count 6, 7 wins comfortably. I can get behind this, Kenny.
Yeah.
I can.
There we go, Kenny.
Did you say 8.5 though? We need 9.
7.5. No, you know what? Plus 135 for 7.5. I think,
I'm with you.
To me,
Glitch,
there's
sound
no
more.
way. There's no way Gino and Carroll can't get this done. Not to say that they will. Like, this is like, if you're listening out there, this is not a surefire bet. Don't go say, oh yeah, they've got Gino and Carroll, they're gonna go win 8 games. Like, this is surefire. But just the statistical references we have with these guys and them being together before too.
Yeah, that helps.
Like, yeah. So I mean, this is something that's very doable. Over 7.5 plus 135. Las Vegas Raiders. Now let's talk about the AFC team that I don't like this season. The Miami Dolphins under 6.5 wins. It's actually an alt under 6.5 plus 175 though. So you're getting a really good juicy number on this one. Things are off in Miami. Jalen Ramsey likely to get traded. The secondary is terrible as it is. Who knows what's going on with Tyreek Hill? He's hanging out with Twitch streamers. Who knows how long Tua can stay on the field? I mean, this could be a disaster season for the Miami Dolphins. And I mean, plus 175, I think, is good enough price. I mean, I would go under on their regular 8.5 win total. I don't think there's any way they go over 500. So what do you guys think about the Dolphins this year?
Love it, Kenny.
Yeah.
Love it. Very on board with this one. I am not a Dolphins backer whatsoever. I think they're going to continue to struggle to the point where, like, you just kind of got to blow it up down there and start. Not start over, but Tua is not getting it done for you.
Yeah.
He can't stay on the field, which is so unfortunate. Like, you don't want that for a player, and I hate that being the knock on him is that he can't stay healthy, but that's the reality of it. And Zach Wilson is going to be your backup this year? Maybe a better backup than what they had last year. Blanking on the guy's name. Their backup.
Skylar Thompson, Tyler Huntley was playing.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
But I don't like what's going on in Miami at all. You talk about like the Tyreek Hill situation. Yeah. He just doesn't seem locked in on football. Like there's so many other distractions, and I just don't think the roster construction's all that great. So I'm not high on the Dolphins at all.
This team could legitimately lose 8 straight games. And it starts, I was going to say week 6. It might start week 5 against the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Carolina. Like, that's where it could start. But you look at the schedule. Let's just say week 6, just so we can just cover ourselves here. You have the Chargers. You back-to-back games against the Browns, and the Browns are bad. But you never know. It's on the road. Browns, Falcons, Baltimore, Buffalo, Commanders. You have your bye week, week 12. Saints. Road on Jets, road against the Steelers, Cincinnati back home, Tampa back at home, finish the season off at New England. What team will we see by the time we get to the bye week in terms of who's on this roster? Who's going to be traded? Not to wish any injury on anybody, but you brought up Tua's name. Like, can he last?
Right.
That's a big question mark. So, yes, take the under on this one. Go get paid. I'm with you.
Is this crazy to say the Dolphins could finish last in the division at plus 350?
Oh, no.
I don't hate that at all. I actually think that's what's going to happen. Zach Wilson's their backup, by the way.
Yes, I'm aware. What about Dolphins have the worst record in the league?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Cleveland still exists.
That might be a stretch there. But in terms of the East, I don't hate that plus 350.
No doubt. Put them at the bottom, go get paid.
All right, Kenny.
All right, this is your guys' time to tell me where the glitch is. We've got a week 1 matchup, the Steelers and the Jets, a potential revenge game. Well, it already is a revenge game because Justin Fields in that angle with the Steelers, but with Aaron Rodgers. So, like, I feel like this, as of right now, where we sit, Steelers -3 at the Jets. This is an in-between number to me. I feel like if as soon as Rodgers signs, this number's skyrocketing to 4.5, 5, 5.5, because people are going to expect that the Steelers are going to go in there, take care of business pretty easy. If he doesn't, I think this has got to be a pick'em game with the Jets being at home. Mason Rudolph is probably going to end up being the quarterback. So you guys, based on your opinion, do you guys think Rodgers is going to sign? And then what would you bet right now based off of that opinion?
Even if Rodgers signs, who's he throwing the football to? We had Mike DeFabo, who covers the Steelers for The Athletic, on in hour one, and that was one question and one issue that he brought up with his team of, like, outside of DK Metcalf, who's that player that's going to step up with his team? Like, you know that Steelers defensively will be there. They'll be solid. You know, it's a road game for them, but I put my money on New York in this one. I really feel that the Jets get it done in this matchup. That's just how I look at it. It's just too much circus going on with this Aaron Rodgers situation. The players don't like what's going on. They're in there working OTAs. You're getting closer to training camp, not still a ways away, but still. There's something to be said about how Aaron Rodgers has just hijacked the Steeler way. And it's not right. So I go with the Jets, week 1.
Take the Jets right now.
Yeah.
Week 1 +3.
Yeah.
I think that's the best number you're going to get.
Yeah.
I think the Jets have a great chance to win that game outright, even if Aaron Rodgers is on the Steelers. He's already missing part of the start to the season. Like, we are only, 2 months away from the NFL season starting?
Yeah.
I know he's been in the league long enough where maybe he can just waltz in and understand everything, the offense, all of that stuff, but I don't know. There's just, it is too much of a circus to be backing a team that is considering Aaron Rodgers right now. So,
when's the last time you heard those two things put together in the same sentence? Circus and Steelers.
Never.
Wow.
Never. I'm just glad the lights didn't turn off on us this time talking about Aaron Rodgers. Taj Gibson coming up on the other side, the former Knicks player, Bulls, Wolves, Hornets, and more. Also joins us on the other side. This is The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We got a benches clearing brawl, Cam.
Uh-oh.
Chicago White Sox.
Uh-oh. Nuck
Orioles.
if you buck. Nuck if you buck.
Being we are on the show doing this right now, I don't exactly know what happened to cause that.
Yeah.
But scrolling on social media here, it looks like there's some drama out in Baltimore. Always makes the game a little bit more fun, right?
The Orioles are dealing with their own issues.
Yeah, they are.
They were so good last year and so much young talent, and you would think that they'd take another step this year, but the exact opposite. Fired the manager, star players aren't playing well. It's just been a season of disarray so far.
It really has. Also, the Brewers, 17 runs today, and we're still just in the sixth. Wow. For a team that has struggled on the offensive end this year, Brewers lighting it up today against the Phillies. They lead 17-2 in the bottom of the sixth. We are working to get Taj Gibson on the phone, the former New York Knick, also played for the Bulls, Wolves, Hornets, and OKC. So a couple of the teams that are still remaining played obviously for Tom Thibodeau. So we're working on getting him on. Actually, you know what? We have him on. He is all ready to go. We bring in Taj Gibson, NBA player, played for the Knicks, Bulls, Wolves, as I just mentioned. Taj, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. What have you thought overall of these playoffs so far?
Hey, how you doing? Can't complain. The playoffs been great so far. It's been real physical. The refs been doing, I think, a phenomenal job of letting guys play. I think the overall game has been growing. I think it's been good.
Nice. I love to hear that from you, Taj, because you are from Brooklyn, New York, Fort Greene Project. So I know you would love the physicality that's back in the game. That's the NBA that we all grew up watching, and you just have that drama there, man. Let's zero in on the Eastern Conference Finals with the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers. Your former head coach with the Bulls and with the Knicks and with the Minnesota Timberwolves, Tom Thibodeau, they're trying to keep their season alive, and this is your former team in the Knicks. What do you think for this group that they have to take care of to make sure the lights aren't turned off on their season tonight in Indianapolis?
Well, I think first thing, they just got to trust the bench. I think they got a hell of a team. I think Larry and Wright have been guys capable of playing big-time minutes. I think those guys play extremely good defense, and they can even just put the ball in the basket when they need to. Those guys are really crafty, and they both playing around with different guys of those caliber kind of guys. They just bring that toughness. I just love how they come in and they do their job. And those are Tibbs kind of guys.
Tibbs has played his bench a little bit more than usual these past couple of games. Having played for him, Taj, how does he prepare for a night like tonight where backs are against the walls for his team?
Well, when you think about Tibbs, you just think about the culture. Like, he's just a culture guy. Everybody around the whole team, everybody that's played for Tibbs knows what kind of culture it is. It's a hard-nosed, do or die, play for one another kind of culture. So if I was in that locker room, I know that guys are just super tight. I know Tibbs is keeping the locker room, the whole organization is super tight. I know that everybody understands, even from Leon all the way down, everybody understands it's one goal. The goal is to win tonight. And I already know the speech he's giving them, like, just play hard for one another. That's one thing about Tibbs. He gives that kind of like hardcore mentality, like, let's just balls to the wall. Let's just go do it. Let's just prove everybody wrong. And I just know he's just really imprinting that in each and every last one of those guys' heads right now.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Taj. And if they are going balls to the wall, you're thinking about Jalen Brunson starting things off and leading this team as he did in Game 5 back at MSG. One, how impressed have you been with what he's been able to do, not just this season, but as a Knick? Because, again, you're from New York City, from Brooklyn. You understand the pressure that is playing for New York City and representing that Knicks franchise. But then also, too, just the levels that he's been able to ascend to in his time with the Knicks. How impressed have you been with that?
Well, just first thing first, it's a testament to his father, Rick. He brought me into the league. Ever since I've been in the league, he's been on our coaching staff. He's been one of the main guys, even for his son, watching his son come from high school up, just seeing him being around pros, he was just made for it. Each and every step of the way, he was always challenged about his height, about how can he be a point guard, how he's a true point guard. All those times, he just kept weathering the storm. And this is no coincidence right now. You look at how he's performing now, just really putting the team on his back. But his IQ of the game and how he knows how to just dominate when his time comes. Like, the way this game's going to come tonight is going to just start off for how he dictates his game, and he's going to leave his print in this game for sure.
Taj, you played with the Hornets this season. You guys played the Pacers a couple times, and you beat them twice. So clearly for you guys, the Pacers weren't all that difficult, but they've been difficult for other teams in the postseason. What makes that Indiana team so tough?
You got to think about it. I love that team. Shout out to James Johnson. That's my brother, drafted class of 09. But first thing first, you got to think about Siakam. The hard-nosed young player he is. He's been there before, and he understands what it takes. But then you got young guys on the bench that come off and just you never know what they're going to give you. But for sure, you're going to get 110% effort from T.J. McConnell. He's my favorite player in this series. He's that one true point guard that gets back to that mid-range that all true point guards used to always have, and he brings it every night. And it's really going to come down to him. I really, truly believe coming off the bench. And him and Matherin, those two guys, you got to contain those two guys because the Pacers have so much power come off the bench that people don't really understand that.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Taj. And
shout out to my man Obi Toppin, former Knick, my young boy from Brooklyn. He's really a tough player coming off the bench too. So the Pacers, they're really loaded, man. They have their bench guys are really starters in other teams in this league.
Taj, you've mentioned both benches for the Knicks and the Pacers, and for yourself being an intricate part of the bench for those Bulls teams that made the NBA playoffs, and you played 71 career playoff games in your career so far. If you're on that bench, what are you imagining for yourself that you're telling your teammates, saying, hey, we have to take control of this so that when the starters come out, we're not letting up in terms of the momentum or the lead that we have on the scoreboard? What's that mentality like for that group heading into a potentially closeout game for the Indiana Pacers?
Well, brother, it goes back to just going back to the basics of just preschool, growing up back home in the backyard. It's like facing your older brother or cousin basically your whole life 5 times in a row. Imagine fighting somebody 10 times straight in a row. That's how basically like a 7-game series is for both starters and the bench. Guys on the bench can't wait to get in the game and go against guys on the other bench. That's how the mindset is. Throughout my career, going in, like even when we played Miami Heat early, I knew coming into the bench I had to go against Haslam. So my main objective was Tibbs coming at me like, yo, you got to shut Haslam down. You got to do something. So I already know Tibbs is in the locker room telling Deuce McBride, you got to go at T.J. McConnell. You got to shut him down tonight. Deuce, I need you to shut him down. You don't do that, we go home. I know he's giving those guys that one-on-one speech one by one because I've been in that locker room. I know it's high stakes. It's what we play for. That's the one thing that's so special about the playoffs right now. The refs are letting us play, and these sequences is so important, and it's a testament to the greater good of our game.
Taj, I'm about to lace him up right now, man. You just got me hyped up to play right now.
Well, I'm
telling you, I know for sure he's in there telling DeLon and he's telling Larry, he's like, yo, when y'all come in the game, when they come in the game, I want you to go after them. Don't look at me. I know how Tibbs is going because I know he got that psyche. He's an old school guy. When I talk to him, I always call him the Don. I'm like, what's up, Don? You all right? Because he's so old school, hardcore. He believes in you put everything into the game, what you're going to get out of it. And you see what the Pacers are bringing. They bringing it. So he's already knowing, like, we're going to have to bring our chin game right.
So you mentioned that Tibbs is saying you better lock up T.J. McConnell tonight to a couple of his bench guys. I have a bet on T.J. McConnell's overs tonight for his points. So should I be concerned about that bet going into this game?
I don't know. I would have to say because you got to think about that bench firepower coming off of Indiana Pacers. You got T.J. McConnell, you got Matherin, you got Obi Toppin. You got to look at those 3 guys right there alone, and to see how you got to see how the backup big man situation will be. Because Mitchell Robinson for our bench he's gonna come off the bench all start. He's gonna be a tough guy to box out. So you got to look at those different attributes later in the game.
Taj, let's take it to Chicago and just go back to this past season, and we'll get to your time with the Bulls shortly. But I was in the building at the United Center when you were with the Hornets, and obviously you had the entire crowd chanting your name and wanting your head coach to put you into the ball game. And listening to the sound to you post game, because I was doing the Bulls pre and post game with my man Kendall Gill. You know Kendall Gill as well. You were emotional, and it really tugged on the emotions of what you remember during your time with this Bulls team, and then also just the greatness that you created. How special was that moment for you to get that type of love in a city that was brought to you, that was were drafted by the Bulls, and they were showing you so much love?
Man, I still look at the video every day and I tear up because, man, like, this city was just so special to me. It taught me how to be a man. It taught me how to take responsibility for my actions and to grow as a man, as far as just being a better basketball player and just believing in myself. But one thing about our team, we really were inside of the community. We were always hanging out different places. The community really embraced us. That's why when I go back, it's always so fun to go look into the crowd and a lot of the people in the stands, the fans, different people. I have so many different special moments outside of basketball that were awesome. So it's always great because when you try to give your heart and 110%, and you get it back 1,000%, it just makes your whole day, and it just shows that your parents did an awesome job of just trying to make you the best person you can possibly be.
We're talking with Taj Gibson, 18 years in the NBA, played for the Knicks, who play tonight, the Bulls, and currently with the Hornets. Taj, speaking of the Bulls, how good was Derrick Rose during his prime years?
Hey, that's my man. That's my boy, man. He's in Chicago right now. That's the one. He's a true one, man. If you really think about the dynamic of Chicago, of so many great players, and really think about Derrick Rose, the player he was, the Isaiah Thomases, man, I had a special time to play in Chicago. I was playing with some really special people.
Do we lose Taj?
Yes.
Oh, we got you. You're still on. Tosh, switching gears, you played in Oklahoma City for about half a season, so spent some time there. 2016-2017 season. At that point, did you foresee that organization building to what they are now? Yeah, it was first class. From the moment I got there, from the moment we flew in on a private plane, me and Doug McDermott, it was first class. Each and every day, even during what would I say? Even during the free agency, when I had the chance to go back, and I ended up going with Tibbs in Minnesota, it was so hard for me to do that because Sam Presti's he's an awesome dude, but he's even awesome guy that we've been worked for. The organization is first class. One of the first things you do when you land, they take you to the monument from the Oklahoma City bombing. They let you know the background and the whole history of the city, top down, from law enforcement area. From as soon as I got there, it was first class. And then you look at the facilities and how they pamper to their players. It's a bright thing to see because that town and that whole city deserves that.
Taj, we appreciate you joining us on The Better Angle. 18-year NBA vet Taj Gibson with the Charlotte Hornets. I know you're going to be watching this Game 6 between the Pacers and the Knicks tonight. And just before you get off the phone, man, just got to let you know the dunk that you had against Dwayne Wade in the Bulls Heat series, that was chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss dunk and move by you on that one.
Appreciate that, brother. I tell you again, that came from Tibbs giving that pep talk of, you got to be able to go in there. You got to fight Haslam. And that's the same conversation I'm guaranteeing they're having in that locker room tonight. I'm guaranteeing you, he's telling Deuce McBride, you have to shut down T.J. McConnell.
So if the Knicks win tonight, we need to replay this sound right now, this interview with
If
Taj.
T.J. McConnell gets shut down tonight, we'll be playing that too.
All right, Taj, thanks again for your time, man.
Appreciate you. All right, guys.
That was awesome. Taj Gibson.
That got me ready to play ball.
Right?
That was great.
I'm betting the Knicks now. So.
I mean, I kind of want a Tom Thibodeau pregame speech. I wish I could be a fly on the wall in that locker room.
Everything I said in hour number one,
yeah,
I'm doubling back. I'm not going. I'm
reverting.
We're done. I'm reverting. No, I'm going this side.
Buy out of your Pacers
Gibson.
-9 bet. Figure out a way to get out of that one.
Right.
That was awesome.
That really was great. Really was great. Just the insight, too, into the mind of Tom Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
But Taj Gibson says he calls him Don. Says, "What's up, Don?" Just because of just his mentality and the culture that he's built with the various stops that he's had in his head coaching career. But with this Knicks team, you see it, right? Just that never say die attitude, and they're just going to continue to chip away at it. How many times have they been down 20 points in these playoffs and bounced back and came back, right? We saw it a couple of times against the Boston Celtics. We saw it in game 3
almost
against
every
the
game
Pacers.
in Boston Celtics,
Yeah,
it
right,
feels
exactly
like.
right.
First 3.
Right. So they just don't know when to wave the white flag, and that's what you try and teach. No matter what sport it is, no matter what level. No, you keep fighting.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you there, Cam, but Colt Keith broke up the no-hitters and took one batter at Kate after we said
being
it.
a hater,
Yeah,
Colt Keith.
that's my bad. I'm sorry, Michael Waka. It's too bad. Too bad. A little NFL talk. Will Jaden Daniels be our MVP this season? Commanders, popular pick to make another deep run. We will discuss that next here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
got to mix in a little NFL talk throughout all of the NBA playoffs, all the bets we have in Game 6 tonight. Those are coming your way here in about 20 minutes. But the NFL season never really stops. And teams going through off-season workouts right now. We just heard Caleb Williams finally address the ESPN article-ish about the book that will be coming out this fall.
Self-book or sham.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I thought he did a good job with that.
Yeah.
Needed to finally come out and say something just to get ahead of it a little bit, but was fairly poised throughout that. And I thought what he said, I mean, it makes sense whether fans like it or not. Like, there were a lot of issues in Chicago with the quarterbacks in previous years, and Minnesota has over the past couple seasons with Kevin O'Connell had a great track record in developing quarterbacks. So I don't necessarily fault him for that, but I think it's important that he finally did come out and talk about that just to kind of quiet that conversation even more.
Yeah, you have to stop that. And I thought he should have came out a week prior to that to address it and just be done with it, because you let it fester and build up. And it's like, oh, how some media works. Oh, is he hiding anything? Does he really hate Chicago?
Then we just dig into it even more and we nitpick everything.
And it becomes a bigger story. But with him and what we've seen in his time since he's been drafted as a Bear, he's been nothing but loving Chicago and everywhere in Chicago. From Bulls games, we saw him in the play-in game against the Miami Heat where he's launching footballs into the crowd, and everybody celebrated him when he stood up and was getting ready to throw the ball, because they are legit fans of Caleb Williams. You saw him, he did a high school tour run last week, I believe. He was at Lane Tech High School, at Whitney Young High School, doing Q&As and just doing things, also at the Chicago Fire game when they played against Inter Miami. So he's shown you every single time that, no, he wants to be in Chicago. He wants to be a Bear. He loves this city. So it's something that was previously before him not getting here, not understanding what things were. But once he landed and he was drafted by the Bears, he's like, oh, no, we're fine. I'm good to go. Let's be the person that changes the narrative of the, let's just call it what it is, failures of past Bears quarterbacks, right? There's not a great history there with his team when you think about the totality of quarterbacks that have put on that Bears uniform. So he wants to be part of changing that narrative.
And I think he will be this season.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson, what we've been hearing out of training camp, very positive. Feels like a culture shift is finally upon us here in Chicago, which has been needed for quite some time.
Oh, please. It needs to happen.
Yeah. Culture shift happened in D.C. last season with the Commanders. You bring in a new head coach and a new quarterback, Jaden McDaniels. And he was the better of the two last year between Jaden McDaniels and Caleb Williams.
Oh, no doubt.
Partially the situation, but partially, I mean, he just balled out last year. Like, the kid is extremely talented. So now the question is, going into year 2 for McDaniels is, will we have another C.J. Stroud type drop-off in year 2? Because you think back to Stroud's rookie season 2 years ago, he was phenomenal, led the Texans to the postseason, like turned that organization, that franchise around pretty quickly. What will we see from Jaden Daniels? I keep calling him McDaniels.
We just call him Daniels now. You're good. You just said Daniels.
Well, McDaniels plays for the Timberwolves. Jaden McDaniels, right? Am I just totally messed up here?
The Minnesota Timberwolves. You see what you're doing to my co-host, Kate Constable, right now?
If you had won, my mind would be in the right place.
Right.
You lost, so my mind is all over the place. So Jaden Daniels, the football player. What, Cam, do we expect from him in year 2?
Well, now all eyes are going to be on Jaden Daniels. And that's the concern that I have for him and this Commanders team. But I will say this, the addition of Deebo Samuel, what they have offensively, and this is a side of the football that wasn't discussed, at least from what I've seen and what I've read, as much as it should have been. But the defensive side of the football for the Commanders was better than average to me, right? I think that when you have this offense as potent as it was, but still there were things on the defensive side where guys really stepped up and had them being able to hold their own. But I expect Jaden Daniels and this Commanders team to be one of the best in the NFC. I really believe with that division alone, they're going to continue to be challenged when you have, of course, the Eagles there coming off of the Super Bowl too. But when you have that group chasing a team like Philadelphia, they have no choice but to get better, right? And they know the expectations placed on them. So I think Washington will be just fine. It just still hurts last year going back to that Hail Mary.
Yeah.
That still hurts.
We don't like to think about that.
Yeah, sorry.
Not at all.
Bringing up old stuff.
But if the Hail Mary happens, most likely Matt Eberflus is still here.
That's
because
true.
They probably
silver lining,
go on
Randy.
and win 10, 11 games, maybe make the playoffs, and then lose in the first round, and then he's still here.
And Ben Johnson is head coach somewhere else.
Right.
You think they don't fire him at the end of the season, even if that Hail Mary happened or didn't
Because
happen?
they would have been 5-2, and
Yeah.
they would have. I mean, that would have been.
That was the downward spiral right after that.
I mean, it did follow up by getting crushed by the Cardinals and the Patriots, but
Right.
yeah.
But I'm saying that I think at that point, that team was lost after that game. They couldn't recover.
That locker room
Tyreek
was.
Stevenson thing at the end, and
And then you have the clock management. What was that against the Packers?
That was
The
Thanksgiving.
Lions.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was a problem.
By the way, I heard Ross Tucker have a different take on it. He was on The Score, actually, and he said that Caleb Williams audibled, and Matty Rufus took one for the team there because you're not supposed to audible in that situation. You're supposed to run the play that is called.
Interesting.
And yeah, so that's what he said.
All right.
Maybe we look into that a little bit further.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels for MVP this year, plus 850. Kenny made a kind of a fun fact note in our chat here that since 2018, the only players who win MVP are Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Aaron Rodgers. So do we go back to one of those this year, or do we get someone new, like maybe some new Jaden Daniels type blood, Justin Herbert, maybe in the conversation this year?
What about this name? I mean, you mentioned him in terms of what Jaden Daniels wants to stay away from in year 2.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. I think that's valid enough. I have to go look at and see what the odds are for C.J. Stroud.
He's 25-1.
Not a bad bet.
Not a bad number.
Not a bad bet.
No, not at all.
C.J. Stroud. But for Jaden Daniels to win MVP, Washington would have to go on a 10, 12-0 run for him to really be supplanted in that spot or cemented into that spot for MVP. Because you're going to have the Burrows, the Lamar Jacksons, right? I mean, Mahomes, of course, you can't forget about Patrick Mahomes. So it'll be really tough for Daniels to win MVP, in my opinion. I know Kenny's going to jump in. It's like, Cam, are you crazy? What's going on?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I mean, I said some stupid MVP takes last year. I'm getting to the point where I think, if they repeat what they did last year, it's just a conversation of Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen, if we're being honest. Joe Burrow can throw but the Bengals aren't any good.
Yeah.
They are good. They have the potential to be good, but they haven't made the playoffs in the last 2 years. Therefore, Joe Burrow's name gets crossed off the MVP conversation. And at this point, I think we're potentially maybe looking at Allen going back-to-back or Lamar winning his third. Any of those long shots are interesting, but look at MLB. It's the same thing. Judge and Ohtani. Even the NBA, like Jokic, it's the same two guys every year. I feel like in the NFL, where we are right now, it's just the same guys every year.
Well, that's what I think will keep people away from voter fatigue. If you have a player like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander that just goes on a dominant run. And it's the same thing with Jaden Daniels or C.J. Stroud, where they have their team at 10-0 or 12-0, and they are just lights out playing the best football for the MVP award. Then that's where I think that you can jump in and say, all right, the voter fatigue is done. We have a new face, new blood, new name that's going to be attached to that MVP trophy this season. It's possible for Daniels, but I still lean on C.J. Stroud more with him having the motivation and just also the experience of trying to get that MVP award. Because, again, all eyes will be on Daniels and the Commanders to try and slow them down because they were the hot team last year.
Yeah.
They were the fresh new team, new kids on the block. What can they be? But the NFL is a very prideful league. They're like, no, we're not going to allow this kid and this team come out and embarrass us. And they did that a lot to teams, even though it was a Hail Mary and it came at the final seconds. But it was an embarrassing loss for the Bears. It really was.
The Commanders also have an NFL high. They face 3 teams off of a bye this year. So their opponents will be coming off of a bye. That's the Bears in week 6, the Seahawks in week 9, and the Giants in week 15. Now, are the Giants, does a bye help them that much where they could beat a team like the Commanders? I don't know. You kind of have to wait and see as the season unfolds here. One question I do have for you guys. So the Eagles are the favorites to repeat as Super Bowl champs this year, plus 650. But if you go over to the MVP market, Jalen Hurts is down the board pretty far. He is below Jaden Daniels. He's 20-1. Is that because Saquon Barkley is also on that roster?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because if we think that the Eagles are the powerhouse that we saw from them last year, and we think that they can get back to the Super Bowl again this year, then it would make sense that the quarterback would be the MVP candidate.
Yeah.
But he's so much further down the board than a lot of these other, I mean, even Joe Burrow, who we just heard Kenny say, like, the Bengals aren't expected to be a top-tier team this year. So is that solely because Saquon Barkley is also on that squad, and if they're winning games, it's likely very much a product of Barkley also playing phenomenal football?
Yeah, because Barkley is the odds-on favorite to win Offensive Player of the Year.
Which is why it's so stupid.
It's
just
like,
make a quarterback award and make an MVP or something like that.
I'm with you.
Like Saquon Barkley isn't even in the top of the list before on BetMGM before you have to press the arrow to expand to people further down, you know?
Hit see all and then you can go down.
I mean, Barkley is below Joe. Gosh, these names are tough today. Bo Nix. That doesn't seem right.
That's disrespectful.
Right?
Like, what are we doing now?
Bo Nix is 40-1 and Barkley's 50-1.
The quarterback's the most important position in sports.
I know.
So.
It just, I don't like how these awards things.
The only reason I always hesitation to vote for Hurts is that he's going to have those two clunkers where they might win still, but he's going to go like 10 for 16 for 83 yards, and Saquon's going to get all the touchdowns, and he's not going to have a touchdown. Now, he has other games where he has 2 rushing, 2 throwing, and he has great games, but I feel like you have to have that one signature moment, and he doesn't get there.
Do that often
Josh
enough.
Allen last year had it against the Rams. I think he had 3 rushing and 3 throwing touchdowns. They still lost that game. But
in LA, right?
In LA, yeah. But I just that's always holding Jalen Hurts back, is that he has those 1 or 2 games where he just puts up no statistical numbers, and the Eagles still win. And when you have the best running back in the NFL on your team as well. So
that makes it a little bit.
He was the MVP favorite, I will add. You guys remember the game they played Buffalo at home. It was a crazy game. He has the game-winning touchdown. At that point in the season, it looked like he was going to be the MVP. Yeah. They go on to lose basically the rest of their games, that huge collapse. So to Randy's point, this is something he hasn't been able to sustain. But I think given the fact at one point during an NFL season, 11 weeks through the season, he was the MVP favorite and he had that moment, he can have a career year with the help of Saquon Barkley, and potentially if they win 15 games, this could be his award.
I mean, who knows? He was unbelievable in that Super Bowl, so maybe it's lifted. Everything's kind of, he can play easier this year, right? And then he's got the Super Bowl ring. I mean, the Chiefs, that first loss when the Eagles lost to the Chiefs. I mean, he made one bad play in that game, and that was the fumble return for a touchdown, right? I mean, outside of that, he was fantastic in that game. So he has played really well in big moments.
It just feels like with Hurts and this Eagles team, and I hate to bring this part up, but the narrative, the story always helps when it comes to these MVP awards and these selections with that, where you look at Lamar Jackson or the most recent winner and Josh Allen. Like, they literally had to be Superman for their teams to get that MVP award. There's more around Jalen Hurts. There's more around, I would say, McDaniels, honestly. Not McDaniels.
I got you all messed up.
Oh, my gosh. There's more around Jaden
You're thinking
Daniels.
About the Timberwolves,
right? Exactly.
You're thinking about the Timberwolves, Cam.
Come on, parents. Why'd you name your kids that? But I believe that there's more around Jaden Daniels than it is for guys like Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, Joe Burrow, obviously, in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
But then also Josh Allen with Buffalo. So I think those stories help those guys more, where they're like, all right, well, they're really doing this when you compare their options in terms of skilled players. They're doing more than these guys that have, the A.J. Browns and the Devontae Smiths and the Saquon Barkley. So it just helps that narrative.
I think that was part of the Joe Burrow conversation last year. Like, the Bengals started the season awful. I mean, granted, they ended the season pretty well, but they didn't have enough wins for Burrow to really be in that top tier conversation. Right. But he was still in that because the stats he was putting up and because he was basically doing it alone.
Yeah.
And so that's why his name towards the end of the season, he was never a favorite, but he was top 5 in the conversation of MVPs last year because he didn't have a whole lot of help outside of, Jamar Chase and some T. Higgins, but the defense wasn't helping him at all win games. It was all the offense that was winning everything for the Bengals last year.
Who are we looking at for MVP though? Like, where are we putting money at? Where we?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. I mean,
I'm going C.J. Stroud, just for right now.
Okay.
With the value, 25-1. Give me C.J. Stroud.
I like that. I like the value play there. I mean, I have a hard time seeing like Lamar Jackson not being in it again at the top. Even Mahomes. I mean, plus 650 on Mahomes is actually a pretty good price.
It's decent, yeah.
That might be my pick.
All right. I love it.
Wrapping up the show with our parlay. Plenty of bets for Game 6 tonight. Knicks Pacers. That tips off here in about an hour and a half. We got you covered with bets on the other side. This is The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We've got a score update for you around the bases. Coming up here tonight, however, we have Dodgers-Yankees. That'll be a great game. Kenny seems to think we just got word that Cody Bellinger is homering tonight, plus 370.
Oh, okay, Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny?
Yeah, a little revenge homer for Cody Bellinger. I think he's pretty due. Pretty good matchup against not a very good pitcher tonight, again, in Landon Knack. So.
All right, I love it. Orioles are up 4-2 on the White Sox, top of the ninth. The Sox final little push here. They do have 2 on right now. But 4-2 Orioles leading that one. 17-4 Brewers over the Phillies. That one is all but wrapped up.
Kate, before you go any further, Kate,
yeah.
I just want to read you the line today of a guy who was having a fantastic year until today, and got to question the manager at some point why he didn't take him out. Jesus Luzardo was a Cy Young outside candidate, was having a good year. You want to hear his line today?
Yeah, I do.
3 1/3, 12 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, 12 earned runs. His ERA went up to 3.58, which tells you how good his ERA was before that.
That's wild.
I mean, I don't think I've seen a worse line in baseball this season. 3 1/3, 12 hits, 12 earned runs. That's insane.
That is insane. So do we back him for, like, this is an outlier performance? We back him next outing? He gets back on track?
Probably, because his previous 2 outings, he had struck out 10. That's why I stated I was going to bet him for strikeouts. I'm like, he struck out 10 his last. That arm's got to chill out for a little bit. So, so maybe next time out.
Well, 12 earned runs. That's 12 earned runs in 3 innings, you said?
3 1/3.
3 1/3? Yeah, that's not great.
You just had an all-star game placed on your head, my man. That was all-star stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Not good at all. Guardians up 7-5, top of the 8th on the Angels, and Tampa Bay Rays 16-3 over the Astros. Astros bottom of the 9th, their final push. I don't think that one's coming home. No. I think we can go ahead and call that game. Is that fair, Randy? Randy's laughing at me.
That's gonna be a heck of a push.
Their last chance at a push for 13 more runs. Not happening. Not happening. We have a Game 6, Pacers-Knicks, coming up tonight. That tip about an hour and 20 minutes from now. And so we got to get you guys ready to bet on that game. Build a little show parlay here. So prior to talking to Taj Gibson just about an hour or so ago, we were all in on the Pacers.
Yep.
Taj fired us up, told us what Tibbs is probably saying to the guys in the locker room tonight.
Come on, Taj.
I really, I was fired up enough to want to take the Knicks, but I'm not doing it. The Pacers are winning this game. I'm laying the -4. That's my bet for the parlay.
Love that. Love that. We'll keep it basketball, going to the WNBA, the only WNBA game tonight. The Chicago Sky.
Let's go.
2 straight wins.
Why
Dallas
not?
Wings on the road.
No Paige Beckers.
Beckers out with a concussion. A lot of shots by Enrique Gumbawale. Who else steps up for that Dallas Wings team? The answer is nobody. The Chicago Sky get it done. Taking them on the money line, plus 125. They get their 2nd win of the season and start to slowly turn things around. So that's my contribution to the parlay.
Love it. I'm on board with that one as well. Randy, what you got for us?
I'm going to go with the New York Yankees tonight, coming off they had a big lead last night and blew it against the Dodgers. Neither starter is great, but Warren I think it's Will Warren, has pitched much better. He's been sort of okay for them. He's gone 5 or 6 innings most of his starts. So Yankees are, I think, -122 or -130, somewhere in that range. So let's go with the Bronx Bombers to bounce back tonight in a rematch of the World Series from last year. To get the win, and that's my addition to the parlay.
Nice.
Kenny?
I'm going to go with the Raiders to make the playoffs at plus
Kenny,
350.
No. We're not, wait. I know you're messing with me, but
We can cash it in January.
I was going to say, you know how long we have to wait for this
kidding.
parlay to actually reveal itself? We know you're joking. We know you're joking.
I'm making the rules here.
That was my joking pick. My real pick is Pascal Siakam, 20+ points, -175.
I like that.
I like it. I like it. You did. I mean, Taj Gibson did say that guy Pascal Siakam having himself some great games in this series so far. Kenny, would you mind adding all those up for us on?
Yeah, I'll
your
get you the odds in just a minute.
Okay.
By the way, little note: Greg Doyle, who was the guy who asked the question, he was the guy who was banned from Fever.
The Caitlin Clark situation for calling her cute. Wasn't it something creepy like that?
He was asking some weird questions. I can't remember what they were, but yeah, he was so. But I don't think his questions were completely out of line. Do you? What was it?
I think it was just how it was the delivery of it. I think the question should have been rephrased to this, where we've seen your team put up high-effort games throughout this playoffs. What was different about tonight in Game 5 with a closeout game at your hands that you guys just didn't step up and get it done? I think that phrasing of it, as opposed to just like, okay, you guys didn't play hard, like what happened. It was just straight and direct, and it was never
that's
like
why
delivered right.
I mean, you cover the league.
Hey,
you cover the
I'm just
Bulls. You know what you're doing.
You gotta phrase it a certain way, where Doyle just came out just like basically challenging the heart and the integrity of Siakam and the Pacers.
Well, especially after a loss
Yeah.
in this type of situation, like a loss in the playoffs. One thing like regular season when you're playing the Hornets.
Right.
You know, but playoffs, you just lost at the Garden. Yeah, it was a funky, and he just didn't stop either. That was the thing.
Right, exactly.
Which is kind of his MO. He just keeps going and going.
Right.
So what am I crazy to think, like, if I'm going to fade you guys and think the Knicks are going to win tonight, to go Jalen like over 30 or over 35 points?
Yeah. Like I would be,
because you can probably get pretty good odds for plus 35 for Jalen, right?
I would be shocked if the Knicks win and Brunson scores under 30.
Brunson for 30 right now at BetMGM. This is a joke. Minus 165.
That's crazy. But he does almost get that every game.
He does.
Right? I mean,
35 is plus 155. Okay. So I would go for the 35 plus and just get that value at plus one.
Maybe do both.
Do a little ladder, Randy. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Could you believe the game they won, right? I think it was game 3. Jalen got in foul trouble. I can't remember what it was, and people were actually saying maybe the Knicks are better off with Jalen.
I have heard that a lot.
It was weird.
Help me out. That's weird. Crazy, right?
Yeah, very crazy. I think the one thing for Brunson that helped the Knicks in Game 5 was him giving up the ball a little more instead of just, continuing to dribble and eat up a lot of the shot clock. Because now you're taking away from rhythm from other guys like Anunoby or Mikal Bridges, but then also, too, you're putting more pressure on yourself as a smaller point guard to get your shot off. And you have to go against that pressure of a Nesmith or a Ben Mathurin, who's really been playing well the past few games against the Knicks. But it's even more difficult to create and make plays when you're just constantly having the basketball in your hand 95% of the time.
And that's, I think, what the argument that the Knicks are better without Brunson. Yeah. Not true, but the ball just moves a little bit more, and more players get involved because Brunson is so ball dominant. Yeah. So, to your point there. But if the Knicks are going to stay in this game, it's going to be on the back of Jalen Brunson. Yeah. So I could not fault any. I would not take any Brunson unders tonight. Also, I don't know if you can do this on BetMGM. I believe you can, but first quarter points. Like Jalen Brunson exploded in the first quarter of that last game. Going back to the Timberwolves series against OKC, Anthony Edwards in that game 3, he exploded in the first quarter. Like having your star player get going early, often a recipe for success.
Yeah.
And Jalen Brunson is one of those players who's going to be looking for a shot from the jump. He's not necessarily going to be letting his teammates get involved, get off to a good start, and then he gets involved himself later in the game, where some superstars prefer that route. I think Brunson goes out right away.
Yeah, I was trying to search for it on BetMGM. That is not available. I wish it was, because love that point, Kate, that you made with Brunson in the first quarter points. That would be really nice. But, hey, I know Knicks fans that have the BetMGM app are definitely putting money down on the Knicks money line, plus 145, and probably putting money down on Knicks in 7 to win the series, plus 275. And if you were around in hour 3 where we had Taj Gibson on, and just his heart, his experience of playing for Tom Thibodeau and being inside of the locker room and how Tibbs would get guys motivated, you put money down on the Knicks to not only win tonight but also win the series at plus 275.
I was ready to put money down on the Knicks to win the title. After Taj Gibson. That's how fired up he got me. That's a joke. I'm not doing that. You know how to save my money. Or I'll just, give it to you, Cam. Venmo you.
Yeah,
I'm throwing money away if you're betting on Knicks to win the title right now.
I'll take care of it.
Here's another kind of interesting, fun little bet. Who do we like to have more threes tonight, head-to-head, Halliburton or Brunson? It's pretty much even on both sides.
I'll go Brunson.
I would go Brunson too.
Because if we're expecting him to go over 30 points, or go over, I believe it was 34.5, I believe.
Yes.
For the plus, yeah. If he's going over that,
he's hitting a couple threes.
He's knocking down at least 4 threes for sure.
Woo.
Don't you think that? But Halliburton's more comfortable at home hitting threes.
It's coincidentally enough, Randy, his numbers shooting the ball
are better on the road.
Road. Yeah,
all right.
He's better on the road shooting the basketball.
And the Knicks as a team have played better on the road this entire postseason.
Yes, they have.
Which is almost scary if you are a Knicks backer to know that they have Game 7 at home, which sounds backwards.
Yeah.
But just with how well they've played away from home, like maybe you'd prefer to not be in front of your own fans and have the pressure of MSG, all the stars.
Yeah. So what we were saying is that I wasted my money on betting Pacers on the alt spread minus 10.5. Is that
No, that's still legit.
Okay, right.
I'm saying if for those Knicks backers out there, I am not one of them.
Yeah.
Pacers are winning this game tonight.
Yeah.
And we like them a little.
I don't think I've heard you as confident a bet since your days with Washington and
Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr.
I mean, you are very confident with the Pacers.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I really like the Pacers tonight. Okay. I think the Knicks they played well in Game 5, did what they were supposed to do, but this Pacers team is really good. And going back, we haven't really we didn't dive into this at all throughout the show here, but you touched on it briefly, Cam. Rick Carlisle's a very good coach.
Yes, he is.
You look at the coaches that have won titles in the last 20 years or so. So many of them had big-time name superstars on their roster. Yeah. Can you say that about this Pacers team? You can't. But to take a team like this, I didn't even expect the Pacers to beat the Bucks.
Yeah.
Like, that was a toss-up series in my mind personally.
Yeah,
Kate, someone on this show thought the Bucks were a sleeper pick to win the NBA championship. I don't want to say who it was. But
You could never go wrong saying a team with Giannis is a sleeper. Come on.
That was before
and
the
Dame too.
injury.
Prior to that, yeah. All right, Cam. We won't dive into that. Show's over. We got to get going.
Cam, stretch, buddy.
I know. I got to get my rest. I text my cousin.
Pasta.
He's like, eat some pasta tonight. Eat some peanut butter with bananas in the morning. Make sure you're rested. I got to be ready for
electrolytes.
13 miles tomorrow morning in Chicago for the Bank of America half marathon.
Good luck to Cam. We'll see if he can make it back here on Saturday. We will see you all same time next week. Have a great weekend.
You've been listening to The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Listen back to the show anytime with the Odyssey app.